Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Thursday, March the 3rd. It is 9:19 a.m., about 10 or 11 minutes before the opening bell here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We got a bunch of continuation news here all across the board here in the market today. But I want to go ahead and get the disclaimer out the way first before I announce anything. And this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope y'all ready here today. Man, we got a bunch of news here. Where to start? Let's see here. Hold on. There's some things that I was touching up here yesterday. So, looks like initial jobless claims data is out now. All this came out at 8:30 this morning. That's why you might have the market up here slightly, a little slight pop to the upside. Nothing too much right now. Nothing too crazy. It's all going to depend on how the open market takes that here in 10 minutes. You got continuing jobless claims that's out. That data is out. Productivity revision. It's out. Unit labor cost revision is out. Coming up at 9:45 a.m., you got the market services PMI that's going to come out here. At 10 a.m., you have ISM services index. You have the factory orders at 10 a.m. You have core capital equipment orders at 10 a.m. You got Jerome Powell again. He's going to be testifying in front of the Senate committee today. So yesterday he was testifying in front of the House. Today he will be testifying in front of the Senate committee. So it looks like John Williams, the Fed president for New York, he will be speaking at 6 p.m. this evening. But we do got Powell here again today at 10 a.m., ladies and gentlemen. So this will be part two. This should be the end for this week. He spoke with the House yesterday. He's going to speak with the Senate today. Initial jobless claims, all that information is out right now to the open market. Like I said, could be the cause of a pop here, early. Main thing is the SPY hasn't seen this level in a while, 440, 441. So want to really just key in and really pay attention closely here to see if this holds, and don't try to spread back to 437, 436. If they do that, end up doing that. I mean, obviously, we're gonna be right back where we were yesterday. Right now, we're a little different here, slightly different here from yesterday to the upside, but nothing really too much going crazy though. I do want to get into some earnings plays. We had a huge earnings miss here. Um, Snowflake, man, they were down. They were down about $80 at one point after hours yesterday. This was an earnings play, you guys. I told you guys about how the earnings plays work. Um, this is how they get down, man. This is what happens sometimes. I told you, it seems like a gamble when it don't hit, but it's really not a gamble. If you do your research and you picking the right percentage on where they might land, it's really not a gamble, man. But it just seems like that when they don't pay it out. Uh, Here they're gonna looks like they're not giving the full amount, but that is a pretty steep drop. They're still down about $47.50. They can really easily just slide on down here at the opening bell. But that was a huge sell off from 274 all the way to 183. But looks like they're at 216, 17. So the market makers are trying to help them right now a little bit. But they clapped though, you guys. That's bad. That's pretty bad. It's almost a 20% haircut there. So keep that in mind on snow. That was pretty bad there. Haven't seen that in a while. It's been about what since I want to say since Big Tech reported their earnings. We haven't really seen them in PayPal and stuff like that. We haven't seen no earnings report that bad in a while. So yeah. That's just where it's at right there overall with that. But hey, each is on here right now. We are approaching the opening bell. Got about 6 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna get y'all warmed up. Good morning again. Hope y'all ready. Good luck, investors, traders. You making your decisions here. And yeah, man. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's go ahead and get some. Let's get the blood flowing here. I'm gonna turn on some tunes here. We're gonna get focused, man, and just get to it here. We're gonna play some tunes in the pre-market, but we got about 5 minutes. Let it jump into that opening bell. So let's get to it. Give yourself a pat on the back if you're up, man. But it's time to get in your zone.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Got me in my zone, mama, pray I make it home. In these streets I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Young nigga, what you on? For my mama, work the pain. Hit the block and made a name. Nigga 50 like he came. Lead the game the way I came. Money made, but what you gain? Had to get it through the rain. My niggas saying that I'll change. Copper beamer, keep the range. White tees, I keep it plain. Chase the money, not the fame. Ain't competing in my lane. Watch your brother, niggas lame. Vision clear, Gucci frames. Ain't for post, it's your brain. Talk that shit and you get flamed. It's what I bleed. Shit come with ease. I'm serving fiends. Roll the leaf, my eyes heavy, I'm in the V. Straight for this bag, now we touching the loop. It's love for my brothers, still watching my crew. Roll me this wood, swinging shit like Carew. You shot, but you scared when I you up for two. Rackets stay open, so I'm on the move. Slide with my baby, cause she in that move. I'm in the hood, they don't like it's full. Switching your set, now you playing it cool. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. And I ain't out here wasting no time, no. Down on my ass, had to flip what I had. Down on my left, turn an 8 to a half. Get in your bag, they gon' head and be mad. If he crossing the middle, I'm taking a flag. Blood on my name, wipe it down with a rag. Throwing shade on my name, why you moving like that? Missed out on some chicken, we make it right back. The streets they been hot, but the nigga been cold. Watching these bitches cause they getting bold. Watching my brother, I heard that he told. Niggas gon' fold like clean clothes. Niggas feeling like Gino. In that pocket, you scary. Ho, got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone. Make a call and I'll be gone. Make a call and I'll be gone. For my brother, what you on? Said they got me in my zone. Ooh, oh, yo. I say, yo. Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. Mama, pray I make it home.
Hey, yo, Nash, you go crazy.
Got me in my zone. Mama, pray I make it home. In these streets, I'm all alone. I got shawty in my phone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the market is about to open here in about 30 seconds, so get ready, get ready. Let's see where we land here today, ladies and gentlemen. Trying to bring it down here a little bit at the opening. Ding, 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 ding. The market is open here, officially open. Let's see what's going to happen next. All right, here looks like we're coming down instantly here on the triple Qs. Wow, and the SPY as well here. So they open with a first big red candle here. We don't know how long that's gonna last though, but try to get to it, man. Try to get to it on. So it's gonna be a lot of chop here, a lot of chop. They're gonna be a little indecisive here. They gotta figure it out. They don't get it together. Once they do, they'll be fine. Mad chop here, mad chop. All right, let's see. I'm seeing some pullback here. Let's check with the views. Let me see something. Slight little pullback at the opening here. So they're still pulling it back here right now. Still in the same range, but just pulling it back slightly. In 1 minute, it's gonna get real choppy here this first minute. We expected that. So the indices are in the green here. What's some more earnings? Best Buy did really well here. They're up $5 right now. The indices are in the green here, opening up. The Nasdaq's up 45%. The S&P 500 is up 53. The Dow is up about 60% here. So we are in the green, ladies and gentlemen. This is a little consolidation here at the opening here. A little bit of maybe they want to figure some things out first. Things starting to pick up here a little bit, slightly here, only slightly, nothing too much. Let's see though where it goes here because it's still in the same range as well. So you want to see if things start to break out here from this consolidation right here on these levels, these first levels anyway. I feel like if you can't get a break above certain areas, you know, they're going to consolidate it first. They're going to basically just fight it out in these areas here. So stocks are at resistance. it looks like they might want to fight through resistance today. It might break you guys. It might not here. Just really consolidate on that 440 level on the SPY. Just finally bring it down about $1 here, 439. So the Bears are fighting here, not making it easy for the Bulls. Bulls are fighting back though, pretty strongly here. Not making it easy for the Bears. So it's gonna be a strong battle, you guys. You're gonna have to be patient. Let things just take its time, take its course. It'll come together eventually. Looks like the spot might be heading down. A little pullback anyway, at least. So yeah, guys, we're just gonna watch it. This first 20 minutes, not even gonna do nothing. Not even gonna move nothing around. Just gonna watch. We will wait till Jerome Powell gets to the screen, then we'll pull up a briefing. And the Bears are trying hard right here, right now. They're actually winning here for just a little bit of momentum right here. This could be a dip though, so let's keep that in mind. But Bears are winning just a little bit of momentum as of right now. The market started out high. They took it down a little bit, about $1 here right now, almost $2. Stocks went up. They pulled back just slightly here right now. Nothing too much. We're still in the same range right now. Still in the same range. Nothing went crazy at the opening bell the first 7 minutes. It's fighting bad here. The VIX volatility is going up here. Spot's still trying to come down here right now. But they just yanking at it right now. They just yanking it. It's not really flushing here, but it's yanking down here slowly but surely right now. The Bears are having momentum here at this current moment. We are really kind of right back at the opening bell level here. So it usually always does that the first 10 minutes. Then it's about to start to break out here into a more comfortable direction here. Looks like the spot might find support at this 439 level here. It's fighting really bad here, and that's why I think it might find some support here. I don't know though. We're gonna see. They might give it up. It's a strong fight right now. I think everybody will be fine here as of right now. We want to see what Powell's gonna say here today, part 2 of it. So that's gonna have a lot of effect towards the market here again today. Looks like the spot I'm trying to find a little support. Here's a little small bounce here off the bottom, just to get off the ground maybe. Nothing big, really huge though right now. Stock's higher at the open. That is the headlines, but it's really not high. Really, it's higher than yesterday, but a little bit. Nothing going crazy here. The correlation is a little precise here today, though. So yeah, it's been 10 minutes here. We actually got a nice little bounce here. Let's see how long it can hold its momentum, though. It's not really. Showing a strong bounce here on the spot here. Little steep dip right there with Tesla here. So Tesla's turning around and down 6 now. I will see if Tesla can hold this level right here. If they break below it, those bulls might be getting a little tired here over that way. Best Buy is continuing to go up here. They're up another $3 in the open market right now. Amazon's up only $8. So everybody's just chilling like right now. It's not really nothing going crazy. You know what I'm saying? But it can if it wanted to, put it that way. The SPY finally reached 440. But I think the simple fact how long it took, and it's really not trying to. It's trying to consolidate here in that range now. So it's going to take a while for stocks to pick up, unless they just start going up instantly from this area here. But don't look like that's going to happen here off the gate. SPY is bouncing here though, back above VWAP. Your stocks is not correlating with it right now. Actually, coming down, man. So things looking really weak here, man, for real. These look like they want to sell here. Not really get confirmation of that yet. The SPY's trying as hard as to go up. The spot actually is above VWAP right now. And so is the VIX, so it's not correlating here correctly. So they actually spots coming down, VIX going up. Trying to figure it out, you guys. They trying to figure it out. It'll start coming together, man. If you got time on some plays, you should be fine anyway. Patience pays, you guys. Trust the process, man. Trust the freaking process. So, jobless claims fall short of expectations at 250,000 here. That is the headlines. No live briefings out yet. The market's looking weak, you guys. Tesla 870 there. So they're at that support level on Tesla right now. 870. Where you guys at? Where the bulls at? Where is that all that support we had yesterday? It don't pick up right here, you're gonna see it flush at this point. Tesla knows that, ladies and gentlemen. So keep that in mind. They know that. The big whale knows that. Smart money knows that. So they might just play a little tight spread here today. That's what it looks like they're trying to do right now. We're starting to get a little bounce here to the upside here. The SPYs are actually going up here right now. Volatility is coming down here. What is it, 9:46? So it's been about 15 minutes here. We're gonna take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. We're gonna get ready for the Powell situation here. We're getting geared up for that. Try to find some market briefings here. In the meantime, that might start before his briefing at 10 a.m. But if not, we're just gonna stick to his briefing. Yeah, man. Yeah, that's just where we are right now. So the market did a slight little pullback here. We are still in the green overall here. Not too much high green. The Dow is leading the way though, up at about 80% here. The Nasdaq's only up 25. The S&P 500 is up about 60%. So not up too much here. But we are in the green, so that's why you might see stocks try to hold their gains here. SPY's trying to rip here. SPY's going up 441. So I think a key level on the SPY today would be about 446. If you can capture that level, stocks will pick up here. Triple Qs, if you can capture about 352, 355, yeah, stocks will pick up. If you obviously see the volatility on the VIX, the VXX come down to about $22, maybe possibly like $21. Stocks will go up. But if the opposite direction here, looking towards the downside, the SPY would need to break below. I would say today's 435 here. You break below 435. It's gonna get ugly for the bull. Excuse me. Bears will be winning there if that does that. If the triple Qs break below, I say about 343 here today, maybe 340. It'll get ugly here. So Tesla's right back at that critical support at 870. Oh man, no, you don't. No, you don't. No, the hell you don't. So Tesla is below support right now. Not looking good here. Not looking good. They need to recapture 870 very quick and precise. Or you're going to have people jumping off of that boat. That's just what is expected of Tesla to hold certain areas here. Now, at this point, when you rally this high and you get up here now, people won't expect you to hold. If you can't hold, they expect you to come back down. So that's just what it is right now. Broke that 870 support, though. That's not there anymore. So that's not looking good. SPY's coming down here. Big red candle on the SPY to the downside. They're actually below VWAP now. VIX just shot up here. Volatility just picked up here very quickly. So this is what I mean about that happening. So this is spiking the VIX here. Anything below, anything above 20 on the VIX, you know what I'm saying? You gotta really be cautious. SPY still coming down here. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, just keep your eye out on stocks and check the resistance and support areas to see if they broke or got rejected at certain areas, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, they're getting rejected here. Market is coming down right now, slightly here. SPY's pulling back at 439, but this is a really small pullback right now. Nothing to really be panicking about. It could get worse from here, but keep in mind where we're at here in the overall market. But we're gonna take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. I know Jerome Powell is approaching here in about 10 minutes, so we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Stunting hard, living lavish with my wife. Then I showed her my business life. Then she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really knows we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said let's go for a ride. Zoom zoom. She said park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride till the pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in the pussy, slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Finna switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her on, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like plies. Fuck me good, baby girl, get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. See your girlfriends, they ain't gotta cosign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Ocean.
It's letter P. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. See them they acting fake because they fell when they was hungry. Well, niggas might feel good on them and stand on their own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. See them they acting fake because they fell when they was hungry. Well, niggas might feel good on them and stand on their own. I ain't no young boy, I'm grown. You run your mouth, marathon. Talk too much, I'm standing. Stay off my lawn. And shit get ugly like the movie Spawn. I'm up, I'm on, I'm that born. You niggas sweet, sweeter than cinnamon. You hold a blocking, baby, bonbons. I'm selling goods like Amazon. They want my level, but I'm way beyond. Your every wish is only God's command. True. They taking trips and stepping fly to Finland. You fly? Y'all thinking local, I'm thinking to expand. These niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they change and acting phony. See when they acting fake in public, they said when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they change and acting phony. See when they acting fake in public, they said when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own. I'ma get money forever, stack it up and hide it like a treasure. My money long, you can't even measure. Your money short, getting less and less. Acting fake and public, those are signs of error. Keep bad vibes away, don't be a home wrecker. Sleep, listen, get your ass put on a stretcher. Something smart, be clever, cause it's a cold world, even with a sweater. People only hate cause they be jealous and want success for themselves, that's selfish. So don't say you kill when your actions so careless. Niggas might be suspect, these niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they change and acting phony. See them reacting fake in public, but they don't act as hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own. Niggas might be suspect, these niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they change and acting phony. See them reacting fake in public, but they when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own.
DJ Goldie.
Everything is mine. Yeah. Whatever I want is gonna be mine. Cause I seen the grapevine. And these niggas still sinking. Hating on me. Hating on me. I'm lit T. To the T. It ain't no turning down, not for me. I am going up, I'm living spiritually. On the high route, the high route. I've been here, I was there, so I was here before. Don't tell me no, don't tell me that I'm wrong, don't tell me that I'm older. I just want the money. Niggas gonna hate, but they ain't getting money. And niggas gonna laugh, but I'm like, what the fuck is funny? These niggas don't rap, so why waste the time? Hey, why waste the time? She said, you was so smart. I got it in my zone, now she play her part. I said I got it in my zone, and now she play her part. Call that auto start. Push the fucking start. Gotta go, I'm late. Call me Leonard Tardy. Oh, Chris me like you farted. I ain't got no charger. I don't know what that is. I ain't never been a starter. Ha, I'm lying. I always fucking started. Every time I always played varsity. Dropping down some niggas hating. Getting high. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. It is almost 10 a.m. Pals, live briefing from the Senate is about to start here. Mark kind of just pulled back there slightly here, a little dip. Since the opening bell, we opened up at 440. Now we're down here, bottomed out at 438.85. Found support bounce right here, right now at the spots at 439. So just really nothing too big. A little small dip there that was. The Nasdaq is in the red, so we are a kangaroo market right now. The Nasdaq is down about 3%. The Dow is only up 52%. The S&P 500 is up 35%. So we got a little mixed market here right now. Looks like Tesla broke that 870 support there slash resistance here, but recaptured it here. Now it looks like 870 might be resistance now. It was just support all day yesterday up until today, up until it just fell through. Now it's back here at it. It looks like it might get rejected now. We don't know yet, but that's what it looks like here. So just keep an eye out on Tesla. They're only down $11, ladies and gentlemen. They really are not down a lot. Amazon's only down 6 here. Let's see here. Let's check with who's that? Snow. Let's see what they did here. Wow, so Snow popped all the way back up to 234. Wow, they didn't really give that to anybody. Now they're down about 223 here. So yeah, not really giving anything up. Not giving anything up like they like expected, like it looked in the after hour. So like I said, these earnings this week, man, they just kind of just played everybody. Like I said, they hit their targets, but they don't stay. Not this bunch this week. They don't stay. So Best Buy's actually still going here. They're up with 109 now, up about $8. I think Jerome Powell is about to start. It's 10 a.m. Let's check and see if he's about to start. I thought the homie right here already had it pulled up or something. Looks like he's not ready yet as well. I don't think anybody is today. Nobody's ready yet. Nobody has the video briefings pulled up here yet. So, let's see. Make sure they're not doing nothing at the White House because they like to go live there. They love to go live at the White House. So it looks like we got a press secretary, Jen. She will be speaking here today. She's having a briefing. It looks like at 1 p.m. 5 p.m., President Biden signs into law H.R. 4445. So that's later on this evening. Biden will be signing an executive bill 4445. So that's later on this evening, though. But that's really it. I don't really see, nothing going on right now live. Everybody's just probably waiting for Powell here, part 2 of it. So let's see where it takes it, man. Let's just see where it takes it. I thought the homie might have it ready pulled up here. It doesn't look like he does, though. Oh, yeah, he does actually have it pulled up. He's actually going live. So we're going to tune into the homie's live stream today because I want to hear his comments why the video is actually on. Even if he is even commenting, I have no idea. But we do know he likes to comment why. Sometimes he does anyway. But we're going to see here. It looks like they just started, though, about 2 minutes ago. So let's tune into the homie live stream. He might detail it. He might just watch it like we did yesterday.
Commitment to independent institutions like the Federal Reserve. We created the Fed 109 years ago, I guess, an independent agency, as an independent agency outside of any political party's control, to be staffed with economic experts, not political cronies. It's one of many American institutions that sets our country apart from autocratic regimes. It's vital we reaffirm our commitment to the Fed's role, showing the world what a functioning democracy looks like. Let's show up and do our jobs like Chair Powell comes here perhaps 14 times a year, it seems to him. That's the best way to achieve a strong, growing economy that lifts deep uncertainty, 4 million Americans out of a job.
So I want to really catch this on another platform, you guys. I do. 1 second. Seeing this come across anybody else's platform, which is really weird. You would think all the other like CNBC and that stuff of that nature, you know what I'm saying? You would think they would be talking about this.
In 2 decades. Think about that. We averaged 500,000 new jobs per month last year. We saw the fastest drop ever in the unemployment rate. Wages rose for workers, especially low-wage workers who began to have a little more power in a tight labor market. American entrepreneurs started a record-setting 5 million new businesses. This translated into American families' household balance sheets healthier in 21 than before the pandemic. It's because of the actions that Democrats took in this Congress, expanding the child tax credit, rental assistance, housing assistance. The American Rescue Plan helped get most Americans vaccinated, made a booster shot available to everyone. 65% of the population is fully vaccinated, more than 75% of all adults. Case counts, hospitals dropping. We're one step closer to normal life beyond the pandemic. Americans know to live in fear. We've come a long way, but the fight isn't over. It's taken a terrible toll on Americans after 2 years of stress, of massive.
Okay, sorry guys, I'm about to get it. I just found it. They just started going live with it. And later on, we do have another briefing. It's like President Biden will be doing something at 2 p.m., but we're going to tune into the Powell testimony right now before the Senate. Market's chilling out right here. Chilling out at the high right now, 439, 440.
At the gas station, they feel it when they're making rent payments. They feel it when they check out at the grocery store. We must acknowledge that Russia's invasion of Ukraine will affect the global economy. We learned over the past 2 years how fragile our global supply chains are. Some have said for years we should make more things in America and rely less on China. Elites in Washington, in lobbying for trade laws, trade change and trade law and tax law, elites in Washington dismiss those concerns. For decades now, they're starting to wake up. We help prevent long-term inflation by bringing supply chains home. In the process, we rebuild our own industrial base. The House and Senate have both passed bills investing in domestic manufacturing and research and development. We need to put a comprehensive bill on the president's desk. We need to bring manufacturing, research, and development back to this country. We're building the capacity to move goods faster and more cheaply with the bipartisan infrastructure bill. While most Americans report mixed feelings about the economy over the past year, they may have gotten a raise and a tax cut and have more in savings, while also being concerned, rightly, about rising costs. There's one group that did better than ever last year: America's large corporations. Corporations made record profits in 2021. They gave their executives and their shareholders a bigger slice of the profits than ever. They've reacted with barely controlled glee at the opportunity to raise prices during this pandemic economy. We can never forget raising prices is a choice. There's no law saying if the cost of an input goes up or transportation costs increase, companies have to raise prices. They have options. They could cut costs elsewhere by making executive bonuses or stock buybacks just a little bit smaller. Of course they don't. There's not enough competition in the economy, especially drug companies, meat packers, oil companies, shippers. From the meatpacking industry to the oil cartels, corporations don't face the fair capitalist free market competition we need to keep prices low and wages high. And when you combine current inflation with the expenses that have been rising for decades, drug costs, childcare, housing, it's little wonder that many middle-class families in Nevada and Massachusetts and South Carolina and Alabama and Pennsylvania and Ohio don't feel stable. It will take all of us to lower these long-term costs, fight inflation, create an economy where hard work pays off for everyone, no matter who you are, where you live, what kind of work you do. All workers should be able to find a good paying job that allows them to raise a family, keep up with the cost of living, join the middle class. The Federal Reserve has the responsibility, as you know, Mr. Chair, to tackle inflation, to ensure we have a resilient labor market, a safe and stable banking system, an efficient and reliable payment system, and empowered local communities where consumers and workers and small banks and small businesses thrive. It's more important than ever that we have a full means 7 members, first time in a decade. You only have 4 now, as you know, a full Federal Reserve making those decisions. In a time of deep economic uncertainty where democracies around the world are threatened by authoritarian strongmen, we must ensure the Fed's operating at full capacity. We have an opportunity, Mr. Chair, as you know, and you know her well, to confirm one of the world's leading experts on cybersecurity in the financial system. Sarah Bloom Raskin chaired the G7 cyber expert group. We need her in that position now more than ever. All of us need to do our job to get her and the other 4 Fed noms confirmed. We must fill these positions so the entire team of decision makers can come together, assess the data, address the problems America faces. We have a chair pro tempore of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, here to deliver a biennial update on the Fed's actions to steer economic recovery. Chair Powell, thank you. Look forward to your testimony. Senator Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me begin by fully endorsing the sentiments you expressed regarding the appalling Russian invasion of an entirely entirely unjustified war against Ukraine and share your salute for the extraordinary courage, valor, and commitment of the people of Ukraine. Chairman Powell, welcome. I do hope we process your nomination soon. Of course, I've been advocating that we do that for some time now. But in the meantime, I do know that you and your fellow FOMC members are fully able to do your job of fighting inflation. And obviously, there's a lot of work to do on that front. January's inflation reached a 40-year high of 7.5%. And inflation like that is doing real damage to average Americans. Some of my colleagues like to observe that wages are growing. Problem is, inflation is growing faster. And that causes workers to fall further and further behind, and that's what's happening today. Savers, of course, are earning virtually zero on their savings, while inflation significantly erodes the value of those savings. Our current zero interest rate monetary policy that we've had for some time now is probably appropriate at a period of economic crisis or during a recession. It's hard to see that that makes sense during a period of multi-decade high inflation. Of course, profligate fiscal policy of the last year has also contributed to inflation. Democrat supporters of blowout deficit spending bills like the American Rescue Plan and Build Back Better have looked to blame others for the consequences of their own misguided policy. First, they blamed global supply chains. Now they've shifted their blame to greedy corporations. Actually, inflation is pretty easy to understand. It results from more money chasing fewer goods. The administration's policies, such as overregulation and a war on American energy, have limited the production of goods. And meanwhile, reckless spending has resulted in more money chasing those goods. Of course, the Fed's accommodative monetary policy has further stimulated demand. For several years now, I've warned that it could be extremely difficult to put the inflation genie back in the bottle. Well, the genie is out, and the Fed is behind the curve. We need to act with urgency to get inflation under control. Mr. Chairman, I'm also deeply troubled by what appears to be a growing urge to use financial regulators in general and the Fed in particular to tackle complex political questions that are outside of our financial and monetary system. Questions like how and how quickly to transition to a lower carbon economy. Questions like how to address racially charged social issues, or even how do we improve primary and secondary education. Now, there's no doubt these are very important issues, but they're wholly unrelated to the Fed's limited statutory mandates and expertise. And yet the Fed has been weighing in on every one of these issues. Some intend to use the Fed's recently developed climate scenario analysis as a mechanism, as part of a tool to steer capital away from carbon-intensive industries. All 12 reserve banks have hosted a Racism in the Economy series where invited speakers advocated for specific policies, including racial reparations and defunding the police, among other very liberal proposals. And the Minneapolis Fed is actively lobbying to change Minnesota's constitution on the issue of K-12 education policy. Does anyone really think that these activities are within the Fed's statutory mandates? Of course not. What they are is they're challenging and complex issues that require really difficult trade-offs. And in a democratic society, those trade-offs have to be made by elected representatives who are directly accountable to the American people. Consider some trade-offs associated with addressing global warming. Now, if we limit domestic oil and gas production, Americans will pay more at the pump. How much more is appropriate? If we suddenly limit domestic production without feasible energy alternatives, our nation and the world will become more reliant on fossil fuels from autocratic nations. We're watching that play out. When does that reliance present an unacceptable national and global security threat? These are just examples of the unlimited number of equally challenging trade-offs for all of these politically charged topics, none of which should be decided by unelected and unaccountable central bankers. And yet some of the reserve banks are diving right in. And when I've requested additional information about their activities, the reserve banks stonewall me. When I ask the board to address the issue, everyone passes the buck. The Fed board says, oh, those things are up to the reserve banks, even though the board oversees the reserve banks. And except through the Fed board, the reserve banks are completely unaccountable to Congress. So when I think about this state of affairs, Mr. Chairman, I can only conclude that we need to think seriously about reforming the structure of the Fed. In my view, any Fed reform should preserve and strengthen monetary policy independence, but it should also develop mechanisms to enforce the existing statutory limits on Federal Reserve activity that are not being complied with today. That would require also proper congressional oversight by increasing transparency. So here are 3 reform ideas that we ought to discuss. First, unlike the main Fed board, the reserve banks are not subject to FOIA. Well, that should change. Second, we should consider whether or not to subject Federal Reserve Bank heads, the regional reserve bank heads, to presidential appointment and Senate confirmation. Third, we ought to examine the historical 12 reserve bank structure. That dates back to a very, very different time. For example, it might make sense to consolidate them into 5 banks and make each one a permanent voter on the FOMC. Or maybe we should eliminate the reserve banks entirely and have the main Fed board assume these responsibilities. To be clear, I'm not specifically advocating any one of these, but I think we have to consider these and other possibilities. I don't present these ideas lightly, but the Fed was given independence to insulate monetary policy from politics, and Congress has a responsibility to ensure that the Fed does not become a political actor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Toomey. Mr. Powell, we welcome you to the committee again as Chair Pro Tempore of the Federal Reserve. Please begin your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman Brown, Ranking Member Toomey, and other members of the committee, I'm pleased to present the Federal Reserve's semi-annual monetary policy report. Before I begin, let me briefly address Russia's attack on Ukraine. The conflict is causing tremendous hardship for the Ukrainian people. The implications for the U.S. economy are highly uncertain, and we will be monitoring the situation closely. At the Fed, we're strongly committed to achieving the monetary policy goals that Congress has given us: maximum employment and price stability. We pursue these goals based solely on data and objective analysis, and we're committed to doing so in a clear and transparent manner so that the American people and their representatives in Congress understand our policy actions and can hold us accountable. I will review the current economic situation before turning to monetary policy. Economic activity expanded at a robust 5.5% pace last year, reflecting progress on vaccinations and the reopening of the economy, fiscal and monetary support, and the healthy financial positions of households and businesses. The rapid spread of the Omicron variant led to some slowing in economic activity early this year, but with cases having declined sharply since mid-January, the slowdown seems to have been brief. The labor market is extremely tight. Payroll employment rose by 6.7 million in 2021, and job gains were robust in January. The unemployment rate declined substantially over the past year and stood at 4% in January, reaching the median of FOMC participants' estimates of its longer-run normal level. The improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, and while labor force participation has ticked up, labor supply remains subdued. As a result, employers are having difficulties filling job openings, an unprecedented number of workers are quitting to take new jobs, and wages are rising at their fastest pace in many years. Inflation increased sharply last year and is now running well above our longer-run objective of 2%. Demand is strong, and bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond. These supply disruptions have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, exacerbated by waves of the virus, and price increases are now spreading to a broader range of goods and services. We understand that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials, like food, housing, and transportation. We know that the best thing we can do to support a strong labor market is to promote a long expansion, and that is only possible in an environment of price stability. The committee will continue to monitor incoming economic data and will adjust the stance of monetary policy as appropriate to manage risks that could impede the attainment of its goals. The committee's assessments will take into account a wide range of information, including labor market conditions, inflation pressures and inflation expectations, and financial and international developments. We continue to expect inflation to decline over the course of the year as supply constraints ease and demand moderates because of the waning effects of fiscal support and the removal of monetary policy accommodation. But we are attentive to the risks of potential further upward pressure on inflation expectations and inflation itself from a number of factors. We will use our policy tools as appropriate to prevent higher inflation by becoming entrenched while promoting a sustainable expansion in a strong labor market. Our monetary policy has been adapting to the evolving economic environment and it will continue to do so. We've phased out our net asset purchases with inflation well above 2% and a strong labor market. We expect it'll be appropriate to raise the target range for the federal funds rate at our meeting later this month. The process of removing policy accommodation in current circumstances will involve both increases in the target range of the federal funds rate and reduction in the size of the Fed's balance sheet. As the FOMC noted in January, federal funds rate is our primary means of adjusting the stance of monetary policy. Reducing our balance sheet will commence after the process of raising interest rates has begun and will proceed in a predictable manner, primarily through adjustments to reinvestments. The near-term effects on the U.S. economy of the invasion of Ukraine, the ongoing war, the sanctions, and of events to come remain highly uncertain. Making appropriate monetary policy in this environment requires a recognition that the economy evolves in unexpected ways. We'll need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. Maintaining the trust and confidence of the public is essential to our work. Last month, the Federal Reserve finalized a comprehensive set of new ethics rules to substantially strengthen the investment restrictions for senior Federal Reserve officials. These new rules will guard against even the appearance of any conflict of interest. They are tough and best in class in government here and around the world. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Powell. We, of course, are monitoring closely Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the impacts it'll have on our partners, including our country. In November, the Fed issued a rule jointly with OCC and FDIC to require banks to notify their federal financial regulator of any cybersecurity incident within 36 hours. There'd already been the requirement of notification, but you sped that up, obviously. Given the increased threat of cyber attacks, expeditious reporting by financial institutions is essential. How does the Fed address any reporting about cyber attacks when they occur? What do you do?
When we receive reports? Well, first of all, to date we have not seen any significant issues, but we remain vigilant. Since the Ukraine war began, so we're in constant, ongoing contact with the financial institutions, especially the large ones, on cyber risk, and particularly in this environment, we have been since a couple of months ago on very high alert. So are they. It's regular communication. Back and forth, the channels are open, and all of us are on the highest stage of alert, as you would imagine.
I think it's important. I know that your focus is always on financial institutions. It's important for us to be able to repel cyber attacks, to protect against them. That throughout our economy, businesses are reporting cyber attacks on them, and your job is obviously with financial institutions. I'm hopeful that you will make those comments increasingly public so that other businesses understand, while you don't have jurisdiction, that other businesses understand the importance of that. We know the impact of Russia's invasion could go beyond cyber attacks on financial institutions. It's possible because of his actions. Prices of commodities could go up given any market disruptions, and Americans could see higher prices in the grocery store or the gas pump. How does the Fed, Mr. Chair, evaluate the economic uncertainty caused by Putin's actions? What steps do you take to mitigate those risks, like inflation?
So we're watching carefully to see how this evolves. I think, to your point, the ultimate effects on the U.S. economy of the war, of the sanctions, and of events yet to come is highly uncertain. And so we need to be alert to what those might be. I think what we know so far is that commodity prices have moved up significantly, energy prices in particular. That's going to work its way through our U.S. economy. We're going to see upward pressure on inflation, at least for a while. We don't know how long that will be sustained for. In addition, we could see, risk sentiment declining, risk-taking sentiment declining. So you could see lower investment. You could see people holding back on spending. It's hard to say what the effects on both supply and demand will be. And I would just echo that we need to be alert and nimble as we make decisions in what is quite a difficult environment.
The monetary policy report that you released highlighted great news for workers in our economic recovery, wage gains across the board, but especially for low-wage workers, job growth across sectors, a drop in the unemployment rate that beat forecasters' expectations. All good news. We, though, clearly have a long way to go when it comes to making sure everyone has a good quality job. We know from prior economic crises that hiking up interest rates, and I know you will be cautious, but hiking up interest rates too early can depress job growth. My question is, as the Fed plans to raise interest rates, what steps will you take to ensure that it doesn't affect the pretty amazing job growth? President Biden mentioned at the State of the Union 369,000 manufacturing jobs, many of them in my state of Ohio. How do you ensure that the Fed takes don't affect that kind of job growth?
Well, so the labor market as we have it today, unemployment's down to 4%, and wages are at historic highs for recent history. Quits are at a all-time highs or near that. Job openings are at all-time highs. So you're right. This is a great labor market for workers, particularly workers in the lower quartile of earning, who are getting the biggest wage increases and really very, very high wage increases. So the problem really that we're facing is one of high inflation. And over time, those people, the biggest risk to being able to sustain a long expansion and have continued increases in participation, for example, which has tended to lag declines in unemployment, is to sustain or really restore price stability. So that is the single most important thing we can do to really try to have the kind of long expansion that we saw in the last cycle and saw the many benefits that flowed to people as that expansion extended.
Thank you. In my last 60 seconds, 2 yes or no questions, if I could. Do you agree that making testing and vaccinations accessible has already made it possible for people to safely rejoin the labor force?
I don't have any special expertise on that, but that sounds right to me.
Do you agree that making childcare affordable would make it possible for parents to return to work and increase the labor supply?
As we've, I think, discussed, there's good research that supports that proposition as well.
Okay, thank you. Senator Toomey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, just so that we get this on the record here, a couple of just quick, simple questions here. Monetary policy is decided by the FOMC of the Fed, correct?
Yes.
And there are 12 seats on the FOMC, of which 9 are currently filled, correct?
Actually, there are as many as 19 participants, but you're right, there can be 12 voters. Right now, so we have right now 16 of the 19 seats filled, or 9 of the 12 voters.
Okay, so the FOMC is today, right now, fully capable of determining monetary policy, and the Fed as a whole is fully capable of implementing that policy right now. Is that correct?
Yes, we will do our jobs.
Okay. I was glad to hear your emphasis on the importance of price stability. Here's my concern. It's a little bit easier to raise interest rates, to normalize, to fight inflation at a time when the economy is booming. What I'm a little bit worried about, and I fully acknowledge nobody knows how this is going to play out, but I think it's fair to say that this war has changed the risk profile a little bit with respect to inflation, as you just alluded to. There's certainly some upward pressure on energy and maybe beyond. And all else being equal, it probably increases the risk that we'll be looking at downward revisions in growth. Nothing certain about that, but the risk is higher. And so I wonder if you could share with us your thoughts on the importance of fighting inflation if we find ourselves in a situation where growth is less robust than what we're hoping for now.
So I would agree on both the supply and demand side. There's a lot of uncertainty. The oil prices are higher. That typically does weigh on spending to some extent. But at the same time, we have households and businesses that are in such strong financial shape where it's not clear what those effects are going to be. So as I mentioned yesterday, I do think that it's going to be appropriate for us to continue to proceed along the lines that we had in mind before the Ukraine invasion happened, and that was to raise interest rates at the March meeting and to continue through the course of the year based on incoming data and the evolving outlook to engage in a series of rates. I would say in this very sensitive time at the moment, I think it's appropriate for us to be careful in the way we conduct policy simply because things are so uncertain and we don't want to add to that uncertainty. But that's where it leaves me.
I just hope that that the actual practice going forward at the Fed is consistent with what I think you were alluding to earlier, and that is the need for price stability as a precondition for maximizing the well-being of American workers. If we're in a world where we don't have price stability, they don't have job security, they don't have income security. It's just so important. I sure hope that we exceed all of our expectations about growth this year, but I don't know that. Let me shift to ask you this. In your view, is it consistent with the statutory mandate of the regional Fed banks to engage in political advocacy, and specifically a racial justice campaign or efforts to amend a state constitution? Is that within the proper domain of regional Fed banks?
So, as we've discussed, the reserve banks have generally had and exercised a degree of freedom of oversight from the Board of Governors, in their research activities, in their policy thinking activities. And that has always been thought to be a benefit, including by me, because it avoids the kind of groupthink you could get if you had one economic staff in one building and that's where all the governors were. So it's been a feature rather than a bug of the system for a long time. I would echo, though, I strongly share the view that everything we do in the system needs to be clearly linked in ways that people understand to our mandate, and that is one of the very most important underpinnings of our independence. If we're not doing that, then the case for our independence immediately becomes weaker. So,
and I don't think anybody can make the case that amending a state constitution with respect to how a state pays for primary and secondary education has anything to do with that mandate. Let me ask you the last question. The Fed has embraced the idea of requiring climate scenario analyses for banks, and the justification is this is an important way for banks to understand the nature of the risk that they face. Whatever one thinks of that, is it your view that among the Fed's responsibilities is to determine the pace at which the American economy transitions to a lower carbon economy?
no.
Okay, thank you. Sure.
Thank you. Senator Tester of Montana is recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member, and I want to thank Chairman Powell for being here today. I appreciate the work that you do, as always. And I think inflation's on everybody's minds and how you deal with it. And as you pointed out the last time you were in front of this committee, it's not only a demand problem, it's a supply problem. You can help deal with the demand, but the supplies issue are a little different thing. Being in the business of agriculture, personally, I can see that consolidation in the marketplace is a big deal. I'm talking particularly the meat industry right now, where you have four packers that control 84% of this country's meat supply. Competition is critically important if capitalism is going to work. I don't need to tell you that. You know that better than anybody. But it doesn't seem like there's a lot of competition in a number of different areas. But I'll just focus on meat packing. So no, I won't. Let me back up. Let's talk about consolidation generally, and if that helps drive prices up or down. And then, if you could, if in fact you think it does drive prices up, would inserting more competition in the marketplace help consumers?
So, first of all, we're not responsible for competition policy, and a lot of these questions in individual industries can have, competition issues, and those are appropriate subjects for the folks who wield those tools. That's not us. At the aggregate level, the connection between concentration, for example, and inflation is really not clear. Some of the industries that had a lot of consolidation were the very ones that drove low inflation over the last 25 years. Retail and wholesale consolidated a whole bunch, and a whole bunch of technology went in. That's where that was very high productivity and very low inflation. So it's not obvious. But again, industry by industry, there will be cases in which there are competition issues, and those are certainly an appropriate subject for antitrust scrutiny.
As we look at the war in Ukraine, as we look at inflation that is occurring here in this country, and I know you're chairman of the Fed, and I know that these are areas that you might not want to get into, but I will ask anyway. You can always decline to answer, and that is are there certain things we should be doing right now or paying particular attention to in the inflation realm?
In particular, I'm sorry, in the sense of?
In the sense from a congressional standpoint, are things we should be paying particularly attention to try to free up? Now, so I don't want you to answer that question for you, but I think trucking's a big issue in this country right now. I think being able to get products in and out of this country is a big issue right now from a shipping standpoint. Should we be looking at those kind of things? Should we be looking at other things?
I do think that over time, there are certainly things that Congress could do. I think in the near term, really it's down to the private sector and, the supply chains and things like that, getting untangled, getting fixed, and it's down to us doing our jobs with our tools. But I would agree, though, that, we need more labor supply. We need more semiconductors and things like that. We clearly, you mentioned trucking. We're short workers right now in a way that we had a shock to participation that's much larger than in any other country, and there must be ways to address that. Although it's some of that is voluntary, clearly on the part of people who've decided to retire and things like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Shelby is recognized from Alabama.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman Powell, welcome again to the committee. You spent a lot of time with us here. You're the chairman of the Federal Reserve. We have this hearing now before the United States Senate Banking Committee, but millions of people around the world are watching this hearing and watching what you say and also what you do at the Fed. Let's talk some more about price stability, because I think that's so important. We know what the term is, but to the average person, just explain what you mean by price stability, which is a mandate of the Congress gives the Fed.
So we think of price stability as having inflation that is 2%, right around 2%, but it may be a clear way.
Stable prices, stable everything, right?
Yes, but really what it means is that people can go about their daily lives without thinking much about inflation. It comes down to that, and that it's just not an important consideration for people living their lives, taking out mortgages, putting their kids through school, or for businesses that are borrowing and things like that.
It affects everybody in the economy just about.
It does,
and one way or the other.
And when inflation goes up, you're seeing this now, real wages, really, what matters is whether your wages are going up more or less than inflation. And for the most part, real wages are declining, but not for everybody. I think at the bottom end of the wage spectrum, real wages have actually been increasing. And that's why we need to get inflation under control.
It's going to be harder to get it under control once it's rampant than it would be when it starts out. My question to you is this. We know you have a lot of great, gifted economists at the Federal Reserve that furnish you data on every trend on prices and price that would tend, dealing with inflation, price stability in the world, and how it affects us here, everybody. The Fed obviously missed the trends there. Was it a question of not having the right data? Or was it a question of ignoring the data you had? Because a lot of private, I wouldn't say all, but a lot of private economists predicted where we're going on this inflation, and they were spot on 2 years ago. Was it a question of, again, you didn't have the data, which you should have, or you misjudged the data or ignored the data?
No, it was not about data at all. This is really what it was about. When inflation really just about barely a year ago, in March of last year, started to move up quickly, central banks and macroeconomists really overwhelmingly looked at that as like a supply shock, like an oil shock. And what the textbook says is the shock's going to come and it's going to go, and you shouldn't react to it. And so we looked at it that way. And I would say by the middle of last year, we started to move away from it, and we moved away from it at an increasing rate of speed. Hindsight says we should have moved earlier, and that turned out to be wrong. Not maybe conceptually wrong, but it's just taking so much longer for the supply side to heal than we thought. So in hindsight, you certainly wouldn't have done that. But I think we were there really is no precedent for this. We looked at it the way it was. There were certainly some voices, and they've turned out to be right so far. Ultimately, we think the supply side will improve, and that'll help with inflation. In the meantime, we're going to use our tools, and we're going to get this done.
About 40 years ago or more, we had rampant inflation in the U.S. We had a chairman, Dr. Volcker, who was chairman of the Fed, and he was maligned for a little while by people, but praised later. But he brought the leadership to the Fed and to the country that we had to squeeze inflation out at all costs, just about. And a lot of it was draconian. You have to do it. Is the leadership at the Fed under you and the Fed prepared to do what it takes to get inflation under control and protect price stability?
Well, let me say I knew Paul Volcker. I'm pretty sure I saw him testify in this room many years ago. I think he was one of the great public servants of the era, the greatest economic public servant of the era. And I hope history will record that the answer to your question is yes.
So you're prepared to do what it takes without any reservation to protect price stability?
Yes.
That would be a departure of what you've done. Thank you very much.
Senator Menendez from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Biden administration, in coordination with U.S. allies around the world, has placed historic sanctions on Russia in response to the invasion of Ukraine. In particular, sanctions on the Russian central bank, cutting off its access to international reserves, I believe will have a powerful effect on Putin and the elites who have reaped the benefits of his repressive regime. Sanctions are one of our most important foreign policy tools, but it isn't always easy to understand just how effective they can be. So, Chairman Powell, can you explain in layman terms the effect of sanctions imposed on the Russian central bank?
Sure. I should start, though, by saying that everyone should know that we don't implement sanctions. Those are really the province of the elected government and the Treasury Department. All we do is we're sort of there in the background to
I understand.
Technical backstop and that kind of thing.
I just want to use your expertise for.
Sure. So what the central bank does is different currencies in different countries are traded all day long and in some cases all night long around the globe. And the value of those currencies really matters for people when they're trying to buy something. For example, if you're trying to buy an American car or American radio or an Apple iPhone, it'll be priced in dollars. So the ruble weakened dramatically through this, which is the Russian currency. And what those sanctions do is make it very difficult for the central bank of Russia to do its job, which is to support the ruble on behalf of the government. And it's because the sort of resources that it had to support the ruble were tied up in a way that made it difficult for them to do that. That's part of it.
Yeah, and those sanctions means that Putin can access hundreds of millions in international reserves that he could use to continue to fund his war effort. Is that correct?
Well, yes, yes.
Yeah. Let me ask you this. As the economy continues to recover, we've had a lot of conversation here about managing inflation as a key challenge. The first step to do so, in my mind, is to confirm the 5 highly qualified nominees President Biden has selected for the Federal Reserve Board, including yourself. And I hope our Republican colleagues will allow us to do that soon. The next and more challenging step is to address the supply crisis that is driving up much of this inflation. Can you give us a brief update on how persistent supply chain issues are disrupting the recovery and contributing to inflation?
Sure. So a lot of the inflation we're seeing is coming from imported goods or manufactured goods that contain imported content, and the price of shipping, for example, internationally has gone up quite a lot, and there are long delays, and the ports are full because demand is really so high. It's a demand problem as well as a supply problem, and we've been feeling very small amounts of progress on that. I have to say, one of the a little bit unexpected byproducts of the Ukraine war is it's looking like supply chains. It's not going to help at all with supply chains because ships are not being offloaded and things like that. So there are unanticipated or unexpected effects of what we're doing, which isn't to say we shouldn't do them. So we can't. This is not something we have any expertise in fixing, but we've been waiting for that to happen. And it hasn't happened. We haven't seen much relief on the supply side. The other thing is the supply of labor. Demand, there's no problem with labor demand. We have really the ratio of job openings to unemployed is at the highest, by far the highest level it's ever been, more than 1.7 open jobs per unemployed person. So we have a labor supply problem. We think that getting past the pandemic will really help with that. And of course, higher wages should help bring people into.
So would strengthening supply chains and resolving bottlenecks help to combat inflation in the long term?
Certainly in the near term, it would. I would think it would be certainly a good thing.
We passed the Strategic Competition and Innovation Act last May, and the House now has its own provisions. I'm looking forward to a reconciliation of that because that would address bottlenecks, strengthen our supply chains and going forward, including funding to boost domestic production of semiconductors and my supply chain database provision as well. Finally, you just mentioned labor. We're facing a dire labor shortage across the country, which is holding back our economy. The Fed's monetary policy report from last week noted that, quote, labor supply has been slow to rebound even as labor demand has been remarkably strong. There are currently 11 million job openings nationwide. Immigrants are ready and willing to fill many of those jobs. Would you say that if we had a process in which we could bring those immigrants out of the shadows into the light, have them go through a process, criminal background check, and make sure they paid their taxes, that the role of immigrants in mitigating the current labor shortage and rising inflation would be a significant one?
Saying that we don't do immigration policy, as an arithmetic fact, the immigration has been much lower and accounts for a meaningful part of the labor shortfall.
And that's why leading business groups agree with you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Senator Crapo from Idaho joins us from his office.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and Chair Powell, thank you for being with us today. I wanted to start first by following up on some of the line of questioning that Senator Toomey raised. Just a couple of quick questions in terms of the ability to manage the Fed and its ability to operate right now. It is correct that you were recently named by the Federal Reserve Board as the chairman pro tem, pending the handling of your nomination. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that capacity, you have the full ability to chair the board while we wait for the handling of your nomination. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
I want to make it very clear. I hope that we handle your nomination soon, and I intend to vote in support of it. But I just wanted to also make it clear that you are fully functioning as the chair now, as in the capacity of chair pro tem. And it's also correct that you were named in January by the Federal Reserve Board as the chairman of the FOMC. That's correct also?
Actually, I was elected by the FOMC to be chair.
Oh,
of
you
the
were elected
FOMC.
by the FOMC.
Yes.
All right, good. And let me move on to just one other aspect of it. You've already discussed the dual mandate of the Fed today, the low and stable inflation rate and maximum employment. Disturbingly to me, there are some who are suggesting that the Federal Reserve should, in addition to that, or even to claim it as a part of that, that the Federal Reserve should stop so-called suboptimal industries from having access to capital, either to restrict their access to capital or to deprive their access to capital. Do you believe that any kind of standard such as that should be something that the Federal Reserve Board should pursue in its supervisory capacity?
No, I do not.
All right, I appreciate that because this is a disturbing trend that has come in a number of different contexts over the last few years. And the notion that we should utilize our federal regulatory and supervision authorities to decide which industries are optimal and restrict those that we don't like politically from access to capital is a very alarming idea that I think America should reject quickly. Finally, I just have one more question. Obviously, with related to Ukraine and the issue of oil and energy markets has come to the forefront as a result of a number of different aspects, whether it's sanction questions or whether it is simply the issues of depriving Russia access to the utilization of Nord Stream and many other aspects. Do you expect that the strains on the oil or energy markets that we will see coming out of this war will act to push inflation even higher, or will act as an impediment to our ability to get inflation under control?
In the near term, and we already see this, oil prices are up, substantially from where they were 2 months, 3 months ago, and that will get into gasoline prices and other fuel prices, and that will show up in higher inflation. The question really is what will be the extent of those, and even more important, what will be their persistence? So typically with an oil spike, prices go up and they either stay at that level or they go down. In either of those cases, they add to the price level, but not to inflation. It's really, the concern though is there's already a lot of upward inflation pressure, and additional inflation pressure does probably raise at the margin the risk that inflation expectations will start to react in a way that is negative for controlling inflation.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Crapo. Senator Warner from Virginia is recognized from his office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, it's great to see you, at least remotely. I want to pick up where or at least point out, because I want to move to Ukraine, where my friend Senator Crapo raised some of the issues. It is obviously the responsibility of the Fed, as we're looking at the economy, to evaluate systemic risk to the economy, is it not?
Yes.
Thank you. And you and others have testified that whether we call it climate change, sea level rise, dramatic changes in weather that brings about flooding, storms, name it, that is appropriate for review. And while obviously the terminology of designating a particular industry, I agree, shouldn't be, but the systemic risk, I think, are critically important, and I appreciate the fact that you've recognized that. And I think we need to continue to recognize that. We live through that literally, if we look at the number of natural disasters, from fires in the West to floods in my state or floods in the South. It is here to stay. I want to talk about Chair of the Intel Committee, and very, very concerned about what's happening in Ukraine. Very proud of the fact that the administration has worked in concert with our European allies rather than acting solo. And I was 11 days ago in Munich, and if you would have told me 11 days later that the Europeans would have used SWIFT, shut down Nord Stream 2, Germany would change its complete position on funding arms, Sweden, Finland, we would have sanctioned Putin. I think all terribly important to have a Western response to this aggression. On the SWIFT issue, I think it's good. I do think we need to get our European allies as well to sanction some of the smaller banks as we have. I think we also need to look at non-SWIFT abilities of transfer. And I am concerned that the chairman and Senator Warren and Senator Reid and I have are very concerned about some of the leakage that could be taking place through cryptocurrencies. I think there is a great deal of value in ultimately digital-based currencies. But the concern I have is that crypto exchanges, DeFi, I mean, there's a stat I got the other day that I thought was very impressive. 7,000 stocks on our public markets, 17,000 different crypto tokens on crypto exchanges, literally 1 million crypto tokens being developed in decentralized finance. And I know this is not directly, this is more Secretary Yellen's purview, but you and the Fed have gained a lot of expertise in this space. Do you see the possibility, at least, of Putin or his oligarchs using digital payments and other alternative payment methodology to avoid these sanctions, in a sense, to transfer their assets out, since we've been able to kind of clamp down within traditional banking realm?
So you're right. This is right in the heart of what Secretary Yellen is working on. I believe she actually addressed this yesterday in some public remarks. And I'm not privy to any private information about this. You are reading about it. I saw that crypto transactions are spiking in Ukraine and in Russia. I think it really underscores the need to have a strong regulatory regime that permits appropriate activity, but that prevents inappropriate activity. And we do have laws on the books and all that, but I think for digital finance generally, we need a legal framework that would really take away as much as possible of the possibility that people could use unbacked cryptocurrencies as a way to evade the law or to finance terrorism and hide their ill-gotten gains and things like that. I think it's very important.
And again, I appreciate the fact that the Fed has, I think, both expertise-wise ramped up in this space. I do think, the notion of the United States having a digital currency when we see the challenges around the digital yuan from China. But I do think the amount of capital flows that are going into this area, non-banked in many ways, there is not that kind of clear regulatory overview. It's something we need to look about. And I think as an independent source, we're going to need to continue to draw upon not only yours, but the enormous resources you've got at the Fed to at least follow the capital flows. And I am gravely concerned that Putin and his oligarchs may use this escape valve to escape these sanctions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Warren. Senator Scott from South Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chair Powell, for investing the time with us. We've seen you a lot lately, and I think it's important that we continue to have the conversation in public about the priorities of the Fed. And one of the concerns that I have, I think both Senator Toomey and Senator Crapel have discussed the importance of the Fed staying on mission, not looking for ways to expand the mission, looking at nominees like Ms. Raskin's approach in public statements as it relates to the environmental responsibilities that the Fed should take on. I am completely, unequivocally opposed to that direction. I know that there's a lot of attention being paid these days to ESG. I think that is a bad direction for the Fed. I think the Fed should focus its attention on its primary responsibilities and frankly not even get involved in congressional matters. I know that Senator Tester had some important questions to the wrong person about truckers. I think if we were going to have a long, serious debate about your opinion on what Congress should do to help truckers, we would start back in the Obama administration and look at the hours of service that curtailed the number of available truckers that we have and the amount of time that they could spend on the roads. So there's a lot of things that the Fed shouldn't do. The one thing that we want you to continue to do is to focus on the impact that our everyday folks like in Abbeville, South Carolina, or in Anderson, South Carolina, are feeling the pressure from the inflationary effects of this economy. And we can't tie that to Russia or conflict. We can just tie that to bad decisions by Democrats and the Biden administration when on day one you cut off the Keystone XL pipeline, which could have pumped 800,000 barrels a day, and we are dependent on Russian oil at 600,000 barrels a day. The inflationary impact that South Carolinians have felt since December of 2020, where prices were $1.99 and now they're $3.40. I think about the seniors who are trapped in too much month and too little money. And I think to myself that too many folks on fixed incomes throughout this country, and specifically in South Carolina, are having to make decisions about rationing medicine, rationing food, rationing energy, whether it's in your car or at your home. This is a crisis. I love to hear that our wages are up 4 or 5%, but inflation's up 7.5%. So the net effect is that the invisible tax that we refer to here in Washington as inflation is eroding, degrading the spending power of everyday Americans, and they are not gullible. They know exactly what has changed. And anytime you put fuel on a fire, you should expect it to get hotter. And our economy reflects that same direction. And those are concerns that I have. And I know that yesterday you spoke at length about how the Fed policymakers are working to game out a variety of policy scenarios to grapple with the uncertain economic risks posed by the ongoing geopolitical turmoil while simultaneously working to curb still rising prices. And I think that is an important and incredible balance that you will be in charge of. And I'm frankly didn't vote for you the first time. I'm voting for you this time because I think that you've proven that you have kept your eye on the ball, and it's necessary for folks in my state and around this country. I would love for you to spend my 90 seconds left. Talk to me about the gaming out of scenarios that the Fed is going through so that the average person in our country can appreciate the depth that you are, the depth of knowledge and the time that you're investing in helping us understand the scenarios that could happen.
Sure. So we have tools to bring inflation down, and they work by raising interest rates. We do that over time, and what that does is it increases mortgage rates, but just at the margin, and the same thing with the car loans and things like that. And ultimately, that slows down demand, ideally in a way that comes to a gradual halt, and economic activity continues. So that's what we're trying to do here. Right now, we need to move away from very low interest rates. They're not appropriate for the current situation in the economy. The economy is very strong. Unemployment is low, wages are going up, the labor market is quite healthy, and inflation is all too high. So we're responsible, we're accountable for inflation, and we're going to use our tools to bring it down.
May I have it one more time, Chairman? I know this is your committee. Thank you, sir. Very kind. So question for you. As you think about the next meeting when you discuss the interest rate increases, are there increments that you would consider, not foreshadowing your decision, but the incremental increases that you think would bring the spending and the inflation down while not over challenging the economy?
Yeah, so as I mentioned yesterday, my thinking at this time, which is a very, very sensitive time in markets and in the world because of what we're seeing happening in Ukraine, and we don't know the economic implications of that, I said that I would be recommending and supporting a 0.25% interest rate increase at our March meeting, which is 2 weeks from yesterday. So, but I also said that if we don't see inflation behaving as we expect it to behave, which is to peak and begin to come down, if we see inflation behaving in ways not consistent with that, then we're prepared to raise by more than that amount in a meeting or meetings.
Very good. I would simply say as I call them, the kitchen table economists all across the country, typically moms making hard decisions on rationing, the amount of resources that they have and the priorities that they have. I think it's really important for us to make as clear as possible and as simple as possible their understanding and appreciation for what's happening when you're trying to run a very strong and heavy load at home and you have a full-time job. I think what we can do to talk in a way that makes it easy for us to digest at home, we are doing our public, the average person in our country, a lot of good to understand what we're trying to explain. Thank you.
Senator Warren from Massachusetts is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Right now, our country is trying to enforce strong sanctions against Russia, weather the political economic fallout of the Ukraine crisis, and address the pandemic-related inflation and corporate price gouging that's hurting American families. Much is at stake for our country. But Republicans on this committee refuse to show up and vote on 5 nominees to the Fed. They refuse to do their job. This is shameful and it is risky. Any Republican talking today about the risks facing our economy should be willing to show up and vote on Fed nominees. So let's talk about one of those risks, Mr. Chairman. As Russia has invaded Ukraine, the centerpiece of the U.S. response is economic sanctions. The U.S. and its allies have rolled out some of the strongest economic sanctions in history, severely restricting Russia's access to the global financial system by sanctioning the biggest banks and companies, by kicking Russian banks out of SWIFT, the international payments messaging system, and by freezing the Russian central bank's foreign reserves. Now, these sanctions are powerful, but Russia can dodge some of this pain by using the same cryptocurrency tools that are currently used by drug traffickers, cyber criminals, and tax cheats. I'll pick one example here. We've all become familiar with ransomware, where a cyber criminal infects someone's computer system, locks it up, then demands payment in order to unlock the system. And how do they get paid? Through unregulated cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. Chair Powell, do you know who cybersecurity experts say is the world leader in ransomware attacks and in getting paid through cryptocurrencies that allow them to obscure and hide their trails?
I could guess, but I
You want to make a guess here? Based on what we're talking about today, it's Russia. You know, if you listen to our own national security agencies, the answer is Russia. And that's why when President Biden held an international summit last year to fight ransomware, Russia, the biggest source of the problem, was intentionally not invited. According to one estimate by the blockchain analysis company, Chainalysis, Russia-linked actors collected nearly 3/4 of all ransomware revenue in the world last year. And hundreds of millions of crypto dollars are collected in Moscow each quarter. As much as half of those come from illicit crypto wallet addresses. Russia is the world's expert on moving money outside legal channels. So, Chair Powell, obviously, you do not administer sanctions, but you are an expert on the international financial system. So I just want to take a look at this. Are other countries currently using cryptocurrencies to evade sanctions? I'm thinking here of North Korea, Iran, Venezuela.
Honestly, it's not something we're responsible for. I mean, I have read it. I've read publicly that those things have happened, though, yes.
Well, the Treasury Department, the Department of Justice, the United Nations, and the IMF all say that the answer is yes. Crypto takes the sting out of sanctions. And in fact, the Treasury Department warned last year that crypto could undermine our sanctions regime. Theoretically, the crypto industry is supposed to enforce sanctions as well. So let me ask, Chair Powell, is the crypto industry enforcing sanctions right now?
So what I've read, again, this is really for the Treasury Department, but I've read the same things you have and that you had in your letter, which is some reluctance expressed on the part of the crypto industry to do that.
All right. They are supposed to, but the problem is they haven't been doing a very good job. Just read the Treasury Department's sanctions review or the UN reports on sanctions compliance. We know that many crypto exchanges and wallets are not collecting information about the identities of their customers, are not screening their platforms for illicit activity, and are not reporting sanctions violations. Heck, this is how North Korea has been able to move money around and finance its illegal missile programs. Here's the thing. The whole point of crypto is that it allows someone to conduct financial transactions without having to go through the traditional banking system or traditional financial intermediaries. Right now, millions of transactions are taking place that are completely unregulated with no one verifying who gets what. And that means that while sanctions can make it very difficult for Russian companies, political leaders, and billionaires to move money around in the traditional financial system, there is another shadow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are live. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. As you can see, this hearing today is going sideways to the downside here. Bears are in full control right now. We do have support still / resistance at 435. So keep that in mind. But we're going down here today. The Senate is in control of this hearing today. Yesterday was the House, so you seeing the difference. Yesterday was bullish House. Today, Bears Senate. Then keep in mind they don't like Biden. Senate don't like Biden. Really, House like Biden. Really, Powell and them cool. House, Senate not really cool with Powell. So yeah, that's just kind of what it is right now. But keep in mind, though, we are selling off here right now. The market is down. The leader to the downside right now is Amazon, down about $46 here. Tesla's right behind them at $26. Ladies and gentlemen, but if you have time on plays, you are fine right now. Not too much selling pressure here, but just a little slight in-range sell-off here. Let's tune back in. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, ladies and gentlemen.
We think of the interest rate as the active tool of monetary policy, and we think of the balance sheet as something we do really in urgent situations. We buy assets, and that tends to drive down long-term rates. So what we're very much about to do, and we're going to do this over the course of this year, is both raise interest rates, and we're going to begin to allow the balance sheet to shrink and run off. As the balance sheet shrinks, it really depends on what, the securities are maturing is what's happening. And Treasury, on the other side of the wall, Treasury is deciding what to issue. So they issue long, short, in the middle. That's what they do. So, but basically, and that will have an effect on the yield curve and on financial conditions. But those are decisions that Treasury makes. But the way we do it, though, to answer your question, is we want to decide a path for the balance sheet, and then we want to let it go in the background and have the interest rate tool meeting to meeting be the active policy tool. I hope that's responsive.
And what's the different consequence between altering the balance sheet and altering interest rates?
For the shape of the yield curve?
Yeah, what happens differently in the economy as a result of doing one or the other? Or is there a reason what's the reason to do them together?
Well, we use the tools when we're using them actively, cutting interest rates and buying assets, buying longer term assets. We're trying to provide support for the economy. The interest rates affect shorter term rates. They actually, more than they affect longer term rates. Quantitative easing affects longer term rates, and those are important in the economy. When you turn it around, really, as I tried to explain, we shrink the size of the balance sheet, but really, for example, if Treasury were to issue only long bonds, well, that would drive up rates, and that would tend to tilt the yield curve up. But that's a question for Treasury, the issuance question.
And I'm trying to understand while you're trying to explain, and the fault probably lies with me, but is there in regard to interest rates, long-term, short-term, does it matter which of those tools you use? And is there a consequence different to an American industry, a sector of our economy as a result of the machinations between those two tools?
Not really. Again, our interest rate is an overnight interest rate, right? And so when we change it, it will affect asset prices all the way out the curve. It'll affect equity prices and things like that. But ultimately, if you're at the zero lower bound and you can't cut anymore, then you're in one sense you could be out of tools. And so actually Milton Friedman was one of the first to talk about this many years ago with respect to Japan. You can always affect longer term interest rates by buying sovereign debt and so that tends to bring down longer term rates. They all matter for the economy to the extent you borrow long. If you're someone who likes to borrow very long, like investment grade companies, then your rates will go down for 30-year lending. Most people, the short end is more important.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not going to ask you about energy policy, but let me ask what percentage or what's the quantification of how inflation is related to energy prices?
So energy inflation is when we talk about core inflation, we exclude inflation from energy and food prices because those are quite volatile. So right now, I guess if you look at the way we look at it, core PCE is about 5, in the range of 5, and energy inflation and food inflation, you put it on top of that, is in the high 6s. So it's close to a couple of percent, I believe.
And just in my last 14 seconds, a highlight. I always worry about farmers and ranchers, small towns, community banks, lenders to those farmers and ranchers. Interest rates and energy prices combined have a huge consequence to those who feed and clothe and provide energy to us and the world. And decisions that you make have perhaps an exacerbated consequence to somebody who borrows significant amounts of money to put seed in the ground at a time in which fertilizer costs, diesel fuel is extremely high. Every input farmer faces today is here while commodity prices have risen, and they've not risen sufficiently to overcome the cost of production.
So we're very much aware of that. Some of this shock is going to be very tough for agricultural companies, and that's something we'll be monitoring. We don't have the tools to deal with that very well, but that's clearly a risk.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Senator Smith from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much, Chair Powell. It's wonderful to see you again. And I really appreciate the questions that Senator Moran is asking about kind of how this actually works, the mechanics of the economics of this, because the impacts of interest rates, the interest rates are the tool that the Fed has to address inflation. But in a world where the causes of inflation are so complex, it can have a tool with other impacts that you don't necessarily anticipate, or you can anticipate it, but you can't control for that. So I want to come back to that because I'm very much thinking about this in the context of.
All right, now ladies and gentlemen, be cautious here. The market isn't at the bottom right now. The spot just hit 433.85. Ladies and gentlemen, Tesla's now 30 here now. We're picking up a little higher red here right now. It's getting back to that stage here. Bears winning here. Bears in control right now, ladies and gentlemen. Bulls left here. They sold yesterday. So keep that in mind here. We are at the bottom here. I'm not seeing no bulls buy any type of dip here today, ladies and gentlemen. They are selling every dip here today. And it has been, almost 2 hours here. It's 11:16 a.m. We're approaching Euro close as well, so stay tuned to that. We got about 15 minutes left for that here. So looks like they did a little topsy-turvy here today and yesterday. But if you know the rules here, you know the nature of this business, you know what's going on right now. So nothing, like I said, really to be panicking about. Really nothing to be doing either as far as this selling pressure right here that's in the market. Same spot in the selling pressure though. I'm noticing here as yesterday. Got here yesterday, you guys remember, and it bounced high. So just want to just stay cautious here. You just really never know. They might be done with it here. This could be the bottom. Could get lower here at this point. We don't know. Pay attention. Stay cautious.
As a country, if we were to invest in making childcare more affordable, more accessible, what impact would that have on the overall economic conditions of this country and this workforce challenge that we have? And I want to try to understand the interplay between that and inflation and how this all comes together.
It would of course depend on the design of the program and how well executed it was and that kind of thing. But there is research. So labor economists have, including one of our own Reserve Bank presidents, have written and done research on this and looked at other countries, try to control for other factors, but look to see whether child care that can be afforded or is free contributes to labor force participation among women and have come back with positive results on that. So, and that does make sense. So it's intuitive, I think, but that's what the research tends to show.
Right. And so public investment, if we decided, which I think we should, but if we were to decide to make a public investment in making childcare more affordable, that wouldn't contribute to inflation, would it?
I mean, I think if to the extent it got people back in the workforce and got them working, it would help over time. It would help relieve the labor shortage and things like that. So there would be positive.
That's the way it seems to me too. That if one of the contributors, if you have more people working, you're going to be addressing the workforce challenges. And of course, I think it's a good thing that wages are going up. And I think that that's part of what's happening in the economy is the relative power of employers versus workers is shifted so that workers have more power and they're shifting jobs if they can get better salaries, get better wages in other places. And, that might be contributing to rising wages, but it's generally, I think, a good thing. What is the impact if the Fed, assuming the Fed does what it's planning on doing and raising interest rates, what impact does that have on the workforce shortage, if any? I mean, what's that interplay look like?
Well, we can't, again, our tools don't really go very much to supply. They go to demand. So right now we have substantial excess demand, as I mentioned, and I think the first 15 pages of our report are actually a really good summary of the labor market, inflation, and supply chains. I would do that commercial. But you have more than 1.7 job openings per unemployed person. And that's an overheated labor market. And, the level of quits is at its all-time high, the level of job openings. So there seems to me there's a lot that we could do to gradually bring demand back down to where demand and supply are more, in sync and, without risking damage to of the kind you're talking about.
So raising interest rates would cause companies to cut back. They're not going to have as many job openings.
Yes, I mean, it slows economic activity across the economy gradually because higher borrowing costs, people, mortgage rates will go up, the rates for car loans, all of those rates that affect consumers' buying decisions, and they, with a lag, it will tend to slow down
job creation.
In addition, it has effects through wealth effects because housing prices won't go up as much and equity prices won't go up as much, and so people will spend less. And what we hope to achieve is bringing the economy to a level where demand and supply are in sync.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that I'm just thinking about what President Biden said on at the State of the Union, which is that as we grapple with this problem, what we want to do is we want to lower costs, not lower wages. And so I think this is just part of the dynamic that we're all trying to figure out here. Thank you so much for being with us, Chair Powell.
Thanks, Senator Smith. Senator Daines of Montana is recognized.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman Powell, good to have you back here. Everybody's talking about inflation as we're sitting here today. It's raging in my home state of Montana. The 40-year high of 7.5% in January. Core inflation rose.
Oh, okay. I'm reading your comments now, bro. I'm sitting here. I'm still texting you and shit. I'm about to read your comments on the channel, bro. My bad. Some good news though right here, man. Some stuff you want to hear, man. Things you want to hear. But yeah, you're swinging these puts as long as they stay under the 200 for sure, bro. Nothing wrong with that right there. Just know, be cautious in that 435 area, man. That is support there, though. Don't get it twisted, though. Might be resistance still right now, but that 435 level, I've seen it be support for a while. So just don't get it twisted, bro. Be cautious, man. Name of the game is book profits. That's what you want to do, ladies and gentlemen. They're not going to tank it. Market ain't going to tank here. If it wanted to tank, it would be lower than this at this point. Volatility really is spiked up, but it's slow. They're really credit spreading us still in our reality and our actual over here. We finally got to see 440 though. I know there will be a retest of that probably within the next 2 or 3 weeks. That might even be the top, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know, but that 440 level, that was like a key area to put on the board there, so that they did that. things have changed here. 433 is looking like strong support, but I know it's really actually 435 here. But 433 was looks like it might have been that first critical, and I think 430 would have been that second critical. 426 is your final critical on the SPY to say the market can tank. But as of right now, you know, I really think it's about to like bounce here and consolidate in 435, maybe 433 all day here possibly. But it might pop back here up to VWAP at 437. Yeah, I can see that too. My boy Aaron let me know that too. It's either a break of that or a rejection. Yeah, so that would be the middle. So that's gonna really tell it all. The homie's right there. He's on one. He's name of the game is Book Profits though. I hope you would have tagged there right there at 433.85. Looks like everyone did. But let's tune in back into Powell and see what he's saying here. I am seeing a bounce here on some stocks names here. Nothing too major though. Just a slight little bounce from the bottom. So like I said, ladies and gentlemen, today we're facing resistance and support still here. They're still fighting, ladies and gentlemen. The Bears and Bulls are still fighting. Let's tune back into Powell.
Or $150.
Oh, we got 5 minutes too till the European market closes. Pay attention to there will be a move in the next 30 to 45 minutes, and this will be still live. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD, ladies and gentlemen.
Was in the $75, $80 range, something like that. So, you know, for every $10, and the thing that matters more than anything is how long does it persist for? You can have an oil spike, and if it just comes and goes, prices will go up, but it won't actually affect ongoing inflation. That's really the key thing. But you know, I think I want to say $10 of oil, and I hope I don't get this wrong, is like 2/10, something like that
Of inflation.
Of inflation.
Yeah. How about on economic growth? What's your sense?
It's more like 1/10.
Okay.
These are rules of thumb.
Yeah, and I think these numbers I've quoted here aren't outlandish. I mean, you're seeing how quickly this is moving, how volatile the situation is, and it's, I'm glad you're modeling it, but we're very, very concerned, certainly, as you are, where this might go. I want to talk about the balance sheet, the Fed. The Federal Reserve's balance sheet's nearing $9 trillion, which is more than double where it was before the pandemic. Could you describe how unwinding the balance sheet as a tool to fight inflation compares to raising interest rates? For example, would a $500 billion reduction in the size of the balance sheet equate to a 50 basis point hike in interest rates?
It would be a very crude calculation because we do think the signaling value of QE is a big part of it, and you don't have that when you're having the balance sheet run up. But I don't have that one in my head. You're right though. That's the sign is that it would be tightening policy. We really think of getting the balance sheet on running in the background and shrinking in a predictable way, and we think about the interest rates as the active tool.
Last question. Do you think we could be on the cusp of a wage price spiral, and what factors are you using to make the determination?
So this is obviously that's something we really don't want. It's part of what the big thing we don't want is to have inflation become entrenched and self-perpetuating. And it's a question of inflation psychology really, and having what we call unanchored inflation expectations. And that's why we're moving ahead with our program to raise interest rates and get inflation under control. That is a serious concern and one that we monitor carefully. Again, it will depend on how wage increases have been very high, particularly at the low end. It will depend on whether those are persistent or not.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Dane. Senator Van Hollen of Maryland's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Chairman. I was listening to your testimony, and as you pointed out that you've got a lot of job openings, a lot of vacancies, and you pointed out that there were some common sense measures we could take to address those, including more affordable childcare, so more people could ensure that their kids are in a safe and secure and affordable place while they're at work, and in response to Senator Menendez, allowing people to come out of the shadows in our economy with some immigration reform. And I think those are both common sense measures, as you said, that we should take. You're in a tough position given all the variables we're seeing, right? We're seeing higher economic growth. In fact, you've testified previously that, because of the American Rescue Plan, we have seen much more robust economic and job growth than had been estimated before then. You've got a war in Ukraine, which is putting upward pressure on oil and gas prices, and that in effect, that could also have an impact in slowing down the economy. I was interested in Senator Toomey's line of questioning. I mean, you've got to navigate that. Another variable here, of course, is the possibility of another variant of the coronavirus coming back and wreaking havoc. Isn't that another major unknown that you've got to factor into your decision making?
Yes, yes, it is.
And as you think of that along the common sense lines, doesn't it make sense that we be fully prepared so that there's another variant and outbreak, that we're able to quickly address it, quickly reduce the economic fallout that we witnessed around the original outbreak? Doesn't that also make common sense?
It sounds like it. I'm not sure where I'm going here with it. Sounds like a fiscal proposal, but
well, it's like the other ones that are kind of common sense. I'm not asking you to make a judgment totally within monetary policy or the Fed's domain in that sense, but from an economic perspective, and you have an important role to play there. It seems to me that the more prepared we are to fight a new variant, the better off we will be from an economic perspective, right?
Yes.
I just point that out because we just received a request from the president for a supplemental assistance package to stockpile more antivirals so people could be treated more quickly, to stockpile tests so that we could quickly determine where we had experienced an outbreak, and to stockpile more vaccines, and also to work globally to prevent a new variant from developing. Again, just from an economic perspective, those preparations would make common sense, would they not?
they would. And, variant to variant, the economy has gotten better at dealing with this. The American people have. So I think anything that allows us to continue living our economic lives is a plus.
I appreciate that. I think that we just need to take some practical steps, as you said. Can you just talk a little bit about the assessment that you made regarding the households being in strong financial shape? You mentioned that, and I think it's worth just elaborating on that a little bit, because we have wage income, but we also have the income people received as a result of the American Rescue Plan, right? $1,400 per person, and other emergency assistance we provided. And that has put households overall in strong financial shape. I think those are the words you used. Is that right?
Yes, just as you say, the level of savings even among those at the lower end of the income spectrum is much higher than trend, than it was just continuing the prior trend. So relatively good. The surveys that we undertake, people feel better about their financial situation than they have in a long time.
Right, and again, we've had this back and forth about real wage growth, and I think if you look at people at the lower end of the economic spectrum, you've seen real wage growth, as you indicated. But if you look even overall at all households in terms of their personal income last year, after-tax personal income compared to this year, overall that's improved, right?
Yes, in nominal terms.
No, I'm asking in real terms, actually. Could you get
Personal
back
income.
to?
So there are, it depends on whether you're looking at 1 year or 2 year and which measure you're looking at. But if you're talking about a particular piece of data, I don't have at hand. But I know that, for many, real wages rose in 2020 and in the aggregate declined marginally in 2021.
Yeah, but I'm talking about all the income available to a household.
All
in
income.
real terms. I'm happy to follow up in
That'd be
real
great.
terms, Chairman. Thank you.
I think, Senator Van Hollen, you were in part referring to the child tax credit and assistance that low-income people had, if I
Child tax credit, $1,400 per individual. All those helped in terms of personal household savings in real time, in real terms.
Which is what matters in the quality of life. Senator Kennedy is recognized from Louisiana.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the president has requested that Congress appropriate additional money to fight COVID. Senator Van Hollen just referred to it. Do we have that money?
I feel like I'm getting into fiscal policy here. I really want to leave this to
Yes, sir, but
you
do we have that money?
do we have that money? Well, in the sense of a
Do we
positive
even have
thing.
5% of that money?
I don't know what you mean by have the money. You know,
Do we have to borrow the money?
I think we're running deficits, so I think a lot of spending is on the basis of borrowing.
Right, okay. Let me ask you about the sanctions on Russia's central bank. The West has sanctioned its bank, and you say it is, or some say that it has basically prevented from Russia from using those foreign reserves. Because they're foreign reserves, they're not in Russia. They're in other banks in other countries. Has China joined in that sanction?
No, I don't believe so.
So if China wants to, it could support the ruble, could it not?
In theory, yes.
Okay. Now, does that sanction on the foreign reserves of Russia by the West, does that stop dollars and euros from coming into Russia?
I think other sanctions do. They're not getting any hard currency, and I think a lot of payment in dollars into Russia is coming to a grinding halt.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I should say we're really not responsible for sanctions, as you obviously know.
You're not responsible for climate change either, but that doesn't stop the Federal Reserve or for elementary and secondary education. But that hasn't stopped the Federal Reserve from having an opinion. Not you, but some of your colleagues. Now, the West has said, the president has said, we're going to throw Russia out of the international community and we're going to throw Russia out of the international marketplace. And obviously, we all agree with that. And he sanctioned everything. But he hasn't sanctioned Russia's energy. Europe is going to continue to buy Russian oil and gas, despite the fact that Europe has 1,000 trillion cubic feet of natural gas that it refuses to produce. And America, right now, we're continuing to buy Russian oil. So how are we going to throw Russia out of the international community and global markets if we don't attack their oil?
And that really is a question for the elected government, by the administration and particularly the Treasury
I
Department.
know, but I'm asking your opinion because you're a smart man.
I appreciate that very much, but my opinion is that it's not something I would have an opinion on as Fed chair. It's just we don't do energy policy, we don't do sanctions. We're technical support. We're not the policymaker. So it would be like the Secretary of the Treasury coming in and talking about monetary policy.
Okay, let me take you back to the spring of 2020. Governments shut down the private sector in virtually every country. Markets are panicking. Everybody's looking at you to calm things down. You did. You did. And one of the things you did, aside from the currency swap line that you established, well played. You said we meaning the Federal Reserve, are going to provide capital to American businesses. Okay? And you did. And you kept us going. And I thank you for that. Suppose, though, the Federal Reserve had said at that time, we're going to keep American businesses going and we're going to supply the capital, except we're going to use this opportunity to bankrupt the oil and gas community, the oil and gas sector. Where would we be today if we'd done that?
You'd be very unhappy with me, and appropriately so.
Why is that?
Well,
Because some of your possible new colleagues think we should have done that. Ms. Raskin has talked about that, said we should have taken the opportunity to at that point, to bankrupt oil and gas.
So I don't want to, I don't
I
want to
know.
get into the.
I just thought I'd slip that in. I'm not asking you to comment on Ms. Raskin. Our reserve trust or the other things that we need to get to the bottom of. I'm asking you to tell me what would have happened if we used that opportunity to bankrupt the fossil fuel industry as Ms. Raskin suggested we should.
Well,
strike the Raskin part. That makes you nervous, I can tell.
I just, you know, we're a creature of law. You passed the CARES Act. It didn't say anything about picking and choosing, and we weren't going to do that. We didn't do it.
You think picking and choosing is a bad idea?
I think, you know, we actually have a document I have right here from 2009 where it's sort of our document where we negotiate with the Treasury Department who does what, and it talks about the fact that we don't get into allocating credit. We try to affect broad credit conditions. We don't allocate credit to particular industries. And that's a document that we think is sort of one we live with.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Senator Ossoff from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you for joining us again. Thank you, as always, for your service. Please explain to the committee and to the American public what steps the Fed is taking and expects to take in response to the increase in price level for consumer goods, gas, and groceries.
Well, we are, as I discussed yesterday, we are embarking on a series of rate increases over the course of this year and no doubt beyond. And we're also going to be shrinking the size of our balance sheet as the year goes on. So what those things will do is they will raise interest rates across the economy, and that has the effect of moving demand back down to where it's more aligned with supply and getting inflation back down to a level that we would recognize and that isn't consistent with our mandate of around 2%.
And what considerations will inform you and your team as you determine the rate at which you reduce the value of assets on the Fed's balance sheet?
So the way we think about that is we want to set and this is the meeting we're going to have in 2 weeks. We're going to set a pace at which runoff will happen, subject to caps, so that if there's more runoff, basically when securities mature, we can just not reinvest that money. We can just give that money back to the Treasury Department, and that's what we do up to a certain limit. We like to have caps so that it doesn't, so that it's not volatile and it doesn't affect markets so essentially it's what we think we can do in ways that won't interfere with market function and that will get us back expeditiously to a balance sheet which is the one we need, which is just the right size to implement monetary policy consisting of demand for our liabilities plus a buffer, ample reserves we call it.
We're seeing right now the impact of geopolitical events on markets, a likely impact on the price level, potentially on unemployment, and therefore on your mandate. I'd like to request that you consider providing this committee with a members-only briefing that would cover 2 subjects. The first is how the Federal Intelligence Coordination Office that connects you and your team with the intelligence community performs in ensuring that you and your team are up to date on the latest intelligence that could provide a forewarning of geopolitical events that impact your mandate and financial markets and the U.S. economy. And the second is a briefing on the resilience of your internal systems and the mechanisms of action for monetary policy in the event of a cyber attack or a continuity of government event such that you can continue to do your job even if the nation's information technology or financial infrastructure is degraded or under attack? Will you and your team provide to this committee in a members only or closed or classified setting as necessary that information?
Sure. The second one for sure. I'm not sure there's a lot to really. Well, we can talk about this offline in terms of what there is to talk about. But we're delighted to come up if you want to have us up for a briefing. If the chair and the ranking member want us to come up, we'll come up anytime.
Okay, we will coordinate that with committee leadership and look forward to making that happen. How do you consider the labor participation rate when you think about what it means to fulfill your mandate with respect to employment?
So it's one of the key measures. There are many, many measures that go into determining what is maximum employment. Ultimately, maximum employment is one way to think about it, the highest level that's consistent with price stability. And so at a certain point, labor supply has not increased, and at the pace that everyone expected it to increase at, it's still below, meaningfully below where it ought to be, even based on its trend. Very hard to understand why that is. There's a great discussion of it in the monetary policy report. So we have to, essentially what we do is we make a forecast, and that forecast now amounts to relatively modest additional improvement in labor force participation. We factor that into how tight the labor market will be. That will give us a view on unemployment, on wages, and things like that. And so that's how we do it. And that's the reason it's fairly modest improvements, is that's what we've seen so far.
The chairman's a stickler for time, so I'm just going to get this last question in here. Will you please provide to my office the research that the Fed has conducted, or third-party academic research that you consider credible with respect to the distributional effects of monetary policy over the last 15 years, the quantitative easing programs, the massive increase in the money supply from central banks across the world, how that's impacted the Gini coefficient and other distributional and inequality measures?
Be delighted to.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Haggerty from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member. I appreciate your getting us together today again. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your being here. I'd like to talk a little bit about what Senator Kennedy was just talking about, what Senator Daines touched on with respect to energy. As a candidate, President Biden promised that he would do away with the oil and gas industry here in America if he were elected, and I think that's been one of the campaign promises that he's been very effective at, essentially undertaking a war on that industry, whether it's killing the Keystone XL pipeline permits, whether it is terminating oil and gas leases on federal lands, pressuring asset managers and banks to stop lending, to divest from energy projects. It's been a very extensive effort to decrease American energy production. That's had the effect of costing American jobs. It's had an effect of raising domestic prices for energy. But it's also had an effect, as Senator Kennedy mentioned, of making it extremely difficult for the Biden administration to respond to Russia's invasion of Ukraine, because it makes it very difficult for President Biden to hit Vladimir Putin where it'll really hurt. It makes it difficult to sanction Putin's energy. The reason for that is sanctioning Putin's energy, again, according to the argument that Senator Kennedy eloquently laid out, is going to raise prices for energy around the world, given our dependence on Russian energy and others. We're in a tough spot. And energy touches so many aspects of our economy. I hope I could get your insight in terms of how you look at the trend line for energy prices, Mr. Chairman, and how that's going to affect monetary policy moving forward.
Well, I mean, in the near term, clearly energy prices have gone up, and they may go up further. It depends upon events to come, and that's going to push up inflation. Certainly in the near term, gas prices will go up. We'll see, as I mentioned earlier, there'll be effects on inflation, on growth, on gas prices, and it all comes down to how persistent will they be. If if it's a spike that comes back down, or that it looks like it's coming back down, then that's one thing. If it's persistent, then that's a different thing, and we'll be much more concerned at the latter, and also, frankly, the effect that just another oil price shock would have on general inflation expectations. We'll be watching that very carefully.
I wake up every morning and check futures prices. I'm sure you've got many variables that you watch, and I would Look forward to your insight in terms of what you think are the most informative variables as you think about monetary policy in the long run. I'd like to turn to the Fed's accountability right now. And again, this touches on inflation. I think that the Federal Reserve is in a very difficult situation right now, Mr. Chairman. You and I have talked about it. A lot of the stimulus spending, fiscal policy have made your job very difficult. We've had that discussion in hearings before. But with January CPI print at 7.5%, it really does feel like the Fed's behind the curve right now and may have to take more aggressive actions than otherwise would have been the case. And I saw that the most recent monetary policy report omitted the section on monetary policy rules. And I know those rules aren't intended to be prescriptive there, but they're to consult for contextualization. But it was concerning that they were missing. And again, I think those rules would have indicated that we're behind the curve, that there's more to be done on inflation. And it brought me to think about, how does the Fed think about accountability? How do you think about holding the Fed accountable for managing inflation?
So we'll bring them back for the July thing. Honestly, we sometimes do and sometimes don't. And I would, by the way, I'd recommend look at the Cleveland Fed has really all of the rules, and there's a range of rules, but clearly the median rule is so. But in terms of accountability, it starts with transparency from us in explaining to you. You are the mechanism through which we get our transparency. We deliver transparency and we get our democratic accountability by explaining ourselves in understandable terms to you and by you holding us accountable. And in our system of government, it runs through this committee and the Senate and the House as well. And so we try to be very transparent. We try to be engaged with members and explain and hear your concerns and all those kind of things. Ultimately, it's the bottom line. We both came from the business world. It's what you deliver, and we need to deliver price stability. We're not currently doing that, and we're very highly motivated to get the economy back to a place where we have inflation under control, but also a strong economy and a strong labor market.
I couldn't agree with you more. Accountability and frankly credibility are so important for the Fed. I know the ranking members talked a good deal about mission creep at the Fed, politicization of the Fed. I'll just underscore and associate myself with his remarks there as well in terms of my concern there, because it does get very deep to the credibility of an organization that we're all so dependent upon to be credible, to be transparent as you described, and to accurately telegraph where we're headed as a nation and as the most significant economy in the world. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Hagerty. Senator Cortez Masto, who waited patiently in person, is now, for her turn, is now recognized from her office.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Chairman Powell, for being here. Let me listen until I had to run over to the Natural Resources Committee. But one question I have for you, and I appreciate your candor always. Clearly, the focus is price stability, but we are having challenges right now. Based on what you know now with our economy and the facts before us, do you believe that the Fed should have engaged its monetary tools a year ago instead of waiting till March to engage some of those to address the price instability?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of your question. I apologize. It wasn't.
No, that's okay. Do you believe, and let me know if you can't hear me okay, do you believe that the Federal Reserve, based on what you know now with the facts in the economy, should have engaged their tools to address the price instability a year ago instead of waiting until March?
I don't know about a year ago. I would say this, we thought that the supply side problems would get better faster than this. They haven't. Had we known that they weren't going to get better, then certainly we would have engaged our tools earlier.
Okay. Let me talk about the monetary policy report. You make a strong case that the USA economy is the best in the world. Do you believe that our economy has weathered the COVID-19 pandemic more effectively than other nations?
I think there's quite a lot of evidence to that effect, yes.
Thank you. And I appreciate your consistent focus on leisure and hospitality industries. You well know I talk to you about it all the time, coming from the state of Nevada. Can you speak to the Fed's report that wages in the leisure and hospitality sector are improving quickly?
Yes, I mean, that's an area where we've seen very large wage increases, but still, it's still one of those very much an in-person business, and I guess it's still difficult to hire people, which is, of course, why the wages have gone up so much.
And why do you think that nearly a third of all jobs added to the economy in January were in leisure and hospitality? I'm curious.
I just think that's where the job openings are. That's where, that's still the part of the economy. I don't need to tell you, that's the part of the economy that still has to fully recover.
And thank you. That's what I wanted to hear, because it's true. I see the unemployment rate numbers in my state. The highest unemployment rates are in Southern Nevada, where the hospitality and leisure industry is, and we cannot forget that. And that has been the challenge to our workforce in general and getting people back to work. I know Senator Smith asked you this question, but let me just reiterate this, going back to a full workforce. There are interesting facts in the monetary report, particularly on in the first 73 pages. But there was nothing in the labor force discussion regarding about the importance of women in that labor force. And so I'm assuming you utilize that factor as well. Does the Federal Reserve analyze women's workforce participation?
Oh, yes, very much so. So there's a story there. I don't know why it didn't go into this if it's not in there. But I mean, early on, women bore the brunt of participation and of job loss. But over the course of the pandemic, much of that effect has really reversed. So you're back now to, I was looking at this earlier this week, if you look at the change in participation or unemployment for men and women, it's very hard to see any difference at this point. But that was not the case a year ago, where women, bore the brunt then, but not so much now.
And do you think impact of lack of childcare has impacted and been a barrier for women to get back in the workforce?
Yes, and I think caregiving, if you look at, there's a table, I think on page 11 in our book, that shows who's not participating. Actually, childcare is not so much. Caregiving overall is a big number, but according to this data anyway, childcare as such is no longer big from a macroeconomic standpoint. I know for the people affected, it's big.
Thank you. And then one of the other areas that we've been talking about, the rising prices that we see and that I hear about at home, I see at home. One area, though, is around housing and the focus on how we can reduce costs and the prices for affordable housing. So there is work being done that we have done already, but also that we can still address to increase the housing supply here and incentivize that at the federal level. I'm just curious, would you believe that investments increasing the supply of housing effective in the inflation that we see in the housing market and inflation overall?
So if you're getting into fiscal policy to support affordable housing, that's certainly a worthy and important issue, but really not our doing.
No, just the fact of the supply and demand. If what we're seeing is more of a demand for housing, a lack of supply, and if we are to incentivize that increase in the supply of housing, that should lower costs, that should help address the inflationary.
I think if you create more supply, then you'll get prices going down, pretty much in anything.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Chairman Powell, thank you again. Thank you for all for the committee.
Thanks, Senator Cortez Masto. Senator Tillis from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair Powell, thank you for being here, and thank you again for your long track record of being very accessible when we call, you answer the phone, and I appreciate that. Now, I want to talk briefly. Senator Smith talked about child care in response. I'm paraphrasing. You said it depends on how it be designed and executed. And then you just made a point in response to Senator Cortez Masto that not so much child care, but dependent care. It could be a parent that you're taking care of. It could be a disabled spouse. It could be any number of other instances. I think if we stop talking, well, let me back up and say, do you think that a universal child care flood the zone, even for non-working persons, would be helpful to fixing the problems that you have right now? Like everybody gets it, whether you're going to work or not.
I don't really think, that's really not for me to say. That's a real legislative question to me.
But it's sort of a flooding. I know you can't answer it because there are pending proposals there, but it just seems to me that if we wanted to really stop talking past each other and start talking about policies that make sense, that free people up who have marketable skills or who could go to school and get marketable skills and focus on that segment of the population, that's probably an area where we could get some consensus that would have a positive economic impact on productivity, potentially even revenue, more people working, more businesses prospering. So that's something I think our members should look at versus the some of the positions we've had here where we haven't made any progress, and I think we should. We filed a bill this week, Senator Tester and I have been working on, and I appreciate the chair's support for what we're trying to do for the LIBOR transition. Could you speak to the importance, with all the other things going on here, some members may not be dialed into it and not necessarily think it's important. Could you speak to the importance of getting the LIBOR transition legislation passed, which I understand that you all are in support of in its final form?
Yes, it's very important because there will be some remaining contracts that are not covered by fallback language, and this really is to plug that hole. Very important from a financial stability standpoint. It's good that we're down to this last so-called hard tail, but this is important legislation.
Thank you for that. I hope that we can get it moved forward. In any research or reports that you're getting, economic research or reports, how well, and I know it would vary sector to sector, but how well are small businesses doing right now?
You know, startups of small businesses, I guess every startup is a small business, are really high and have been right through the pandemic. Didn't see that coming, but that's been the case. I think, I remember, seeing that small businesses at the beginning of the pandemic didn't have the resources. We were very, very worried about losing a lot of small businesses through no fault of their own at the beginning of the pandemic, but that really didn't happen. So
some of that likely paycheck protection, other stimulative measures probably had an impact on that. Some of them just figured out how to weather the storm.
Yes, and I just think the overall economy, for what Congress did and what we did, I think the economy recovered so much quicker than we were afraid.
In North Carolina, we're approaching about $90 billion in agriculture product every year. I talked with a farmers group yesterday that are struggling with access to labor and increased cost. Do you think the way that they fix their problems are businesses that are struggling with the cost of inputs up, inflated? They can pass some of that to the consumer, not all of it. But is it your general sense or intuition that most of these small businesses are flush with cash and margins?
I mean, it depends on the sector.
Yeah.
I would think some of them, but it depends on. I think the agricultural businesses are paying big fertilizer costs, and we hear a lot of stress in that sector.
So would it just, I know you're not an economist, but intuitively, do you think just looking certain sectors in the eye and saying cut costs is even a viable option given where we are with inflationary pressures?
I think businesses are always minimizing their costs. But if we're talking about the president's speech,
I think there's a general consensus that any business that's not trying to cut costs so they can increase their margins or pay their employees more, then they're not competent business people. Could you at least agree with that?
I absolutely agree with that. Yeah.
So to suggest that they're not cutting costs right now would suggest that maybe they're not competent. I don't expect you to respond to that, but that's what I infer from the statements from the president. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, sir. Thank you, Senator Hill. Senator Warnock from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Chair Powell, for being here again today. Every day I hear from Georgians who are feeling the pinch of rising costs in their wallets. Wages grew last year, but this growth has not kept pace with rising costs for housing, for gas, for groceries. Georgia families are swimming upstream, and while supply chain disruptions contribute to the problem, they are not the sole cause. 3 global shipping alliances control delivery from the majority of imported goods. 2 companies account for 70% of America's diaper market. And just 4 meat processors control more than 80% of the beef industry. This type of market concentration lowers competition and gives giant companies more power to use inflation as an excuse to raise prices. leaving Georgia families to foot the bill while their executives and investors get richer and richer. This is why I pushed for a federal investigation into apparent price gouging by international cargo carriers. Carriers that have seen as much as 2,000% increase in profit in the midst of a pandemic. Chairman Powell, yes or no, do you agree that more market competition is generally good for the economy and for consumers?
I do.
And that too much market concentration poses a risk that consumers can feel and are feeling, in fact, right now with rising prices.
I think that's an appropriate, concentration is an appropriate subject for the competition authorities.
But does market concentration pose a risk for rising prices, yes or no?
Yes, I wouldn't want to be heard to say though that I think that's the main source of inflation, but it certainly is.
So do you believe there is a role for the Federal Reserve to promote market competition to help ease inflationary pressures?
So we don't, outside of the banking industry, we don't have a role in competition policy as such. We do administer statutes that bear on that, but ultimately, though, our jobs are inflation and maximum employment, as you know very well. The industries that you're talking about and the kind of issues that you're talking about really are for the antitrust people rather than for monetary policy.
Right, but dealing with inflation is part of your mission and your mandate. And if market concentration is contributing to that, doesn't that involve the Fed's mandate?
But we don't have the tools to deal with market concentration, and it's we're supposed to achieve maximum employment and price stability. That's the classic role for the antitrust people at the FTC and the Justice Department and at the state level, rather than for us.
Will you commit to a study on how market concentration has affected the price of consumer goods during the pandemic and share that study with Congress and antitrust enforcers?
So I think I can do better than that, which is we actually have a good amount of research from inside the Fed and from outside the Fed that bears on these questions, and we'll be happy to share that with you right away.
All right. Thank you so much. I look forward to working with you to address the root causes of rising costs for Georgia families, for American families in general. All right. Mr. Chairman, I've got 50 seconds left, but I'm going to defy Baptist preacher gravity. That's the end of my question.
Thank you, Senator Warnock. Senator, follow that advice, Senator Rounds from South Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, thanks for what you do. Appreciate it and appreciate your openness with us. I want to go back and kind of simplify a couple of things if we can a little bit, just in terms of the issues surrounding inflation. I think it's fair to say that if you divide it, one way you could divide it is into two parts, one being the supply side of pressure on inflation, and the second side being the demand side. I think the last time that you were here before this committee, we talked about the fact that the Fed really had the ability to impact the demand side. Fair to say that that's where most of your capabilities are today, or
yes, very much so. Yeah.
In order to do that, and I know that the question is trying to get inflation down to 2% or so. What would you say is of the total amount? Right now we're running 7.5%. How much of that can the Fed actually impact with their policies? What part of it is demand driven versus supply driven in the analysis that you do?
That's a really interesting question. I don't have a precise answer for that. I think it's clearly both, and that's why I would say to get back to 2% inflation, we really do think we're going to need help from the supply side in the form of just the bottlenecks and shortages and all that being alleviated as well.
When you make a determination as to the tools that are available to you, in particular, primarily raising in the basic interest rates that are available to you right now, how much of that inflation do you think you can impact using the tools that you've got right now? What I'm pointing is, it seems to me that if we decided that the tools that you have are available to fix all of inflation, we put you in a really tough spot, and we may very well go way overboard on the amount of interest increases and not be able to actually impact a significant part of the inflation itself. A fair concern to have?
Yeah, so I think we need to bear in mind, and we will keep in mind, that some of this is because of very strong demand meeting a limited supply, an inflexible supply. Cars is a great example. Ordinarily, if there's demand for cars, a lot of demand, the car makers go, this is great, we'll make more cars and we'll raise the prices too. If you can't make more cars without more semiconductors, right? You can only make the amount that you're making. And so what happens is it all goes into higher prices. So, we can lower car demand by raising rates, and we'll do that. But ultimately, we need more semiconductors so that there can be more cars as well to really get back to 2% inflation.
Fuel costs have got up in some cases 40% in the last year, though. You can't really impact.
No, we can't.
That portion of it.
No. Well, I mean, we can impact demand, but really these prices are set at the global level, by and large, and so it's really we can't affect it.
The section of the monetary policy report on our debt and deficit explains that due to the extreme federal spending, the federal deficit surged by 15% of nominal GDP in 2020, and federal deficits are expected to increase by roughly $5.4 trillion by the end of fiscal year 2030. Federal debt by the public jumped to above 100% of nominal GDP in 2020, the highest debt to GDP ratio since 1947. And it remained there in 2021. If the Fed is slated to raise interest rates potentially more than 5 times this year, the interest on the federal debt will also rise, further ballooning the national debt. What effect does a ballooning national debt have on the economy, and how does the Fed factor that into its forecasting of that portion of the challenge?
But it doesn't have our unsustainable fiscal path doesn't really have a bearing on we work in business cycle limit. That's sort of the time frame we can think about things given our tools and what they do. We are on an unsustainable fiscal path, meaning that the debt is growing faster than the economy. That by definition is unsustainable in the long run. We need to get back to that. But the time to do that is when the economy is strong, and that's
access to Fed master account. Seems unique that it would happen right now with everything else going on with regard to nominations here before us. Would it suggest that the Fed believes that the process has been abused in the past, or is this just an arbitrary determination being made right now? What's the reason for this investigation?
Well, it's just we've had burgeoning. It's really the digital finance and all the new kinds of charters and all of those things, and there's a need for us to, and we took we put a lot of time and thought into to the extent to which we should provide master accounts to fintechs that may or may not have deposit insurance, and it's highly precedential, and we wanted to get it right. So this is we've been thinking about this for a long time, as one of your colleagues knows well, and this is a proposal. It's out for comment, I think, for 45 days, and it gives sort of 3 tiers, and we want to get public feedback on that. But I think it's taken us a while to get to this. There's no magic to the timing, but it's just a reflection of what's going on in the world of digital finance.
Very good. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Senator Reed from Rhode Island's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Chairman Powell, for your great work. And Senator Cortez Masto has raised the issue of housing, and for families all across the country, particularly my home state, Rhode Island, this is one of the biggest forms of inflation they're seeing. It's been reported that housing prices year over year have gone up 20%. Rent nationwide in January rose 14% in 2021, the last numbers we have. But I had school principals in yesterday, and they were commenting about some of their families have to leave a working class community in Rhode Island because they can't afford the housing, and this is in luxury housing, to go into the poor neighborhoods just to have some shelter. And I'm afraid there's another factor that's going to really exacerbate what's going on, and that is private equity and Wall Street have decided that they're going to buy up as many homes as they can. And that disrupts what we assume is the typical housing market for both rental, i.e. Relatively small owners have rental properties in the state. They have a relationship with their tenants. When it comes to homes, you buy a starter house and then you move up and you sell it. And these are families through a realtor selling it. Now we've got the big machines that are just buying up houses, throwing people out. And I think that's something that's going to essentially sneak up on us, like the derivatives crisis and a lot of other crises in the past. But what you're going to do, and in your authority, is address the demand side of the economy. This is really a supply side issue. I would assume you'd agree.
Yes.
But if we do not address it, we will see continued inflation in housing and continued problems, and that's contributing significantly to the overall inflation rate. Is that accurate?
Well, I think in housing, you've got, it's land, labor, lots, materials, and then it's very strong demand. All of those are scarce, and it's very strong demand hitting that, and so that's why you're seeing prices.
Well, now, will the interest rate increases, do you think, affect demand for housing?
I expect they will, yes. Very interest sensitive sector.
Yeah, and so that will, home ownership, in terms of rental housing, that typically, because of the supply shortage, will be passed on to the renter, I would assume.
Yes.
Yeah. So, we have a problem that affects families all through this country, and one of the consequences of what you're going to do is raise prices at least slightly, but we have to deal with it, and that's on the supply side. I know that's not your bailiwick, but we're talking in general terms about inflation, and if we don't get a handle on housing inflation, the American people will still be, and particularly the lower income working families, will be hammered by this. So I hope we can come together on the fiscal side and do something that's appropriate. We are witnessing an extraordinarily disturbing conflict in the Ukraine, and it's going to have repercussions in many different dimensions. I think it will also have repercussions in the financial world, and I hope the Fed is tuning in and watching closely. I think the Chinese are particularly interested in the fact that we've been able to assemble a global coalition to basically shut down the Russian economy, and they will start thinking about how they can avoid that fate if they get into a similar circumstance. They have, I think, a rudimentary SWIFT system, which they might try promoting much more, which could interfere with the system that we have invested. Then cryptocurrency, it will be exploited. I think also too that the whole issue of the dollar as the medium of exchange for the world, which is the key that is really making our sanctions effective. The Chinese again will look very closely as they have in the past. So first, I presume you're going to look at this issue very closely, and second, inform us of what developments, and then third, you might just indicate what you think might happen.
Yes, yes to all of the above. It's you're asking some longer term questions, right? Like the reserve currency and the Chinese messaging system that is like SWIFT. In the near term, those are not going to be big questions in this one particular instance. But in the longer run, I think those things are very much on the table.
And so we will see at some point, and again, not in months, but probably years, movement, particularly by the Chinese, to insulate themselves from the same thing that they're observing in Russia now.
And that's going on now. That's been going on for some time. So this may change the trajectory.
It's an accelerant.
Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Reed. Senator Sinema from Arizona is recognized from her office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to Chair Powell for being here today to speak about these important issues. As you know, over the last 2 years, we've seen the significant impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on our global supply chains for both industrial and consumer goods. While our economy is beginning to recover, we are already seeing the impact that Vladimir Putin's illegal, violent attack on Ukraine will have on the price of oil and gas here at home. I'm supportive of the strong, swift actions the administration has taken to sanction major Russian banks and Russian oligarchs in response to the unprovoked war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. I can believe we can go farther and do more. I'm also mindful of the impact that these sanctions are having and will continue to have on everyday people, not just in Russia and Ukraine, but also here at home. These sanctions can affect the availability and pricing of essential goods for hardworking Arizona families by further disrupting global supply chains. Let me be clear, Arizonans stand with Ukraine in their fight to determine their destiny. We are supportive of the actions taken thus far to hold Russia accountable. And Arizonans are also concerned with the price of groceries and everyday goods, and we're paying too much at the pump right now. So in a global economy, sanctions often involve economic trade-offs. How is the Fed assessing the impact of Russia's illegal war and the U.S. and allied sanctions against Russian banks on the pricing of oil and gas for consumers?
Thank you. So oil and gas prices have been going up really for a couple of months now in anticipation of this, and then they've gone up substantially in the last couple of weeks. And, you know, the really important question for the economy is how long that will persist. The immediate impact will be to raise gas prices and other fuel prices and prices for companies using energy. You know, so inflation will move up. People will feel that, certainly at the gas pump. And also, you know, crudely a little bit, you would expect at least a little bit of you know, lower economic activity due to higher energy prices. But again, it's both the magnitude of that full, you know, and that will really depend on events that haven't happened yet. How big will those increases be? And secondly, how long do they persist? If they are brief and go away, or if just the price of oil stays at a certain level for a while, then the effect on inflation will be temporary. So we'll be watching all of those things, and you know, we run simulations and that sort of thing. That's one of the things we like to do, and so to make ourselves think about the possibilities. Of course, everything is so uncertain. It's just very hard to say where this is going, and I think in that environment we need to move carefully with our policy, and that's what we're planning to do.
How much do you expect these changes in oil and gas prices to affect the availability and pricing of other goods that rely on oil and gas in the U.S.? And do you expect there to be a noticeable impact in the consumer price index?
I think temporarily, you'll see gas prices move up as they do when oil prices go up, and that'll show up in the consumer price index. It'll show up in the headline index. It doesn't show up in the core index, but it shows up in the headline index. And the headline index, of course, is what people are actually paying at any given time. So it will show up.
Does Russia's war in Ukraine change the Fed's thinking about interest rates?
Too early to say. I do think before the invasion, we were planning to raise rates this year. We were planning to make a series of interest rate increases. That is still the case. I think right now, in this very sensitive time where uncertainty is highly elevated and we really don't know which way things are going to go, I think we need to move carefully. But we certainly think it's appropriate for us to go ahead with our plan, and also our plan to shrink the balance sheet. But just knowing that we do not want to add to uncertainty. Our goal is always to promote financial stability and macroeconomic stability, and that means that at times like this, we move carefully, and that's what we'll be doing.
Last question. The sanctions on Russia's central bank are also affecting American companies who have holdings in Russia. So what assessments are the Fed making about the impact of American companies' dealings in Russia, and how could the Fed respond to stabilize the markets if that does become an issue?
So particularly the large financial institutions, but really American businesses generally really do not have major exposures to Russia. And they've gotten less over the years. So we particularly with the big banks, there are some meaningful exposures, but they're not large in the context of the overall institution. So in a sense, the first order effects on the U.S. economy from trade or from investment or from operations on the ground are not going to be large. There can be other effects, those second order effects, and unintended consequences and all that. So we're watching the situation very carefully.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I see my time's expired. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Sinema. Thank you to Senator Powell for joining us today. For senators who wish to submit questions for the hearing record, those questions are due 1 week from today, Thursday, March 10th, close of business. Chair Powell, please submit your responses to questions within the 45 days from the day you receive them. Thank you again for your testimony. The committee's adjourned.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and looks like they concluded that right there, so it's over with, you guys. Wow, man, that really sold the market off here today. Market is down here. We're back to square one, ladies and gentlemen. We are back in the middle here. This can go either way again. Just when they were looking, just when the things, it looks like they were looking good, it turned around on us. So that's just where it's at right now. That's the type of volatility we've been dealing with all year, since really towards the end of last year, man, up until now. But nothing wrong with it, man. When you got time and you got patience, everything gonna be all right, man. Everything gonna be all right. So you just let them battle it out. They'll figure it out. Market will give you a direction. It always does. It always does, ladies and gentlemen. The SPY is trying to fight here back at the middle, though, right now. I don't know if they'll make it. I don't think they'll make it. They tagged it all short here twice. It might be a third retest to get to the middle, you guys. Right now, the Bears have slight momentum here to the downside. Yeah, it's trying to fight back to the middle here. It's back at the high end of like where the middle was, the flush was this morning. So keep that in mind here. All stocks are moving with that here. Apple's only up about 9 cents. Amazon's down 51 now, you guys. So Amazon's below 3,000 here today. As I said, they like to chill a little bit below 3,000. They do that sometimes. They might even take it down another 50 here if they want to. But I think the SPY will have to come down here and retest that 433 level. I don't know if it'll even make it that far here. We are consolidating very slowly here in this support/resistance range right here at 435 on the SPY. All the indices are in the red, ladies and gentlemen. The Dow is down about the Dow's down 20%. The Nasdaq's only down 1.18%. And the S&P 500, ladies and gentlemen, is down 40%. So low reds here. The leader to the downside is the Nasdaq, pretty high red there. May have an effect with the stocks here the most. The Nasdaq being down 1%. So the Dow look like they're low red, and the SP 500 is like mid red there. So we are in the red. The Bears do have momentum here. Like I said, we failed to break back towards the middle on the SPY here. So the Bears are having momentum here. I think the Bears take complete control if they can get a flush back to 430 here by the end of the day. Market did flip though, ladies and gentlemen. Pre-market it was 441.54. We sold off here to 433 is the bottom. Now right here 435 back at that resistance/support level. So it's coming back through here. Triple Q's is selling off too right now with the motion here. The stock's picking up to the downside with it right now. So we're back to that low end. We were here yesterday as well. When the market sold off, but the difference between yesterday and now, it bounced up faster than it did here today. So that's the difference that we're seeing. We are still in the same ranges, ladies and gentlemen. We're actually a little higher from yesterday in the same ranges, but it's just that the fact that it keeps getting rejected here when at these breakout points. That's what's going to bring the market back down here when you repeat the same patterns here over and over. Resistance can knock momentum out of contracts and out of share prices too. Keep that in mind. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is 12:28 p.m. It is officially about to be Wall Street lunch break. LCAOD lunch break as well here. We're going to take a break here today. It looks like, let's see. Yeah, the West Coast trade, all that stuff about to start opening up over there. So, yeah, man, it's about to be a lot of activity here during this little 30-minute lunch break here. Wall Street come back to the market making machines at 1 p.m. So, LCAOD, here we'll be back live with you guys at about maybe an hour, maybe 30 minutes to maybe 1 p.m., maybe 1:30. I don't know. We're going to check, though, during the lunch break to see if we have any briefings going live here. I don't think we do right now. It might be a time everybody just taking a bite to eat, digesting that last Powell testified there. Doesn't look too good here today. He spoke in front of the Senate. Yesterday he spoke in front of the House. It was bullish. Today he spoke in front of the Senate. It was bearish. Keep in mind the Senate is the ones that's not passing the bill. Biden's Build Back Better agenda here. It has nothing to do with Powell. He's not a policymaker, obviously, but they have the cash to, if they do say, let's get it rolling, they're the ones going to get it out here to everybody. So keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. I think the market is going to continue to just stay down here maybe today, possibly, but we do not really know. It's too early to tell, but it is 12:30, ladies and gentlemen. It is officially lunch time, so we'll be back live here. Don't see any briefings right now, so you guys go take a break too, man. Go get you something to eat, get a bite to eat. Go hug your girlfriend if you got one. Go do something, man. Just get away from the screen, jogging place. Go check the mail, get some sunlight on you. It's feeling good today, for real, outside. You want to go do something else right now. Just get the blood flowing, do some jumping jacks, do some sit-ups, but the market is coming down, so expect that during this lunch break here too. It might get brought back up to VWAP. We don't know here. It's either going to be 433 or 437 at this point, ladies and gentlemen. This is the middle right here, so we're going to see when we get back from lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your lunch. We'll be back.
Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, yeah. Stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. Stuntin' hard, living lavish with my wife. Then I showed her my business life. Then she said, wow, you're full of life. Now she really knows we can ball all night. Swish. She hopped up in the car, said let's go for a ride. Zoom zoom. She said park over there, she finna ride. I told her ride, said she motherfucking tired. She said she gon' ride till the pussy baptized. She wet. Now I'm in that pussy slip and slide. I'm on top, we eye to eye. Finna switch positions, hit her from the side. Smack that ass, turn her on, kiss her in her thighs. I like that pussy sweet like plies. Fuck me good, baby girl, get a prize. What you want? I'm a great listener, don't be surprised. See your girlfriends, they ain't got a cosign. You in good hands, rich life have no problems. Rich life, Rich life, made it from the bottom. Rich life, but I took some losses. Rich life, you gotta have knowledge. Rich life, chill with me, baby girl, change your life. Rich life, rich sex, baby girl, take this pipe. Rich life, we can really ball all night. Rich life, stunting hard, living lavish with my wife.
DJ Goldie. Ocean.
It's not a pain. Might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their phone. Single lady acting fake, but they fed when they was hungry. Well, nigga mouth them good and we can stand on their own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing their components. Single lady acting fake, but they fed when they was hungry. Well, nigga mouth them good and we can stand on their own. I ain't no little boy, I'm grown. You run your mouth, marathon. You talk too much. I'm standing off my lawn. And shit get ugly like the movie Spawn. I'm up, I'm on, I'm up on. You niggas sweet, sweeter than cinnamon. You hold it blocking, baby, bonbons. I'm serving goods like Amazon. They want my level, but I'm way beyond. Your every wish is only God's command. True. Nigga taking trips and stepping fly to Finland. We fly. Y'all thinking local, I'm thinking to expand. These girls might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing acting phony. See when they acting fake in public, they said it when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good when they can stand on their own. Niggas might be suspect, them niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing acting phony. See when they acting fake in public, they said when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on our own. I'ma get money forever, stack it up and hide it like a treasure. My money long, you can't even measure. The money short, getting less and less. And acting fake in public, those signs of error. Bad vibes away, don't be a hungry. Listen, get your ass put on a stretch. Something smart, clever, cause it's a cold world, even with a sweater. People only hate cause they be jealous and want success for themselves, that's selfish. So don't say you kill when your actions so careless. The niggas might be suspect, the niggas ain't your homies. The niggas might be suspicious if they changing acting phony. See when they acting fake in public, but better when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on their own. Niggas might be suspect, the niggas ain't your homies. Niggas might be suspicious if they changing acting phony. See when they acting fake in public, but better when they was hungry. Well, nigga, my family good on that, we can stand on their own.
DJ Goldie.
He's back.
Everything is mine. Yeah, whatever I want, it's gonna be mine. Cause I seen the grapevine. And these niggas still sing kind. Hating on me. Hating on me. I'm litty to the teeth. It ain't no turning down, not for me. I am going up, I'm living spiritually. On the high route, the high route. I've been here, I was there. So I was here before. Don't tell me no. Don't tell me that I'm wrong. Don't tell me that I'm older. I just want the money. Niggas gonna hate, but they ain't getting money. And niggas gonna laugh, but I'm like, what the fuck is funny? These niggas don't rap, so why waste the time? Hey, why waste the time? Why waste the time, they mummies? She said, you was so smart. I got it in my zone, now she play her part. I said I got it in my zone, and now she play her part. Call it auto start. Push the fucking start. Gotta go, I'm late. Call me Leonard Tardy. Oh, Kush me like it farted. I ain't got no charger. I don't know what that is. I ain't never been a starter. Ha, I'm lying. I always fucking started. Every time I always play varsity. Dropping down when niggas hating. Getting high. Hey, Leonard P. D. Pluto on the beat. Let's go. My pack don't sell out. Serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. It'll knock you down like Pacquiao. I beat the odds and I made it out. I beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out.
$1 million jump shot. I just scraped it from the pot. Shooting a video with a lot of niggas don't think you really tough. 30 took, but I'm lonely. I don't think you really know me. I don't hang with your homies. You was just a jabroni. You was talking to the pops. Luke Cage with the chopper. Shout out to my amigos. I'm the guy of the sky. Fly shit when I go out. Fuck it up and I'ma show. I just turned down a little hole. You dripping right about me.
I had to boss my life up, change a few chase pieces. I used to knock niggas out before we would knock niggas out.
You don't really want pop, money made with the hands. I really take a band. I really take a band.
My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 My pack don't sell out. I serve a nigga like right now. Serving my pack so strong. On flicks, knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 It ain't no more safe house. Watch your homie hit damn mouse. They ain't help me trap, then you get trapped. Stop smoking on that shit pack. Curtis Dookie, smell like crap. My pack so strong, you can feel it in your skull cap. I got what you need. Come and get it ASAP. I'll be so high, I'm not coming back. I'll be so strapped like Rambo with a backpack. I made it out the hole just like a halfback. The eyes are in my favor to win like blackjack. Try to take if you want. Get your whole wig split. My niggas ain't playing that. Ain't none of us counterfeit. All of us successful something. That's what make us legit. My pack don't sell out. I'll serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. I'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. 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 My pack don't sell out. I'll serve a nigga like right now. My pack so strong. It'll knock you down like Pacquiao. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out. Beat the odds and I made it out.
DJ Goldie.
Damn, bro. Oh, but they say he need to thing, you know, so he need to call, you know, you pick up. Yeah, bro, you need to call Stunner, bro. Call this man, bro. Yeah, you with a female. In a concert, he might be in the movie. He still in the trap with them little niggas. Bro, call this man. They say they trying to turn up the night too, bro. Call Stunner. Bro, we need this, bro.
You tryna pull up in Lil Vegas? Call Stunner. Is you gritty Gucci takers? Call Stunner. Ran in the crib but ain't take shit. Call Stunner. Who run the rap game and it's taken? Call Stunner. 223 might get your face split. Call Stunner. Just be cool and tryna face weed. Call Stunner. What you need, a O and a P? Call Stunner. G's in the trap, kicking Bruce Lee. Call Stunner.
You need to connect on them pounds. Call Stunner, fucking with lil' bro. Ran my bands up, now my pocket's dumber. Y'all just keep eye, think they ballin' like they Stunner. Rollin' big dope, make me choke. I pulled up before, call Stunner, they on four. Earn stripes like Adidas, but get you some more. Just left the plug, we eatin' for sure. KB, high, surf, tray, head in the bell, my nigga thuggin', serving straight. High, what my shoulders work. You would think I'm Jesus. My K ain't away, break hearts, I ain't easy. Break it like Reese Peace. All the small talking, man, tell me what you need, bitch. We ain't playing love, bro, got it if you need. Ayy, having bar, kiss it like long calls, gonna turn up, calls gonna turn up.
You tryna pull up in Lil Vegas? Call Stunner. Is you gritty Gucci takers? Call Stunner. Ran in the crib but ain't take shit. Call Stunner. Who run the rap game and it's taken? Call Stunner. 223 might get your face split. Call Stunner. Just be cool and tryna face weed. Call Stunner. What you need, a O and a P? Call Stunner. G's in the trap, kicking Bruce Lee. Call Stunner.
Bitch, you better call Stunner. I'm a ganja monster, eat a slug, baby. Told her back up, get the top, cause this bitch she love it. Told her back up, get the top, cause this bitch she love it. That's my little brother, bitch, he is a bugger. He like it, big brother, cut that motherfucker. Gritty Gucci, hold him on my back. Pull up before Vegas, somebody come out there and slap you. Lick your ass like I done know that. Count forward, them boys gon' blow that. So get back before we be clap, pop, we ain't with the chit chat. But it's ass and it's this with shit, man. Tell your ass we ain't with that. I'm on the poster, gotta get that. Gotta get that. Skirt on the mission. Forever, bitch, we winning. On the competition, y'all forever, bitch, we winning. On the competition, got some business with my niggas.
Call Stunner. Hey, call Stunner.
DJ Goldie.
I'm chillin' on the tube, smoking that gas. Yeah, we be coolin'. Who need that pack? You know what scoop you. Ain't no issue. Ain't no issue. But if you come through acting woozy, then you get hit with that Uzi. Have to pull out all the tools. Acting rudely. Sorry, please don't excuse me. But you brought all your broskies. Now it's time for you to go, please. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. Now it's time for you to go, please. For you to go, please.
It's either school or you work. You pack a tool or say word. Wrong words, you get murdered. Damn, crying 'cause your body in a hearse. You in the soul, we smoking you from the earth. Your niggas walking around RP on their shirts. Paris lotion, call your ass no dirt. Close kiss, you couldn't tell who it was from birth.
I'm chillin' on the two, smoking that gas. Yeah, we be coolin'. Who need that pack? You know what scoop ya? Ain't no issue, ain't no issue. But if you come through acting woozy, then you get hit with that Uzi. Have me pull out on the tools, acting rudely. Sorry, please don't excuse me. But you brought all your broskies. Now it's time for you to go, please. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. Now it's time for you to go, please. For you to go, please. We just riding around outside of town, getting that money. No, I know the plug, I'll hit them up to get you there loosely. Smoking that gas, counting this cash, cleaning my tubing. Call my nigga Rags, get him off the pack so he can move rudely. Don't let him have a strap, but he'll be on that ass and clap that ass smoothly. With no issue, he'll clap that ass smoothly. This mom on the two, chillin' with my bros and getting money too. You know it's this mix, you can't try to diss like Young Ma, ooh. I'm chillin' on the two, smoking that gas, yeah, we be coolin'. Who need that pack? You know what scoop ya? Ain't no issue, ain't no issue. But if you come through acting woozy, then you get hit with that Uzi. Have me pull out on the tools, acting rudely. Sorry, please don't excuse me. But you brought all your broskies. Now it's time for you to go, please. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. We aimin' red dots, nosebleeds. Now it's time for you to go, please.
It's time for you to go, please. Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you.
Can't lose, little shawty, keep it real as fuck. Been with me, I was down, now I'm building up. Too much shit on her mind, I can tell she down. By go, y'all bad when she in the bag. She told me I was numb last night in the jack. It don't feel the same, but I cut the same. Got my mind fucked up, now I'm switching lanes. To the crib, booming everybody shoulda brains. Cupid. My love like a fucking Uzi. I beat it up, put it in a gun. I'm dangerous, but I fucking need a love. I need it, yeah. Said I need a love. I cannot lose, I bought and I won. Bought me Jimmy Choo's, I live like a dog. She promised me one, put it on the sun, yeah. She promised me one, bought me Jimmy Choo's, I live like a dog. I cannot lose, I bought and I won. I bought and I won. Bitch.
Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you so fed up. Baby, let me make it all up. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I cannot lose you. I don't wanna lose you. Baby, I cannot lose you. I cannot lose you. Little mama, Allie Hooter plays, that's why I fuck with her. And she hold me down. She got her head straight. When she get paid, I get paid. That's just to show that she love me. Look, really be popping that bubbly. Really be popping that bubbly. She really just flooded my wrist. Chain on bliss. Water down her wrist. Bad bitch, yeah, she stuck on my hip. Riding through the hood, flipping the whips. You niggas playin', we chasing them chips. Your mama called me the other day. Told me pull up. I said, girl, that shit is a risk. Out of town, out of state. New pack, on the way, just touchdown, on the way. Plug call, say he on the way. We out of here, I'm chasing this cake, chasing this guava. No time for playing, you know I'm the top shot. Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. I'ma call him Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. He got them arrows, cause I don't wanna lose you. I ain't trying to lose you, darling. I can tell you so fed up, fed up. Baby, let me make it all up, cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. No, I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. Lately I've been acting stupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Maybe I should call Cupid. Tell that man to shoot you. Tell that man to shoot you. Cause I don't wanna lose you. I don't wanna lose you. I can tell you. I can tell you.
Yeah. Hey, back then I would do whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then. Say back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Say back then. Back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then.
Hey, back then I just wanted all the money and all the honeys, but that shit caught up to me. That was back then, but it ain't shit switch since. But you fucking bitches, all y'all is a fucking trip. And look, me and my cousin here be good. They cannot fuck with us, nigga, you know that. And your whole leg, she in my crib, nigga, flashy Kodak.
I say your whole leg, I been know that. Back then when I ain't want for nothing, yeah, nigga know that. Back then, man, I had it all. Back then, I was fucking these hoes. Young niggas just wanted the ball. Back then, running through the ends, I fuck it up, no matter the cost. Cut these bitches, said fuck them niggas. Now pull up, they look for clout. 18 in the fleet, 3 new back then, they wasn't fucking with me. Bunch of drug dealers, gang bankers, and some young hustlers fucking with me. Mama stretched out, raising holy hair back then, cause I thought with OGs. High school in the bathroom, hit my line floor. I got the pills in the tree. I got the pills in the tree. Back then. Back then I was doing whatever just to come up on some change. Back then I was fucking these hoes. All I wanted was some strange. Hey, back then. Say back then. Hey, back then. Hey, back then.
I'm in the city though. Hold if I'm moving slow. Gucci don't smoke no joke. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. Hold if I'm moving slow. OG don't smoke no joke. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. Yeah, touch me, you getting touched, nigga. No know my guns gon' bust. They smell like must. I ain't got no rest, and I don't really trust none, yeah. Cause they show me they ain't care, and they show me they ain't with us. So I just kept it moving on them in that foreign street, nigga. Yeah, turning up on these bitch niggas, yeah. And for their hoe, they just pass me to my niggas. Yeah, we greedy, and we Gucci, yeah, we both. Don't you see the move? I ain't gotta show or prove it. Yeah, half of y'all niggas losing. I'm in the city though. Port if I'm moving slow. OG don't smoke no drone. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you get touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. Port if I'm moving slow. OG don't smoke no drone. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you get touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. Port if I'm moving slow. OG don't smoke no drone. We Gucci don't need no coach. Fuck in the city, yo. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you get touched. It ain't no such and such.
I don't know nothing about nothing, nigga. I was out of town when they asked, got a new deal to take on the jag. Fuck that nigga, shoot him in his head. Damn, fall, bitch. Got a new girl, new molly, new world. Take her out, now she wanna fuck, she my new girl. Ayy, get the cake up, run into the bank, got a smile on my face. 24K, when I smile, bitches wanna run, it's a race. All the nigga, what the fuck you thought? Press the shit out. What the fuck you thought? I'm in the city, dealing tape. New jag, whip it up. All white, black guts, got the red bone sitting in the front. All white, black guts, got the red bone sitting in the front. Yeah, ballin', ballin', ballin'. Say I'm in the city, bitch. And I just broke my wrist. I bought my girl some new shit. So she wanna suck my dick in the city though. Hold up for moving slow. OG don't smoke no drone. We Gucci don't need a coach. Fucking the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such. I'm in the city though. Hold up for moving slow. OG don't smoke no drone. We Gucci don't need no coach. Fucking the city up. You niggas can't fuck with us. Touch me, you getting touched. It ain't no such and such.
I'm in the city though. We are back live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Give me that real quick, man. I just want to take a second to say, man, I want to thank all y'all in the Discord, man. I want to thank all y'all in the comment section. I want to thank all y'all, all of my clients in my portfolio. I just want to thank y'all, man. I appreciate y'all. Appreciate the opportunity that y'all provide for me. I hope y'all do the same as well. I hope y'all appreciate the opportunity I provide for y'all. But I wanted to say that, man. With that being said, man, let's get back to the market conditions, though. The oil price is skyrocketing here right now. Small business versus inflation is not looking good, man. I'm a small business owner, and I see it, man. It's rough. It's rough. But when you're an entrepreneur, you gotta stick through the mud, man. That's when you become the best person you can be. Stocks mixed as oil prices steady. Russia-Ukraine war continues here. Those are the headlines here. The Dow is up 11%. The Nasdaq's down 85%. The S&P 500 is down about 10%. So we are mixed here. We got a kangaroo market, ladies and gentlemen. Bulls and bears still fighting, and this animal's becoming a kangaroo here. It's not a bull or a bear here right now. We're going up and down in the same motion. And we're consolidating slowly here, so volatility is easing up. We do have option expiration tomorrow at 3 p.m. So right now wouldn't be a good time to be buying weeklies. Keep that in mind. At this point, you probably want to swing those, just not smart to really be trying to buy weeklies when they expire tomorrow at 3 p.m. Now is the time to be thinking about next week, the week after that, the future here. What do you think these share prices are going to do here? in the upcoming weeks. How do you think things will have an effect on the market? Will the Russia and Ukraine war continue? Will it cease? Will it stop? We don't know. You see what I'm saying? But it's best to want to predict that ahead here for the stocks here. That's how you get paid in this market. That's how being a trader you get paid in this market here. If you're a shareholder, I mean, you have until your life ends, pretty much even after that. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, it doesn't matter. Basically, what I'm saying, if you're a shareholder, you have time. You have time. Time is always on your side here. Patience with options. When you have a limited bit of time, but you got to have patience and trust your pick on the date that you picked. It's what it's all about, man. That's just really what it boils down to. Man. The market is mixed up, though, you guys. Really mixed up here. The spot's right here back above VWAP now. We got the spot above VWAP, y'all. So it did make its way back above VWAP during lunch here. Tag 439.25. Almost at 440. I had a homie of mine say he don't see 440 today. He owned to something because it did get rejected, but very closely there, though. I told him it possibly can touch it, bro. Retest maybe might be coming in here before the end of the day. You just really don't know how these MMs want to take it and play it here. I told him it was a reason we started out at 441 this morning. I really still believe that. I don't think that they just did that for no reason, just to bring it down $7. Now, that could be your top, ladies and gentlemen, or that could be a point where they want to consolidate next, or there could be a point that that's a nail in the coffin. They're going to shoot right past that. It's one of those three we don't know, but time will tell, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, the VIX volatility still at 30, so it's really still not good for the market. At any point in time that wants to spike, the market come back down. We are at a little bit at the low end here today. Travel stocks declining as oil prices remain high. So you got Tesla down here about 2% here. Electric vehicles and components, Lucid is down here about 6%. Rivian is down about 4%. General Motors down 2%. Toyota here is down about 2%. Ford is down even about 2%. So the electric vehicle sector is not looking good today. They are declining. It's having an overall effect over all the electric vehicle companies. So auto stocks decline amid supply chain issues. So their worry is supply chain issues in the auto stocks decline section. I was telling some of my clients that the other day there, some of these they need certain supply to keep making their vehicles. So price is going to go up. Basically, whoever has the most money will be able to continue to make their vehicles during this drastic change here. Tesla's your leader here, so them being down 2%, you're really getting a discount. I think they'll always be able to continue to get supply. I don't think Elon Musk will have a problem with supply chain when money talks here. So all the other little small electric vehicles, of course, they'll take a hit. But I don't really think Tesla's going to take too much of a hit here. They'll have little pullbacks like what you're seeing today, but these will be buying opportunities. I don't think they'll just have a tremendous take back to 700 here unless we can just get the spot back to that momentum that they had previously about the day the war started, technically. So it's going to take a lot to get that and make that happen, ladies and gentlemen. But Domino's is down here at 16 at 406 here, so they're back where they were at 2020 lows there in the pandemic when they were rising. They right in that area. So man, it's a lot of discounts in the stock market right now. Amazon is right back over 3,000, so they're only down 30 now. They're still down, but the SPY is above VWAP right now at 438.7 ladies and gentlemen. The triple Qs is right there trying to tag VWAP. We're going to check and see if we got any live briefings. And if not, we're going to take a quick break. And we'll get back after the break. Looks like we have Secretary Jen. She will be approaching here shortly, it says. So when we see her walk to the podium, we'll turn her on. And we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
You mad at me for what? Ayy, hold up, cause I ran my money up. Ayy, shit, hold up. Oh, your bitch, you gon' fuck? Ayy, shit, hold up. Oh, my diamonds got you like, ayy, shit, hold up. Ayy, I'm turning up. Ayy, tell your bitch to hold up. You mad at me because I ran that money up? Ayy, hold up. You mad at me because your bitch, you gon' fuck? Ayy, hold up. They got you mad, hold up. Hey, that's why you said, hold up, you wanna fuck with me because I got it bad, hold up. She tryna fuck with me because I got it bad, hold up.
Yeah, I tell that bitch, hold up. My nigga in his feelings, tell that nigga, hold up. Let me chase this money. Tell them niggas, hold up. Gotta get these honeys. Tell them 50s, what up? Yeah, I need some 20s. Maybe 10s, no 5s, just ones, cause I'm that nigga. Ay, yeah. Tell that nigga, hold up. Tell that DJ, nigga, roll up. Spin that track. Bring it back. Looking at them niggas like, who that? Fuck that. Hold up. Who that? Who that? Hold up. Nigga, who that? Who that? Who that? Who that? I beat you blue black. Run up on me, man, my whole crew strap. Yeah. I got a backpack. It got a whole lot of different lives. Hey, come shop now, come get it quick. Hey, quick. What you say? I don't know what the fuck you say. I don't know what the fuck DJ playing. I don't give a fuck about the DJ, man. What the drink sell, what the bitches down. Real shit, I'm tryna get it on. With a bad bitch, it's Patron. Yeah. Fuck it. Let's turn up. Fuck it. I'm a free man. Hey, I'm a free man. Hey, I ain't going back to jail now. No say, no prison. It's worse than jail. I say you forget it. Fuck that sale. Yeah, forget it. Hey, fuck the sale. Hey, forget it. We the fucking real niggas. But still fuck the system. No disrespect, no.
Niggas be acting like bitches and bitches be acting like niggas, that's crazy. Money on money, that's bags on bags, my nigga, I really be chasing. I be chasing, shout out paper chasing. I be chasing, shout out paper chasing. Niggas be acting like bitches and bitches be acting like niggas, that's hating. Money on money, that's bags on bags, my nigga, I really be chasing. I be chasing, shout out paper chasing. I be chasing, shout out paper chasing. The reason why they hating on me, cause I stack my paper up. Boy, you better get you some. Boy, you better get a gun. Niggas out here killing niggas. This shit out here crazy, huh? Go and make me bury ya. Boy, I'm from the berry, bro. Gotta go and get it every day. I'm about my cheddar, yeah. Stack it like a Lego, yeah. Boy, I need that ego, yeah. Whipping up the water, trying to turn it to a bagel, yeah. I'm really about that paper, yeah. And she love that paper, yeah. And free my nigga, gave it to you free, hell yeah. Go against the grain, we gon' bang, hell yeah. So that's the reason why they hating on me, hell yeah. Talk to him. Nigga, I said talk to him. Really, I said talk to him. It's bad. Niggas be acting like bitches and bitches be acting like niggas, that's crazy. Money on money, that's bags on bags, my nigga, I really be chasing. I be chasing, shout out paper chasing. I be chasing, shout out paper chasing. Niggas be acting like bitches and bitches be acting like niggas, that's hating. Money on money, that's bags on bags, my nigga, I really be chasing. I be chasing, shout out paper chasing. I be chasing, shout out paper chasing. I had to let go of my ego and go chase a bag. I've been running out of patience, fuck popping tags. The way them hunters looking at me got my haters mad. So fuck them, I changed the game, you know it's chase a bag. I'm chasing back, the grind don't stop. My enemies getting closer. Sipping brown like Folgers, I'm probably never sober. I used to pop Molly, the Zan slumped me over. The lean still on me cause I keep a dirty soda. Then I ran into the jam and now my end's even closer. I'm hearing voices in my head saying back the game over. So I'm stepping with my soldiers, keep her Under Armour on me. No, I'm not ballin', but best believe I keep that Kobe. Gang shit. Yeah, nigga, that 24-8, nigga, that's 32 on your ass, boy. Yeah, niggas be hating this shit, man. So them fuck niggas pull up. Niggas be acting like bitches, niggas be acting like bitches. Niggas be acting like bitches, niggas be acting like bitches. Niggas be acting like bitches, niggas be acting like bitches. Niggas be acting like bitches, niggas be acting like bitches. Oh, damn.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Chewing on some Sour Patch Kids right now, though. This thing's good, man. All right, but yeah, we are back from the break here. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. We are about to begin shortly here. Secretary Jen has something she wants to say here. We haven't seen her in a few days. She wants some attention again. Oh, Jen. SPY is up here on 438.16 above VWAP, trying to retest that 439 level, maybe possibly 440 here. We get a 440 break here on the SPY, you guys. Stocks will pick up. Keep that in mind here. We do have some earnings after the bell here. Costco wholesales, they'll move. Broadcom will move. Gap. This ain't the baby Gap. Smith and Wesson, keep that. They report here after the bell, ladies and gentlemen. So we're gonna stick around here. We might stick around maybe 5 minutes. It just depends today. I don't know. We might not be able to. We have to see how time it is at the end of the day. We got Hibbett Sports reporting tomorrow morning. Yeah, so the excitement really kind of is over here with this earnings here. It looks like the leader on the earnings here, I would have to say, well, we still have reports coming in, but right now it'll probably be Snowflake, man. Even though they did bad, I'm saying they pay out, they dropped huge. They paid out though. It was a huge drop there. They did pay out though. They did bounce back quickly though too though. They didn't pay out too much, so it was kind of like it was one of those straight plays. If you got any money there, SPY is bouncing back up here. It might be a retest at 439, you guys. It looks like it's coming in right now. But that is the earnings here, ladies and gentlemen. We will see here. Got a little pop right here on Tesla, 860 back at that resistance / support level there. They fell through two resistance levels, two support levels this morning, 70, 870, 860. Fell through those too swiftly. That last critical 850 support kicked in again, and we bounced here. We've been just consolidating in this range here the entire day. They did the same thing yesterday, but at least when they bounced yesterday, they actually shot back up to 880. So I would just keep that in mind here. Tesla's in a little range here, $20 to $40. Haven't really broke out of it yet. Whole overall market's in a range here. But yeah, this is what it is right now, man. Market is definitely mixed still as well. We do have the NASDAQ down about 59%, still leading the way down here. I think if you can get the NASDAQ green here, stocks might pick up too. That is a key indicator. The S&P 500 is up 10%. The Dow is up 25%, so not up a lot here, but it's up. Up is up here. You're right. You know what I'm saying? So bulls definitely bring it back to the middle, and they got momentum right now. There is no bearish momentum right now in the market currently. But we are still in a bear trend, though. So that's two different things there. Momentum and trend are two different things there. So the momentum right now is a little bullish slightly, but the trend is definitely still bearish here overall because we're not really moving out of these ranges. So I think more than likely here, the bears will probably let the bulls even try to pop it as high as they can here today and probably try to reshort them for tomorrow close. But I don't know. We'll see here. It might pop up here. We don't really know yet. But we are back in the middle, kind of a little up above it. Like I said, slightly bullish right now. On the spot, that is. Triple Qs as well. The VIX is still – the volatility is actually right where it started this morning at $29. So we're back down here. The volatility is actually cooling out. They chilling out. They chilling out. I'm noticing a little trend change here. A little momentum change, that is, really. But, yeah, the Dow's up here. The Dow's your leader, like I said today, so the Dow's up above VWAP as well, too. But we are still waiting on Secretary Jen here. And she's about to start. Here she goes, right on time here today. At 1:18 p.m., we are about to tune in and see what she says, ladies and gentlemen. Learn something. Knowledge is power. Let's tune in, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, everyone. So nice to see everybody's beautiful faces. You too, Steve Holland, David Sanger. Just calling out some especially beautiful faces in the room. Yes, handsome devils. Okay. Just wanted to note one thing before we get started. As you all know, later today, the President will sign the Ending Forced Arbitration of Sexual Assault and Sexual Harassment Act into law. The bill amends the Federal Arbitration Act to make it easier for victims of sexual assault or harassment to go to court instead of being forced into arbitration by their employer. This law will affect the more than 60 million workers who are subject to mandatory arbitration clauses in the workplace, often without realizing it until they come forward with a claim against their employer. President Biden has long spoken against forced arbitration clauses in employment contracts, and today marks an important milestone in empowering survivors of sexual assault and sexual harassment and protecting employee rights. The bill would not have been possible without bipartisan work, including from those members of Congress who will be in attendance today, Representatives Bustos and Representative Griffith and Senator Gillibrand and Senator Graham. Also wanted to note, it is Aisha Roscoe's last day in the briefing room seat before, yes. Thank you for all of your work. And she's going on, you've already announced this. I feel like I'm announcing news, but it's been announced to host Weekend Edition for NPR as an NPR listener. I look forward to being in my sweatpants and coffee and listening to you this weekend. So congratulations and thank you for all of your work on behalf of the American people. With that, Colleen, why don't you kick us off?
All right. So I wanted to ask about oil prices.
Sure.
They're already about $111 or so a barrel. Pelosi has come out also in support of banning Russian oil. So why keep the carve out? Especially when oil, with the argument that Putin is going to not benefit from oil. You know what I'm trying to say?
Yes, I think I do know what you're trying to say. Well, our objective and the president's objective has been to maximize impact on President Putin and Russia while minimizing impact to us and our allies and partners. And I know you've heard me say this a few times before, but we don't have a strategic interest in reducing the global supply of energy. And that would raise prices at the gas pump for the American people around the world because it would reduce the supply available. And it's as simple as less supply raises prices. And that is certainly a big factor for the president in this at this moment. It also has the potential to pad the pockets of President Putin, which is exactly what we are not trying to do. So as the president has said, we carved out payments for energy, trade, and transport from our financial sectors sanctions. With that, in mind. I would also note that we have been taking steps to degrade Russia's status as a leading energy supplier over time. That includes, of course, shutting down Nord Stream 2 or preventing Nord Stream 2 from operating. That's why we're surging LNG to Europe to help accelerate its diversification from Russian gas. And I think you've also seen European leaders talk about the need to reduce their reliance and to diversify. And we are continuing to look at other options we could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy. I mean, for us, if you look at publicly available data, it's only about 10% of our imports. But again, reducing the supply out there would have an impact on prices and on prices at the gas pump.
I guess the question is, if oil is already so expensive, isn't he already benefiting from an already costly, price of oil? How does he stand to benefit if you continue to allow that?
If it reduces further, it makes it more expensive. So I think we look at it through that prism. Go ahead.
On the cost of this, I mean, the president has sort of braced American people for this, right? He said that defending democracy and liberty is never without a cost. So is it just that banning all Russian oil and gas imports, that's just a cost that he thinks is too much for the American people to bear?
Well, I think there's two different pieces here. Banning banning Russian imports, right? Or what he has done is carved out payments for energy trade and transport from our financial sanctions. They're slightly two different things. And the president, the volatility in the oil markets, as the president has been predicting and as you referenced, he talked about in the speech he gave last week, is a direct result of the fact that President Putin invaded Ukraine, and that has created volatility. One of the big reason, of course, that the president announced the release of of 30 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve and the coordinated release is to address that and ensure we are doing what we can to put more in the marketplace. But again, his prism he looks at this through is how can we maximize impact on President Putin while minimizing it on the American people.
President Zelensky has called on Russia to be stripped of its ability to vote in the UN Security Council. Does the U.S. want Russia to be removed as a permanent member?
We don't see that happening. We certainly understand they have a permanent seat on the Security Council. Of course, that is why it's so particularly disturbing that Russia, given its particular responsibility for upholding the UN Charter, is actively subverting the charter and abusing its position. The fact is they have a permanent, we're really focused on isolating them, on isolating Russia and holding them accountable. And as you know, that's what we and our allies are focused on doing. Go ahead.
President Zelensky is calling again for a no-fly zone over Ukraine. Is that something you're giving any thought to at all?
Again, the reason why that has not been a step the president has been willing to take or we have been interested in taking is because a no-fly zone requires implementation. It would require essentially the U.S. military shooting down Russian planes and prompting a potential direct war with Russia, the exact step that we want to avoid.
When the president of Finland visits tomorrow, does the president want to talk to him about joining NATO?
Well, the president is looking forward to welcoming the president of Finland tomorrow to the White House to continue their conversations about enhancing our strong bilateral relations. I would note that they have spoken twice in the last few months, once on December 13th and again on January 18th. I would expect they will discuss the U.S.-Finnish defense relationship, which is very strong and in fact complements Finland's close partnership with NATO. Along with Sweden, Finland's status is as an enhanced opportunity partner for the alliance, which helps ensure strong defense and close security ties in the Baltic Sea region. But it remains for any country, up to that country and up to members of NATO to determine any path forward there.
And lastly, Russia's been cracking down on independent media and dissent at home. What's your reaction to that?
We have seen that and are deeply concerned. Let me give you some specific examples because as journalists yourself, I think you will hear it as quite jarring. One moment, sorry, I just want to find all the specifics in here. Thank you for your patience. 1 second. Okay. The Kremlin right now is engaged in a full assault on media freedom and the truth. Let me give you some examples. Today, independent media sites such as Echo Moscow Radio and TV Rain are off the air and threaten to block they kicked them off the air, and they threaten to block online platforms such as VOA Russia. We've seen Russia prohibit Russian media from referring to what they are doing in Ukraine as, quote, a war, or, quote, an invasion, or, quote, an attack. They are banning their use of terms even, allowing media to use only government-sourced information to report on the war. They've called a special session of the parliament to consider a bill to make unofficial reporting on Russia's further invasion punishable by up to 15 years in prison. They've arrested more than 7,300 protesters, some immediately after they began to protest Putin's war of choice. They have blocked and shut down social media sites such as Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram, and they have limited the amount of dollars citizens can take out of the country. What they are trying to do is block any information about what they are doing to invade a sovereign country, and they're taking severe steps to do exactly that. Go ahead.
Just to follow up, is the administration moving closer to banning Russian oil imports?
I don't have any assessment of that for you. I just wanted to note the difference between them, or that there are several different components of options.
I guess the question is, what's the calculus in waiting if it's ultimately the step that the United States is going to take?
Well, there's a policy process that is undergone for any decision that is made. Sometimes those move rapidly, and often there are a range of factors that are discussed as those decisions are made.
The Pentagon noted today that Russian convoy that's about 40 miles at least long is still stalled, largely, they believe.
Yeah.
Does the president still think, though, that ultimately Russia is successfully going to take Kyiv?
That continues to be their aspiration. I think the Pentagon also noted that they now have 90% of their military combat power pre-staged at the Ukrainian border is now in Ukraine. They've launched more than 480 missiles at Ukraine in the invasion. That's about up from 450 since Thursday. So they are continuing to take aggressive steps and move towards their ultimate objective, which is taking over Kyiv and taking over the country.
Any assessment on timing for that?
I don't have an assessment to offer from here. Go ahead. Oh, go ahead.
Is there any situation where President Biden would sit down with President Putin in person again, so long as Russian forces are in Ukraine?
I can't make an assessment of that, Caitlin. Right now, they're invading a sovereign country and continuing to escalate every day. We're never going to take diplomacy ever off the table, but again, now's not the moment for that.
Why not rule out an in-person meeting if his forces are in Ukraine, a sovereign country?
Again, we have discussions internally about what the best steps are to de-escalate what is clearly a horrific conflict on the ground. Now is not the moment. We're not planning a meeting between them or an engagement or a call. The president's been very, very clear about that. But we'll have those discussions internally and weigh the range of factors. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. We understand that new U.S. sanctions against oligarchs are going to be announced this afternoon.
Yeah.
Individual oligarchs might be named.
Yes.
How is the White House choosing which oligarchs to sanction? Do you start with the richest ones or the ones with the closest ties to Vladimir Putin?
We look at one of the big factors is, of course, the proximity to President Putin. We want him to feel the squeeze. We want the people around him to feel the squeeze. I don't believe this is going to be the last set of oligarchs. Making them a priority and a focus of our individual sanctions is something the president has been focused on.
And I understand that a travel ban is going to be one component of this announcement. What about oligarchs who are already here? Will they have to leave the country immediately?
Let me check on that for you. I think we'll have some sort of backgrounder on this to get you more details, and the president will have more specifics himself in about 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how close we are in time.
Okay. The president announced the other night a ban on Russian aircraft traveling over U.S. airspace. As far as you know, have there been any incursions on U.S. airspace by the Russians since then? And what would the U.S. do if a Russian aircraft were to violate that airspace?
I'm not aware of any incursions. I'm certainly happy to check on that, and I can check. I'd really point you to the FAA on that, but and I'll see if there's more we can offer.
Okay, and then finally, we all saw the news about the January 6th committee and their belief that there was criminal activity. I wanted to get your reaction to that, and also, does the president believe that former Vice President Pence should volunteer to testify before the committee?
Well, let me first reiterate something you heard the president say. The former president subverted the Constitution in an attempt to overturn a lawful and fair election. His actions represent a unique and existential threat to our democracy. And the president has been clear that these events warrant a full investigation. Part of this is what we're seeing play out and what you just mentioned and has been reported over the course of the morning.
Spot coming down, you guys. Right back to VWAP. Be cautious right there. Secretary Jim bringing it down on bright red dress today.
To move from here. As it relates to Vice President Pence, I would say the president believes that anyone who is asked should participate in the process of getting to the bottom of what happened on January 6th.
Thanks, Jen. On gas, you just said that, less supply raises prices. It's not in our strategic interest to reduce the supply. Yeah. We also know, the president as recently as yesterday talked about increasing domestic manufacturing to bring down prices on inflated items like goods. So why not apply the same logic to energy and increase domestic production here?
Well, there are 9,000 approved oil leases that the oil companies are not tapping into currently. So I would ask them that question.
Is there nothing that the administration can do to get those providers back to pre-pandemic levels?
Do you think the oil companies don't have enough money to drill on the places that have been pre-approved?
Just asking.
I would point that question to them, and we can talk about it more tomorrow when you learn more.
Do you think that opening the Keystone Pipeline and having more energy-friendly policies might do that?
The Keystone Pipeline has never been operational. It would take years for that to have any impact. I know a number of members of Congress have suggested that, but that is a proposed solution that has no relationship or would have no impact on what the problem is. We hear all agree is an issue.
So during those years where it would take to bring down prices, as you're saying, we should just continue to buy Russian oil?
Well, again, Jackie, I think you're familiar with a number of steps we've taken, a historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Let me finish. What we can do over time, and what this is all a reminder of in the president's view, is our need to reduce our reliance on oil. The Europeans need to do that. We need to do that. If we do more to invest in clean energy, more to invest in other sources of energy, that's exactly what we can do to prevent this from happening in the future. We welcome any Republicans from joining us in that effort. Go ahead.
As long as we're buying Russian oil, though, aren't we financing the war?
Well, Jackie, again, it's only about 10% of what we're importing. I've not made any announcement about any decision on that front, but our objective here and our focus is making sure that any step we take maximizes the impact on President Putin and minimizes it on the American people. And anyone who's calling for an end to the carve-out should be clear that that would raise prices. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. On the oligarch sanctions, I know they haven't even been announced yet.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if you could tell us, if there are criteria that you've laid out for them to eventually get unsanctioned. So the idea being that you would incentivize them to pressure Vladimir Putin to end the war by laying out certain criteria that would essentially get them unsanctioned.
That's an interesting question. I mean, right now, obviously, we're in the middle of an invasion, so I don't think now is the moment where we are giving anybody that sort of an off-ramp, but I can certainly check if there's more that we have conveyed to them.
What about the broader universe of sanctions? I mean, same answer, that there's no real criteria being laid out of what steps the Kremlin needs to take for them to get unsanctioned.
I mean, I think right in this moment, they're marching toward Kyiv with a convoy and continuing to take reportedly barbaric steps against the people of Ukraine. So no, now is not the moment where we are offering options for reducing sanctions.
And then one more on the domestic front. The Senator Manchin had laid out something of a counteroffer to what the president had described during the State of the Union on his domestic agenda. It was involving deficit reduction, tax reform, and drug price cuts and some climate provisions. Have you heard from him about his ideas, or is there communication, and what did the White House think of that proposal from Senator Manchin?
There have been ongoing communications with every member of the Senate, Democratic Senate, and many, many, many Republicans. I'm not going to detail those from here. The president has conveyed that he sees a lot of components where there should be broad agreement on in what he has proposed. He talked about them the other night. Some of them is the ability to negotiate the cost of prescription drugs. Everybody thinks the cost of prescription drugs should be lower. The president certainly believes in taking steps to reduce the deficit. This government, we reduced the deficit over the course of last year. That's something he already has a record of doing, and obviously taking steps to make the tax system more fair is something he believes in. But there are a lot of components that there's a lot of passion behind on Capitol Hill, and there need to just be continued conversations about that.
Go ahead. I want to ask you about the emergency funding request that sent up to the Hill this morning.
Yeah.
About a third of it would go toward medical countermeasures, the antivirals the president talked about,
Yeah.
the State of the Union, the antibodies. Do you see us getting to a point where the availability of these treatments might mean that vaccine requirements are neither necessary nor justifiable?
I don't think I can make a prediction of that at this point in time. I mean, the vaccine is still the best and most effective way, and the doctors will say this, right, to protect people from hospitalization and death. The pills are certainly an important development, scientific development, but the best step anyone can take continues to be to get vaccinated.
A quick question to follow up to Jordan's here about the Manchin's proposal, Build Back Better. The Manchin says is dead. Is the transformation formalized here? Is it no longer Build Back Better, now Building a Better America?
That is formal. But no one cares about the name in the American public. They care about what's in it and what it's going to do. And so that's what we're most focused on. Go ahead.
Jen, thank you. I have a couple. I want to try one more on the potential oil ban.
Yep.
It feels like because you now have Republicans and Democrats calling on the administration to ban oil from Russia, as you've laid out, there are a range of different options under consideration. What would the administration need to see in order to make a final decision?
Need to see how. Tell me more.
On the ground, what would need to happen in order to prompt a final decision on an oil ban?
I don't know that we look at it exactly through that prism. Obviously, we have not held back in taking significant historic steps that are crippling the Russian economy right now. I think there's no question about that, and the president has led the world in doing exactly that. But what factor we're looking at here is the impact on the gas pump for Americans and reduction of supply in the marketplace. A reduction of global supply would have an impact on raising prices. So that's the prism we look at it through.
There are some interim steps that could be taken instead of a full outright ban that would potentially mitigate the costs on gas prices. Is there a sense that this is at a tipping point and that some of those interim options?
We are continuing, Kristen, to look at other options. We could take right now to cut U.S. consumption of Russian energy, but in the context of maintaining a steady global supply of energy. So that's what we're trying to balance.
Okay, let me ask you, is there any discussion about sharing U.S. intelligence with the Ukrainians about what is happening on the ground in real time?
We have been sharing it real time.
Okay, and is there a sense that the communication has been enough to give them what they need in order to be in a defensive posture, in order to fend off the Russian forces to the best of their abilities, to the extent that they can?
Well, without getting too far into details of what we do for obvious reasons, we have consistently been sharing intelligence that includes information the Ukrainians can use to inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That has been ongoing, and reports that suggest otherwise are inaccurate.
The world is watching as this convoy is lined up outside of Kyiv. The U.S. has been very clear they're not going to send in military forces. Is there anything the West can do to stop the convoy in its tracks, short of military action? Are there any possibilities that are under discussion?
Well, one of the reasons the president pushed to expedite the delivery or the approval and delivery of a security package over the weekend was to give them, the Ukrainians, more support, more equipment, more defensive weapons to utilize in this moment. But we are not reconsidering or taking steps that would prompt a war between the United States and Russia.
And if I could, there was a little bit of breaking news as we were coming out here. You may or may not be aware of it. Ukraine has said it's agreed with Russia to create safe corridors backed by ceasefires to evacuate civilians, deliver aid. Is the U.S. aware of this? Will the U.S. assist in this? What can you tell us?
We will continue to assist efforts supported by the Ukrainians. I obviously haven't talked to our national security team about this yet. I will venture to do that, and we can get you all any more specific specifics from here after the briefing, if that's helpful. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. President Putin spoke today with Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman about the sanctions Russia is facing and specifically about global energy supply. Given the volatility of oil prices, does President Biden have any plans to talk to the Saudi Crown Prince?
Well, a couple of weeks ago, I would note Brett McGurk and Amos Hochstein made a trip to Saudi Arabia to talk about a range of issues, including global energy markets, as well as Yemen. And we will continue to have a range of ways we engage with the Saudis.
The president has no plans to talk to the Saudi Crown Prince.
I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
President Zelensky has said Russia's actions clearly constitute a war crime. UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson also said that Russia's targeting of civilians fully qualifies as a war crime. The president wouldn't go that far when he was asked yesterday. Why has he been reluctant to label Russia's actions a war crime?
Well, there is a process, and we have stood up a process internally, an internal team to assess and look at and evaluate evidence of what we're seeing happen on the ground. That is a standard part of our process in the U.S. government. I would note that we work very closely with our international partners, and we will provide any information that we surface through that process. I think we've seen on the ground that reports of a range of barbaric tactics, of reports of targeting civilians. That's all factors that we look at. And again, that that process that has been stood up would provide any information to the ICC or any other international body taking a look at this. Go ahead.
Excuse me. Are there any discussions now, or have you guys had in recent weeks, recent days, I guess it feels like weeks, with European allies about preparing staging zones for Ukrainian insurgency, perhaps to provide training and other assistance?
Well, right now our focus is on supporting the current Ukrainian government and leadership, and that includes expediting assistance, expediting military defense assistance, engaging closely with them, and we'll stay focused there.
Representative Adam Smith here on MSNBC said that the United States, providing some intelligence to the Ukrainians, but not providing the type of real-time targeting that you see the U.S. military getting in war. So why is arming the Ukrainians with Stingers and Javelins appropriate, but not providing them targeting intelligence for those?
Well, I think this is similar to what Kristen just asked. I would just say that there have been a range of reports out there that are false. We can't get into details of all of our intelligence sharing for obvious reasons, but we've continued and consistently shared a significant amount of detailed, timely intelligence on Russia's plans and activities with the Ukrainian government to help Ukrainians defend themselves. We've been doing that for months. This includes information that should help them inform and develop their military response to Russia's invasion. That's what's happening or has been happening. Go ahead, Aisha.
Thank you. I know people have asked a lot about, the price of oil, but I want to come at it in a little bit of a different way. The fact is that the price of oil is high. It is very unlikely to go down anytime soon, and more than likely will go up. And what is the White House looking at? I know that there was the strategic release of oil, but are there other things that the White House is looking at to help consumers at the pump? Maybe to, direct subsidies, maybe more biofuels, maybe easing the Jones Act. Oh, look, what is the plan for Americans who are going to have to be living with these high oil prices?
Well, I would say first on the release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, it first goes to an auction and it's a process that will proceed, and a lot of that will happen over the course of the coming weeks. So we haven't seen, obviously, all of the direct impact of the announcement that was just made 2 days ago. But a range of options remain on the table. I can't get into all the details of those, but the president is quite focused on making sure that we are taking steps to reduce the impact, to ensure there's supply necessary out there. Obviously, tapping the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is part of that, engaging with global partners around the world who may be big global suppliers about putting more oil in the system. That is part of the discussion. And sure, there are a range of domestic options, but there have been ongoing discussions and considerations. Some of that you saw with the announcement of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve released just 2 nights ago.
What does the White House say to American consumers? Like, should American consumers right now be thinking, okay, I'm going to have to pay a lot more at the pump going forward? Should they be taking that into consideration when they're buying cars? Or, should they try to buy more fuel efficient cars or saving their money? Like, what should they be doing practically at this moment, considering the price of gas is going to affect them?
Of course it is, as I've been saying. And that's why we've been focused on it for weeks, if not months, to ensure we are taking every step, the president is taking every step to reduce that impact. The release of his Strategic Petroleum Reserve, 30 million barrels that he announced just the other night. Again, that process is just starting. It's a bit of a process to get that going, and that will hopefully have an impact in getting more supply out there. But we would say directly to consumers, the president is going to do everything we can to reduce the impact, to make sure that we are working with our partners around the world to address the volatility in the global oil markets, to consider a range of options that he can continue to take to reduce the impact that they're feeling at the pump. And this has been front and center on his mind since the beginning of this conflict.
There was a call with Quad leaders today. India has a military relationship with Russia. Was that discussed at all, or is there talk of talking to India about that relationship that it has with Russia? Is there anything that the U.S. plans to do on that?
Well, what I can tell you about the call, and we'll have a more comprehensive readout soon if it's not already out, is that the president felt it was a constructive conversation. He asked members, he suggested, or they all discussed, I should say, having members of their national security team follow up from there. But I'm not going to get into more details about the conversation beyond that. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Pivoting to the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Can you respond to some of the criticisms that Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell laid out about Ketanji Brown Jackson? I think he said that she won't shun court packing and that she's only had 2 opinions on the D.C. Circuit level.
Sure. So as I think you're referencing, Ketanji Brown Jackson, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson has obviously started to have meetings on Capitol Hill that have been ongoing. I would note that as it relates to the first question, the Constitution is clear that the number of justices is a question for Congress, not the judiciary. And a number of you have actually pointed out this morning that during Justice Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearing, she was asked a question about court packing or court enlargement, and she said, quote, "That is a question left open to Congress." I'd also note that yesterday, Senator McConnell also said that there was, quote, "no question that Judge Jackson was qualified for the Supreme Court." And earlier in the day, he said they'd had a good meeting. I think there's no question that as a judge who has been confirmed 3 times by the Senate, someone who has a long record as both a jurist who has ruled in the direction of Democrats and Republicans, that she is someone who is eminently qualified for this job, which is why the president nominated her.
On the State of the Union, the president repudiated the phrase defund the police, and I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the genesis of that line in the speech. Was it about rising crime in American cities or Republican attacks? And there's also been criticism, that he did not talk about police accountability more in the State of the Union. I wonder if you can respond to that as well.
Sure. Well, on the first part of the question, that's been the president's view for decades. He's never been a supporter of defunding the police. He made that clear on the campaign. There has been attempts to mischaracterize his position and the position of, frankly, a number of his Democratic colleagues. And yes, it is true that in the State of the Union, the president felt it was important to speak to safe communities, the steps that he would continue to support to ensure there was funding for local police departments. But that has been his position for decades. It was simply a restatement of that. On the second part of your question, I would say that the president has been clear many times that he believes that we need to continue to ensure police departments have the funding they need, that there are strong relationships and partnerships built with communities, but that there also needs to be steps that are taken to ensure there are accountability measures put in place. He was a strong supporter of the bipartisan discussion about police reform that unfortunately stalled, but remains, a consideration of an executive order remains under consideration. I would also note that there are a number of steps that the Department of Justice has taken, banning chokeholds, et cetera, at the federal level that the president is proud that has happened in his administration. Go ahead.
Jen, I wanted to return to this question of finding off-ramps for Putin that we discussed. So from your many years in the State Department in a situation like this, that's the first thing that diplomats begin to try to think about. You need something face-saving if you were going to get him to reduce the amount of violence and going into Ukraine. What kind of ideas are you kicking around here that might provide a way for him to find a more graceful way out of this before you've got the kind of large-scale civilian casualties you're clearly worried about?
Yeah, I think David, we have provided many off-ramps to President Putin through the course of the last several months. I know there have been a range of discussions about transparency measures, about positions of missile defense systems that have been undertaken for the last several weeks. It's going to be very hard to have for diplomacy to succeed without military de-escalation. And whatever we do, we're going to do that in lockstep with our partners and allies. Secretary Blinken is leaving today for Brussels. He's going to meet with NATO, the EU, and the G7 allies and partners to continue our close coordination before heading to Poland, Moldova, and the Baltic countries. But again, our effort and our focus right now is continue to work with our allies and partners to implement these sanctions, put the pressure on, and leave the door open to diplomacy, of course. But it's difficult to do that in the middle of a war.
So if there is de-escalation, if you could get a ceasefire, for example, in before Kiev turned into more of a ruin, is the administration willing to then suspend some of the sanctions that they recently announced?
I'm not going to lay out conditions from here. I think those are conversations. There'd be a range of conversations if there are de-escalatory steps that we would have with our European partners, and obviously Secretary Blinken will be playing a front and center role in doing exactly that.
One last one for you. President Zelensky, in a news conference he gave a few hours ago, said that the West should recognize that where Putin is headed toward, he said, was Berlin. His point being that he wanted to take this war beyond Ukraine.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the administration's current assessment based on what Putin has said in public, in his conversations with Macron, with the president, and so forth?
I think we all watched the speech, which now feels like it was a year ago, but was only last week, where he made clear he had broad ambitions of what he wanted to achieve. It is also true, though, that NATO has never been more unified, thanks in part to President Putin's aggression. And there are a range of countries that are exactly in that region who are NATO partners and allies. And President Putin would have to make a decision to go into a country where there is a NATO alliance, where there's Article 5 obligations, should he decide that he wants to proceed beyond. So I don't have a new assessment from here other than...
Or Georgia, they're not NATO members.
Certainly, I understand that. But, again, David, I don't have a new assessment to offer. But we are also closely watching, of course, what President Putin does and is doing since he delivered that speech last week. But I don't have anything new beyond what he has himself said publicly. Go ahead.
Pivoting back to the President's State of the Union speech, on Tuesday he said that he wants to secure our border and fix the immigration system. That's a bit of a shift from last year's speech to Congress, where he spoke more about trying to find the root causes of why people are migrating. Why was there this sort of shift in messaging, kind of focusing on securing the border? And is that a new priority, or have priorities changed on immigration for the administration?
No, I would say first the bill that the president proposed on his first day in office included smarter security and border protections, and also included a more humane path for migrants entering the country. Both of those remain priorities for the president. He believes that the immigration system is broken. It's long overdue to fix it. He also believes, and worked on this very closely as vice president, that addressing the root causes is one of the central steps we need to remain focused on, even as we're trying to address the current circumstances at the border.
Why was it important for the president to say advocate for securing our border? I know he's been criticized heavily, by Republicans, by certain folks on, how he's handled immigration at the border. So is that important for him to say?
Well, that's part of his bill that he proposed, so it's consistent with his policies.
And one last question: has there been any discussion on ending Title 42? I know we've talked. The president even talked about it on Tuesday about how we're moving past the pandemic. This is obviously a policy that's been kept in place because of the pandemic. Has there been any discussions on ending that?
Well, that is a decision for the CDC to make. I believe Dr. Walensky said yesterday that she's reviewing that decision. So I can't get ahead of any decision she makes, but she is looking at that, and that's an assessment they make from the CDC. Go ahead, Karen.
Thanks, Jen. Back to the oligarchs and the sanctions. You had said earlier that you want Putin to feel the squeeze and the people around him to feel the squeeze. How does the administration feel that these sanctions could actually change his behavior and result in de-escalation? You know, what evidence is there that the sanctions like this would work for what you want to achieve right now?
Well, it's a factor. It's not the only factor, right? But what we're talking about here is seizing their assets, seizing their yachts, and making it harder for them to send, their children to colleges and universities in the West. These are significant steps that will impact the people who are closely around President Putin. It's not the only step we're taking. Obviously, the financial sanctions and the steps we've taken have crippled the financial sector so much in Russia that they've kept the stock market closed for a couple of days. So it's just an effort to get close to the people around President Putin.
Canada announced a new program to expedite refugee arrivals and says there's no limit on how many can apply. Is there a conversation in the administration about raising the refugee cap to accommodate Ukrainians that would want to come here?
You know, I have to check and see if the cap would actually need to be raised. We have said that we continue to be open to receiving refugees, of course, that what our focus is on, given the vast majority of them have expressed an interest in going to European countries and neighboring countries, is being the largest provider of humanitarian assistance in the world, something that we increased over the course of the last several days. And Samantha Power made an announcement about that, and continuing to provide assistance that way. But we remain open as well. I think it's just, again, important to note what the preference is of the vast majority of the refugees who are leaving Ukraine. Go ahead. We got to wrap up in a second, but go ahead.
Yeah, President Zelensky earlier said, calling for a no-fly zone again, said, if you don't have the strength to close the sky, then give me planes. Is the United States open to sending more air support to Ukraine?
Again, I'm not going to get into more details of what the Department of Defense may or may not consider, but what I will tell you is that we've continued to provide a range of defensive assistance, something we have increased, only increased over the last several days, but we are not considering taking steps that would put us in direct conflict with Russia.
Is there any concern with, you laid out the explanation for why steering clear of sanctioning Russia's energy sector at this point. Is part of the calculation in terms of how much to ratchet up, worrying that Putin will at some point determine that the U.S. has already joined the conflict everywhere but the battlefield and will retaliate. Is that a factor in the administration's decision-making in terms of how far to go, or is that already?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, the sense that Putin may retaliate against the United States, whether through cyber attack, some other measure, is trying to avoid that and trying to maybe not go past a certain line potentially. Is that something that
I would say that the sanctions, the financial sanctions that we have issued are on par with what we have done to Iran. They are significant, they are historic, and they are crippling the sector. So I don't think we have held back in any capacity, aside from making sure we're prioritizing the impact on the American people. So no, I would not say that's how we view it. Okay, everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. We'll do this again tomorrow, and we'll be here. Thanks, everyone. Okay, I forgot enough a mask. Thanks, everyone.
All right, thank you for joining. She's gone. She's out of there. In and out. Quick little briefing. Jesus Christ. Man. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's really, really quiet. There's nothing going on right now, ladies and gentlemen. The stock market is mixed. Oil prices are rising. Russia and Ukraine still at war. NASDAQ is down 90%. S&P 500 is only up 1%. It's about to flip red. Dow is up 25%. We're mixed, about to turn red. So it's crazy right now, man. Volatility is crazy. There's a supply issue they keep weighing in on us. As you heard Secretary Jen, she spoke on it a little bit there. But I mean, yeah. Patience, man. Patience. Everything gonna be alright. You know what I'm saying? Don't overplay yourself and do something and make a mistake. You know what I'm saying? Right now is the time you just sit back and just think. Just think. Charts and numbers. All that talk don't matter. Charts and numbers, man. Charts and numbers and dates. That is very key when you're investing, man. So everything gonna be straight though. It is 2 p.m. though, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man. Market chilling out. Look like a possible retest here at 439, but the market's not really excited. The stock's not excited with the ETFs at all here today. A little bit of disappointment, I guess, from all that data that came out in speaking with Powell twice. Excuse me, from yesterday to today. Stocks just not feeling it today, man. They're still down. I don't think they will feel it. Not right now. This probably is your top, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I don't know how tomorrow will go, but 440 might be your top towards the end of the day. But the stock's really still not gonna move unless you can break that free market high 441.54 on the spot. I don't know if that's possible, ladies and gentlemen. Volatility just VIX is just chilling out, but it's spiking. When it spike, you bring it down. When it go down, it really ain't. So you gotta think about all that right now. But ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And with that being said, I do want to let you guys know that Boeing stock looks poised for long-term growth despite current risks. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the current risks, they're saying Boeing looks good for long-term growth. And if they get into it, they probably do, you know. This is a great opportunity to be buying shares right here when the market is credit spreading like this. This is a great opportunity to be buying shares and you're looking at Boeing for the share haul. You know what I'm saying? They really do look good for the share haul. They really do. I mean, just more and more when you zoom out on Boeing, you just look at the all-time chart. They do. They look like they can possibly reach that 440 level. If they can strike a deal with their little Boeing jets or whatever, you know, it's some type of deal. I've been hearing about this deal since I think like 2019, man. This deal been trying to get approved with Boeing. They've been saying it was going to send the stock price very high, but I don't know what happened between 2019 and when it fell, why it fell, and then they said that they tried to announce they were trying to get a new deal, I guess. So something happened here. But Boeing is, I guess, long term. You can take that risk, you know. Why not? You know what I'm saying right now? They said this is a bottom here. I mean, you set your stop loss here, I would say about 150. You know, try to steep it out. Buy you to get you some securities here too. You know, get you some security. Take that shot. That is a good play though, overall. But ladies and gentlemen, indices are mixed up here. We do have the S&P 500 down about 4%. The Nasdaq is down 97. The Dow is only up now, only 21%. So we got a kangaroo market, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back.
Turn up in the party, we ain't playing with nobody, no hoe, you can get it. Turn up in the party, we ain't playing with nobody, no hoe, you can get it. Turn up in the party, we ain't playing with nobody, no hoe, you can get it. you can get it, little hoe. What you want, what you need? I got all the little hoe. I got what you need. You ain't know nothing, baby girl, get on your knees. You wanna smoke for free? I got some, get on your knees. Feel like that, I like that. You not playing, I'm chasing that chick. I be with your man. I'm ballin' like Trey Williams. My swag still at $1 billion. Not on Twitter now, bitch, really. I rep L's like McMillan. Yeah, so when we turned up in the party with some soldiers like the army, if we bump, you ain't no sorry. Ain't no sorry. We got guns that bite like Charlie, hoe on a ring, but I'm like Barkley. Call me Boo Boo, Ken, where's my Barbie? Shut up at a party, we ain't playin' with nobody, no hoe, you can get it. Shut up in a party, we ain't playin' with nobody, no hoe, you can get it. Shut up in a party, we ain't playin' with nobody, little hoe, you can get it. Shut up in a party, we ain't playin' with nobody, little hoe, you can get it.
Par population dans le Parlement. Et il faut
That's what it be, you got, man. Girl, you got out of line, you got out of place. Damn, girl, you messed up, you made that mistake. But I am human, I cannot blame you. But the past is a picture, and it's no more painting. There is no more painting. What the fuck is you saying? Why is you playing? Why is you playing? You messed up, you made that fucking mistake, man. Yeah. Why the fuck is you tryna stay, man? Damn, damn, damn. The bullshit, I'm tryna shake it. Damn, damn, damn. But they steady felt flagrant. Damn, 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 damn. But I ain't playing. I will pull up on these niggas with that fucking K, man. Damn K, man. What the fuck you doing? Why you screwing? Hey, acting brand new, man. Damn. What the fuck you doing? Damn, it's true, Captain Nuisance. Girl, you got out of line, you got out of place. Damn, girl, you messed up, you made that mistake. But I am human, I cannot blame you. The past is a picture, and it's no more painting. You got out of line, you got out of place. You got me. I already know I'm yeah, bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. Ain't no time for Dr. Phil. Nigga, that's why I gotta keep it real. Nigga wanna play, gotta understand. And I do this shit for real. And the nigga been trying. No, a nigga been real. Nigga wanna play, then it's a fucking kill. On the plate, a fucking meal.
meal. Don't stop till I see a meal. Me and my niggas gonna get it in. Been it from the back, bustin' not a friend. Hit it from the back, bustin' not a friend. Goddamn, goddamn. Yeah, it's the fucking man. Goddamn, I'm going out. And from the best on how the fuck I am. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. A hoe gon' be a hoe, yeah, my niggas told me that. And I really see it happening, and I feel fucking bad. Cause I told my girl that I really did love her. And she told me she ain't really even love me. So, damn. I said, okay. I got money, then I went the fucking other way. I went tripping, another bitch came another day. And then you know how that was, yeah, made her pay. Yeah, she paid for the tree. I gave her G for 15. Nigga, let her smoke my weed, and then I passed it to the team. And that's just how it is we mean, yeah. LCAOD, gritty green, gritty green.
Nigga, what the fuck they gonna talk about? It ain't no investigation, dog. It ain't no Dr. Phil.
Can't turn a hoe into a housewife, now that's a thrill. Can't turn a hoe into a housewife, now that's a bill. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas.
Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. I'm so damn good, get it in, it's going real fast. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. I'm so fucking and then you gotta double back. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. I'm so damn good, get it in, it's going real fast. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. I'm so fucking get it in, you gotta double back. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. They're so damn good, get it in, it's going real fast. They're so fucking good, they like damn cap. Can you pass? Pass that gas, I'll pass gas, shitting on their ass. I ain't a bit it, but like Nicky did it on their ass. You niggas making mine, kitty, sick 'em on your ass. Niggas, bitches, I ain't kicking rid of their ass. Shots berry clippers with it, stitches, no contrast. It's true, cap hoe, just know that I'm a real nigga. Real gas got me talking all this real shit. So damn high, my mind, I can't feel shit. So damn high, my mind, I can't feel shit. Cause no comment say it's time to hit the kill switch. Real gas got my mind on some other shit. Get to the bus cap, these niggas is some sucker niggas. Take out the bus cap and kill all of them sons of bitches. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. Do so damn good, get it then it's gone real fast. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. Do so fucking stupid, get it then you gotta double back. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. Do so damn good, get it then it's gone real fast. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. Do so fucking sticky, get it then you gotta double back.
And conceal that, cause that dope too stinky. But we in NC, not CA, what the fuck you thinking? It's that loud, it smell like you ain't took a bath all weekend. But it's some real gas, it'll get you through your weekend. This that how you gone with the wind. This ain't no pretend, TAC 90%. Yeah, I'm high. I'm in the sky, I be fly. Ooh, I'm high. Real gas, for real.
This that fucking quick fast. Yeah, you can get a fucking quick bag. What you want, nigga? What you want, nigga? Real gas, real gas, real gas. I don't give a fuck about none of that shit. You niggas smoking that garbage. I call it trash and shit. Cause you niggas ain't got what the fuck I got, nigga. What I got over here costs a damn bargain. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. Don't so damn good, get it and it's going real fast. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. Don't so fucking stinky, get it and you got a double bag. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. Don't so damn good, get it and it's going real fast. Real gas, real gas, real gas, real gas. Don't so fucking stinky, get it and you got a double bag. Real gas, real gas.
Hey. Alrighty. We back from the little quick break, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope y'all enjoying the live stream. Market chilling out right now, just mixed up here still. SPY just took a test right back above VWAP and it's chilling out above it. Nothing spectacular here. No phases of that 440 level at all. Like I said, stocks ain't really moving or budging here with these moves here on the SPY. I think they want more. Gotta have more, must have more. I think that's law right now. I think if you don't have more, it's law to the downside right now. It is what it is here. Looking at far as the week is about to end here. Now, if you have time, there's a different subject there. Anything can happen over the weekend, overnight, next week, week after. You get it. But you have time. Opportunity still presents itself. You got a little bit of time till tomorrow. Opportunity still is there. Opportunity still is definitely there, but time is limited now. Keep that in mind. So, with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, while Putin's invasion of Ukraine is a strategic disaster for Russia, so they're saying it's just a tragedy. It's statistics saying like this is ugly, man, for Russia. The Dow's up 43%. The Nasdaq's only down 74%. The S&P 500 is up 18%. So that is your flip flop right there. In the market here, we're mixed up. Very, 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 very mixed up. Don't know what to do. Don't know what to go. Don't know who to say. Don't know what to do. Don't know where to go. Don't know which way. So that's what the market is basically doing right now. Just chilling now, ladies and gentlemen. So energy companies pulling out of Russia. You got Shell, BP, Total Energies here. They're all pulling out of Russia. They say they don't want no parts of that anymore during this crisis. It's ugly over there right now, man. Pray for the Ukrainians, pray for the Russians, man, because all the Russian people might not even be on that type time. This could just be all in the agenda here. We just don't really know here until it's going to end. We'll get the history on it. The market is reacting to it, though. Obviously, they said war equals bullish. They were right about that. The day it started here, things shot up instantly. They sold off. They were selling off here. Things were looking bad. War started. Things shot up. Prices went up. So now prices is chilling out right here. We don't know if price is going to stay right here and just consolidate throughout the whole entire war, or is price going to just come back down to where the war first started at, or is price going to even go higher here? I think that's the worry right there from the White House and just any top leader here in the world. They're just more concerned about price and things of that nature right now because it's out of control. Obviously, it's a lot of panic every day. So you got to keep all this stuff in mind and just be cautious and just be patient, man. Let the storm pass. Really, the best thing you can do is wait. Find something else to do. Investing might not be it here right now. You still probably need to be collecting capital Putting time on plays, yes, that's fine. You know what I'm saying? Ain't nothing wrong with it. But it might be time where you just need it. It's just not for you right now. It's nothing wrong with that. Everybody's different. Everybody invests in a different technique, form, style, and way. Everybody's pockets are different as well, too. So you got to keep all that in mind, man. Be positive and respectful here. Let me answer some of you guys in the chat room today. Y'all are blowing me up. Today, question one. Okay, so living there adding the food. So it looks like what? Cactus Arc is down 5%. Someone says, how the hell does it manage 5% down on a day like today? That takes some doing. Yeah, right. It's coming from all-time lows, 2020, so maybe we're still climbing a mountain. This is what it might be. But yeah, man, stocks on the move here. None really here. None really at all. Apple's up $1 here finally. $1. Amazon's right at 3,000, chilling out. Still down 40. Applied Materials down $1 here. AbbVie's up 80 cents. Affirm is down $2. AMC's down 19 cents. AMD is down 5. Adobe is down 8. Airbnb is down 4. Autodesk is down 4. Boeing is down 7. BioNTech is down 4. Best Buy is up 11 from earnings, you guys. Earnings continuation to the upside at Best Buy. Booking is down 45. Capital One's down 2. Citigroup is down 2. Citigroup is down 2. Yeah, Chipotle is down 12. CrowdStrike is down 8. Salesforce down 3. Coinbase is down 12. Walt Disney is down 1. Datadog is down 15. DocuSign is down 4. Etsy's down 3. Tesla pulling back here. Just broke a real critical support there. Let's see if it holds there. It's below 850. That was like the last leg of support there. It broke through 870, 60, 50 here. It's getting tested here. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned for that. That is a buying opportunity if it's not a selling one right there. But that number's on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Stay cautious. Etsy, Ethereum. Etsy's down 3. Ethereum is down 100 today. FedEx is up 4. Meta's down 4. Goldman Sachs down 1. GameStop is down 1. Google's only up 10. Intel's down 65. IBM is up 2. JP Morgan's down 40 cents. Johnson & Johnson is up $3. CarMax is down 50 cents. Lululemon is down $4. Microsoft's down 2. Moderna's down $6. MicroStrategy is down $22. Oh, okay, that's where we at. Oh, wow, Mongo. Oh, this was an earnings play. Oh, another earnings play. It looked like they missed 2, down 47 here. McDonald's is down 2. Nvidia is down 4. Novavax is down 4. Nike's down 45 cents. Netflix is down $11, you guys. Peloton is down $2. PayPal is down 3. Qualcomm's down $1. Roku's down $4. Regeneron is down 3. Roblox is down 3. Snowflake is down 45, you guys. Earnings play missed. Spotify's down 9. Block is down 8, 9. Shopify's down 13. Starbucks is down 75 cents. Tesla down 29, almost 30 here. At that real critical support at 850, not looking good here. You know, little get worse from here. Thread might be breaking there, or they're just loading the boat there and came to pick up some more people about to take off here. A little pop back to the upside sooner or later here. The SPY is still above VWAP, so No telling what they got going on right now at Tesla, but 850 is a critical support. Last level, like, might flush and stay down. Keep that in mind. Texas Instrument down 2. TSM is down 53 cents. Target is down 75. Toyota's down 2. T-Mobile is down 2. No, T-Mobile's up 30 cents. Excuse me. Twilio is down 8. Ultra Beauty is down 8. Uber's down 2. Upstart's down 6. Unity Software is down 5. Wells Fargo is down 58 cents. ExxonMobil is up 61 cents. Zasker is down 7, ladies and gentlemen. So that is a little few stocks on the move right now. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like, man, the stocks are getting weaker here as the ETFs are really not moving and credit spreading here. Stocks are getting very weak here. Y'all are going crazy in the comment section. Have your own fun there. That's good, man. Just be positive and respectful there. That's all that I ask here live with Let Cash Accumulate over days. Ladies and gentlemen, the market is mixed up here. The NASDAQ is down 83%. The S&P 500 is up 14%. The Dow is down, 42% here. So we're mixed. The Dow is up 44%. Now, the NASDAQ is down 82%, and the S&P 500 is up 16%. So we are mixed, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2:28 p.m. Nothing going on, so we're going to take a quick break here. Check to see if we do have any briefings coming up, and we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen.
I just like the sound of it.
I'm just smoking big gas. Real shit, you can see me behind a mask. I be always on it. These niggas don't really want it. I'm always coming in. You can call me fucking Tony. With no frosted flakes. Wish it, hey, you know me, I was coming back. Bakers, man, I put them down. Understand the vendor clap. Ooh, I be killing shit. Ooh, I be getting this. Ooh, all this cash. Understand me, you already know the shit. Ooh, 90s baby in this thing, and I'm going crazy. Somebody put a straight jacket on his brain, maybe. Like Wayne said, real shit, leave him in the living room. Kill him all though. Nigga, no, I never been no stupid fucking clown though. No it though, no Pennywise. Real shit, but I'm really wise. You can look at me in my eyes. You can look up in my eyes and see if it's a ghost town. Real shit, I don't play around. All my niggas got it now. Mac 11's big guns. Real shit, and we coming out. Guns look like Big Pun. Nigga, they gon' hit you, bruh. Ooh, we ain't playing, nigga. Ooh, I'm just getting money too. Who you know? I like I said before, it stick to me like glue. Stick to me like glue, stick to me like glue. Understand me, I'm the truth. Hey, money stick to me just like glue. Understand me, I'm the truth. I'm a great right in the booth. I'm a pit up on the chain. Real shit, yeah, don't let that nigga off the leash. He gon' go insane. It's a Thanksgiving feast out there for this rapper boy. Ooh, real shit. I be breaking bones, killing boy. Call me Blitz, nigga, in this shit, nigga. PlayStation 2, bring it back with them throwbacks. Nigga, who is you? Nigga, Ninja Stars, shooting stars. Nigga, know I'm going to Mars. And I ain't smoking with E.T., I'm smoking with the Mars. Ooh, smoking with the planets, nigga, going insane. Ooh, understand, you know me, I don't lost my brain. It don't spill that light so much, he up on that lane. Real shit, this nigga needs some more, man. So baby girl, pull me up, yeah, you know I'm on. You slowing down for these niggas that don't want it though. I'm the teacher, you the motherfucking student though. Take some pencil and paper, listen to me, my nigga. And I'm so real, my nigga. And I be on it though. I'm grinding every moment like I'm fucking Tony Hawk, bro. Real shit, I'm on turnpikes like I'm a fucking New Jersey. Real shit, they already know, they try to put tags on my jersey. But these niggas ain't ready. These niggas ain't want it. These niggas is weak.
These niggas not my opponents. Throwing shots like I'm Jordan. Going hard in the finals. 6 seconds on the clock. What I do right now, I'ma fucking take the shot, nigga, and it's over, nigga, yeah, we won. Now understand, yo, my nigga, I just do shit all day for fun. Nah, nigga, I just kill it. Nah, nigga, I just go where I'm the hitman on the game, nigga, I am hitting Dragon Ball Z. Ooh, nigga, Dragon Ball Z. Nigga, who is he? Nigga, yeah, he Goku. Rise, nigga, what the fuck is Super Saiyan power? Nigga, go inside. Yeah, you know, yeah, I kill the shit, got big pride. Curse, nigga, no carry dog. Real shit, nigga, I'm going hard like a motherfucking ball hole. I don't care nobody don't like it. I'm doing something, you know what I'm saying? Who is this nigga? Well, I'm introducing myself. I'm saying, my name Goku. What do G? Hey, flexing. Hey, I'm flexing. Hey, flexing. Hey, flex. I'm flexing. Yeah, big body on me. Yeah, big body on me. Oh, yeah. That's how the motherfucking money all in my pockets. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. Yeah, I'm flexing. What? I'm flexing. Big body, it's on me. All this money is on me. It's a big body, it's on me. Oh shit, yeah, it's on me. I'm beating hard. I'm bidding hard. Yeah, I'm bidding hard. Like a motherfucking Bowflex. Understand me, I'm flexing hard. And yeah, I'm up in the field. Call me G.I. Joe. Yeah, I came to kill. And I'm American sniper. Know me, I lay your head up on the grill. Ooh, nigga, yeah, you flake. Nigga, yeah, you fucking fake. Put that nigga with the snakes. Couldn't say it's off every day when I fucking cut the fucking grass. Understand me, I'm the realest. Understand me, I'm a killer. Nigga, yeah, I'm a villain on these fucking tracks. Call me motherfucking ground reaper, nigga. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Nigga, yeah, you know me. Understand I do the shit every day. I get them dollar signs. Look at that. Other things. Nigga know me, I change my ways. Positive things. Smoking dope is all my things. Nigga know me, I do these things. No one give a fuck what you say, how my flow is. Nigga know I'm a rock star. I be part of hard getting money. All day I'm a rock star. Nigga know me, I'm living life. Drinking lean all day and night. Real shit, and I'm fucking yo bitch on motherfucking sight. And she know me, I'm a dog. Call me a fucking killer. And you know I like vanilla. Baby, come forward with this nigga. He be moonwalking like killer. Yeah. Killing this shit every day. Talk about money, nigga, you gotta see it every day. Yeah, I see it every day. Nigga, know I'm Blaze. Matter of fact, I'm Blaze right now. Feeling like Wiz Khalifa right now. Real shit, yeah, I'm on a different cloud, on the Latin. Chilling with a bad bitch named Jasmine. Twisting up fucking Paula Patton. Ooh, living with them dragons. Nigga, yeah, we gone. And I feel like I'm in a race. Speed racing to the home. Yeah, you know I'm busting in like the Bengals. Call me Chris Smith. And real shit, yeah, I gotta get the Smith out the pocket, real shit. And if I had the blood back, nigga, yeah, I'll put your ass on your back. And you already know, all my niggas been about that. What? Been about the fucking cash. Been behind that shit. Been behind the fucking money. Yeah, we living in this fucking big brother shit. But these niggas don't really understand. What we really gotta do is put it to the motherfucking man. Nigga know me, yeah, I gotta get the money, nigga, but the money ain't everything. When these niggas shooting, man, niggas trying to kill niggas. What the fuck you doing, my nigga? You kill another nigga, black brother on brother. Nigga, yeah, what the fuck going on? Gotta put the shit out here on the song. Nigga know, yeah, I'm spitting from my fucking home. This nigga ain't right. These niggas ain't right. Them other niggas right. Survive with your fucking circle. And vibe with your fucking homies. The real niggas that got you. But you can't even trust nobody. You can't even trust your own niggas in that circle. So you gotta do your own shit. You gotta go and grind, put your own mind to it. Fuck the cops, fuck 12. Nigga, yeah, they got us in here. Like a behind bars, like fucking monkeys and gorillas and shit. Nigga, I ain't no monkey. Nigga, white people monkeys. Understand, yeah, we get it. Nigga, yeah, we fucking get it. Nigga, yeah, I gotta live it. Yeah, I'm an Egyptian. Nigga, I love gold. I'm a rock star, so I don't give a fuck what I say, nigga. Understand me, yeah? I'm a rock star, bitch. I don't give a fuck what the fuck I say. So listen to me, nigga. Ay, listen to me, nigga. I be smoking on the killer. That's that motherfucking Doja Cat shit. And you know me, I love chillin' with 4 clips. Lovers, nigga, that's that love. Nigga with them lucky jaws. That's that motherfucking leper combo with the damn gold. Nigga, understand me though. Like I be up on the day. I be going in, getting all this cash like a bank. Real shit, fuck you think you ain't come back. GTA, not today. Nigga, this ain't no game. We ain't playing no motherfucking games. No games. No games, little bitch. No games, little bitch.
Tree time.
Oh. Oh. Hey, oh, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, yeah, I get rich. Understand me, bitch. Oh, yeah, I do this. Oh, yeah, I do this. Ay, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Yeah, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Yeah, killing this shit. Oh, yeah, ripping this shit. Oh, yeah, fucking your bitch. Yeah, knowing this shit. Oh, yeah, doing this shit. Ay, yeah, getting so rich. Yeah, you know on the shit. Oh, yeah, getting so rich. Yeah, you know on the shit. Hey, yeah. Getting so rich, all of my niggas they with it. Ooh, all of my niggas they get it. Ooh, hey, you know that money stick to me just like motherfucking glue. Hey, it was glue. Hey, you know my team is the truth. Hey, yeah, the most fucking famous classic. This is motherfucking drastic. Gold Cool came in on the fucking image. Yeah, it's a drastic. I be killing this shit. Ooh, I be ripping this shit. And your girl fucking pussy. R.I.P. that pussy, put it in the casket. Yeah, oh, yeah, oh, no, I'm so rich. Yeah, getting that shit. Yeah, yeah, cash your bitch. Yeah, yeah, cash out your bitch. Knowing the shit in the motherfucking mall. Yeah, you know we the mall. Yeah, we do it all. Oh, yeah, I get rich. Understand me, bitch. Oh, yeah, I do this. Oh, yeah, I do this. Ay, look at my wrist. Look at it. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. 100 bands. Yeah, look at my wrist. Yeah, 100 bands, bitch. 100 bands. Yeah, killing this shit. Oh, yeah, ripping this shit. Oh, yeah, fucking your bitch. Oh, yeah, knowing this shit. Oh, yeah, doing this shit. Hey, yeah, getting so rich. So rich. You know the shit. Ay, the most famous classic. Yeah, getting so rich. Understand me, you know I do this. And you know me, man, I always get my cash and I always look at it. Look at this shit. It's so many dead presidents, and I don't really give a fuck. I just look at dead presidents. Hey, yeah, Benji, best friend, nigga. Yeah, over there, my best friend, nigga. Hey, smoke loud, get high, and you know that shit. No don't give a fuck, you know already know that Benji roll me all day. Give me them halves, bitch, yeah, no do this. Hey, yeah, yeah, shopping with a motherfucking best, you know that. Hey. Smoking a good loud and I got it from Little P. Hey, nigga, yeah, you know I'm smoking on this sticky gas street. Ooh, yeah, you know me. Ooh, yeah, 100 bands, bitch. Getting that shit. Yeah, cash on me, bitch. I am not a rat, nigga, but I love the fucking cheese. Real shit. Cash on me.
Cash on me. Gang, 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 gang. Market coming down, ladies and gentlemen. We are live, back from the break here. Indices are mixed up. The NASDAQ is down 93% now. Almost back to that 1% level. The NASDAQ is bleeding the market here today. The S&P 500 just flipped red here. The Dow is up only about 25%. Oil price is still up 20% from before Russia-Ukraine invasion. So oil is still holding up here. No live briefings right now, ladies and gentlemen. SPY is coming back to VWAP. The VIX is still down, but popping back up, trying to get back to 30 almost. So that's why that's causing the pullback here now. Stocks are at their low ends of the day here. No flush quite yet. I'm saying quite yet because anything can happen here at this levels. They are peaking like they want to though. Or like I said, this is their load in the boat, man. It's one or the other at this point. Tesla's coming down here. Finally broke an area of 850. Let's see how long they stay below, you guys. Didn't stay below it long yesterday. Today's different here. Might stay this time. These are the market conditions. This is how it works here. When they see a lot of volume and a lot of buyers come in, they like to switch the momentum, switch the direction to get things confused. That's just how market makers are, man. Trick, trap, frustrate, fool, crew. They pay. This is their job. They pay. This is what they do. They get paid to do that. So yeah, really, like I said, momentum just got rejected at 889 3 times in a row here in the past 7 days. They say third time's a charm. Might have a sell-off here with Tesla towards the end of the day, maybe even tomorrow, maybe sometime soon. They are getting weak though, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting to see different numbers here on the board here. They're still selling here. So 844, watch for that break there because that's where it didn't flush yesterday. But it tried. It was there almost. 846 now, so they're dumping it here. 844 is going to be that level from yesterday. $845, here it goes. It's coming in heavy on Tesla now. Almost there, almost at 844. See if it stays down today. I think it might stay down today. Second time might be a charm, you guys. 3 rejections to the upside. Second retest to the downside. This might be the real thing, you guys. Or this could be another repeat of you see yesterday. This was the bottom and it bounced right off of it. So we're going to find out here shortly. They finally made that move though. I think people have been waiting on that all day. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen. They're coming down. Tesla's coming down, you guys. Tesla's still at the low end here, you guys. Just trying to see if their alert's going crazy right here. SPY's back below VWAP here. The VIX is coming back up here. This might be So yeah, it's gonna be real key to try to keep Tesla below 850. We'll stay tuned in for that, you guys, and see where that ends up by the end of the day. Amazon selling off now, shooting to the downside here. Now down about $73 here. So stocks are starting to move here as they seen the anticipation was not trying to retest 440. We're back in the middle below it here. Bears got momentum again here right now. Currently just snatched it. The market is in the red, you guys. Be mindful. Stay cautious here. But the market is coming down. Keep in mind things expire here tomorrow. Yeah, man, just stay cautious right now. It's the best thing you probably can do here. Tesla just broke that 844. It's right here at it from yesterday, so let's see what they do, you guys. It's very interesting right now. Same spot from yesterday. Didn't flush it here. Bounced yesterday off this area. Let's see if what they do here today. Might do the same thing. They might bring it down. You really just don't know here. The key is the momentum now. It's all about keeping it down here. That's the thing. That spike yesterday, how it was, that's what took the momentum back away from the Bears. It's about just keeping it down from levels of resistance and not having them fight at resistance and support so much. That's where momentum switches and premium stay on one side. But we don't know right now. Still too early to tell here. They can bounce off this. We've seen it happen yesterday, so you don't want to get excited here. We're not seeing a flush now. It's looking like the same thing might happen, you guys, with Tesla, that is. Now, I don't know if it'll do the same bounce all the way to that exact number at this point. It's really weak. I think about tomorrow. It's Friday, you guys. It might can get back here halfway, possibly. Who knows? But anything is possible at this point. But what is most possible is the Bears having control and ending it lower here. That's the most possible thing that can happen right now. Since it is 2:51 p.m., almost power hour here. The testimony with Powell today with the Senate didn't really go too well, you can tell. It was definitely bearish here on that note to today. But we are back here at the bottom end like we were yesterday. Most names and really all across the board, ETFs too, if you take a look around here. We don't know if it would flush or not. I think that's what everybody's waiting for right now. This might be another buying opportunity, or this really might be that sell button here. This was all this momentum came from last Thursday, going up here all the way to where it did this on the spot 441, 410 to 441. So this might be that first rejection back down here towards the downside, and they telling us that. We don't really know yet, but that's what it's starting to seem like right now. But we don't know yet until the stocks start to flush at different numbers here. We're not seeing that yet, but it looks like it's about to happen. We can't really tell here, but we don't know, you guys. So just stay cautious, stay tuned. We're going to take a quick break right here, you guys. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD, and the spot's coming down. The volatility's going up. Oh, man, market's getting real spooked here. Oh, man, let's see what it do. Hopefully it can stay down for you guys, for the bears out there. I don't know. We'll see. Bulls might have been done with. They might, you know what I'm saying? We don't know. We're going to see here. Ladies and gentlemen, it is almost power hour. We're going to check and see if we have any briefings. We'll be right back after the break, ladies and gentlemen.
Who is it? It's me, Snakes. I got the stuff. Leave it on the doorstep and get the hell out of here. All right, Johnny. But what about my money? What money? AC said you had some dough for me. That a fact? How much do I owe you? AC said 10%. Too bad AC ain't in charge no more. What do you mean? He's upstairs taking a bath. He'll call you when he gets out. Hey, I tell you what I'm gonna give you, Snakes. I'm gonna give you to the count of 10 to get your ugly, yellow, no good keister off my property before I pump your guts full of lead. Right, Johnny, I'm sorry. I'm going. 1, 2, 10.
Drill that. Drill that.
Keep the change, you filthy animal.
Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun, y'all. Rule number 2, if you pull that 2, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip it beat. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do what y'all just mouthing. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Hey, rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah, rule number 2, if you pull it through, then you better shoot. Hey, rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze till that clip can beat. But if you ain't bout it, then I'm bout it. I do what y'all just mouth. I'm high up like a mountain. Y'all goofies, y'all be clowning. Rule number 1, if you got that gun, never show that gun. Yeah. Rule number 2, if you pull that 2, then you better shoot. Hey. Rule number 3, if you aim at me, then you better squeeze, bitch. Drill that shit.
Lean, ganja. Lean, ganja. Yeah. Guys. Rewind.
Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a flow, ayy. Pull me up a flow, ayy. Geeking, ho, we geeking, ho. And we tweaking every day, Yeah, pull me up a flow, ho, we geeking, And we tweaking every day, Pull me up a flow, ho, we geeking, And we tweaking every day. What he thinking? He ain't thinking. We high shit. Flick the wrist, sell a brick. I sold the brick, but got the shit down. Ayy. Hit him with the wham bam. Coming from Simmons Sam. He don't want it. Violence don't condone it. Cause we smoking on this loud and we drinking on this potion. Yeah, that lean. Roll another bean. Popping beans till I dream. Ho, you geeking. We be tweaking. What you thinking? We ain't blinking. We ain't missing shit. We ain't lacking, we ain't losing. Hit the snooze button, cause y'all be drooling, yeah. Lean, ganja. Pull me up. Roll up. Pull me up. Bricks with the heat, ho. Pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day. Pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day. Pull me up a foe. Ho, we geeking. And we tweaking every day. Little nigga say what? I'll run up with the two. Nigga do not like or lose. Ayy, hit the snooze button. Put him straight to sleep. We on creep. Yeah. Pull up to his face. You ain't calling that no sneak. You said you want the beef. We gon' grill and then we eat. Ayy. Say you defeat me.
but you can't beat me. Ay, I'm a sleep in, ay, I'm a sleep in. Pull up four, pull some more, down that six. Bitch up my dick, and do it quick, I nut then dip, ay, pull me up a four, pull me up a four, pull me up a four, Bricks with the heat. Pull me up a four, pull me up a four. Ho, we geek, ho, we geek, ho. And we tweaking every day, Pull me up a four, pull me up a four. Ho, we geek, ho, we geek, ho. And we tweaking every day, Hey, little nigga say what? Hey, little nigga say what? Hey, gun off tuck. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Ooh, quality, ooh. Quality. Number on the pint, 120, oh rack. We don't pour act, nah. They texting on that, Ayy, they texting on that, Ayy. Quality. Number on the pint, 120, oh rack. We don't pour act, nah. They texting on that, Ayy. They texting on that, Ayy. You know, we just be tweaking and geeking.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's Power Hour. Stocks wobble here. All indices are in the red. The Nasdaq's in deep red here. The Nasdaq is down 1.47%. The S&P 500 is down 45%. The Dow's down 20% here, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, big turnaround here, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow is Friday. It's 3 p.m. We got 1 hour left. Oh, man, give yourself a pat on the back. We made it here. We made it. Market coming down here. Stocks finally pulling back here. Tesla getting in that deep range of their spread here. I mean, if it breaks more than $40, they're outside of their spread. Keep that in mind. So they might keep going there to the downside. Amazon is down about $94 here. 95 now. Amazon's coming down here. It looks like they're about to see a down 100-day. Ouch. So not looking good here. Tesla is exceeding to the downside here, you guys. We're seeing 840 on the board. Oh, man, here. So Coinbase is coming down here. The whole market is like coming down here right now at one time. Volatility shooting up here. So be cautious, you guys. The market is selling right here. This current moment in Power Hour. You want to be very cautious here. You want to be very, very cautious here of how you do things, and when you do things, the way you do things, you got to do things. You know what I'm saying? So just be careful here is what I'm saying. Be very, very, very careful here. Things can go just extremely down here, or they can, you know, they like to buy dips in this market right now. I don't know if we see that dip buying here today. Haven't really saw it all day at all. I don't know if it will be happening like that. We don't know. Nasdaq falls, S&P 500 flat. So the Dow is down here. These are headlines. These are alerts here. The Dow's down 28%. The Nasdaq's down 1.67 now. The S&P 500 is down 57. So we're pulling back more here as time is going here. It's been 2 minutes into Power Hour here. Volatility is shooting up here. We're at $30 again, ladies and gentlemen. Sore thumb in the air there. Tesla finally broke those 3 critical levels of support, but we don't know. It can still bounce here. It is a little bit lower from yesterday here, but we don't know. This is Tesla. They have a high market cap. They can bounce anywhere they want. No confirmation yet of a flush yet. I guess if you lose another $10, obviously they're going to be down here. But we don't know if that'll even happen here. They might just consolidate here. We don't really know. As far as the next move it goes, but we do know they got rejected at 889 3 times in a row. As you can see my blue line here, So we knew it was a possible sell-off coming here. Big whales definitely left either here, anywhere in here, maybe all three of those tops, but they're gone here. So just keep that in mind. We don't know if there's anywhere else we're gonna come back and buy this current dip. But it's just how the market works, man. Stay cautious. If you got some time, have some patience, man. That's really what it boils down to. Market is selling off now. Those stocks continuing to the downside. Google just hit the red here, down $5 now. So even Google's down now. They just flipped there. Let's see here. Triple Q still selling off here. Got some more selling pressure here. Volatility still shooting up. So yeah, man, stay calm through the storm, you guys. Market's in deep red. Dow turns negative. Amazon's down almost 3%. Be cautious, you guys. Market is selling off. This wouldn't be a time you want to be buying right now. Just steady fall through with the motion. The trend was down the whole time. We did know that, and we're seeing it here now. Bears are up, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back after the break.
This is the new day. Mind your business and worry what needs to worry. Watch your back and don't have your vision blurry. Hey, this is the new day. This is the new day. Mind your business and worry what needs to worry. Watch your back and don't have your vision blurry. This is the new day. Hey, this is the new day. Running this shit my way. Running at the pack all day. Doing me, making my plays. They say, cause they fucking snake me. I can't be for real. I'm still going in it. I'm still feeling it. It's the new berry. Yeah, I replaced that old berry. Black in the juice, ain't sweet of the berry. I think I need a Holly Berry. I think I need a Mary. Not an Eve, she tail, she fairy. I hail like Mary. Oh, you moving slow like Gary. You say this competition, I said where he? They know I'm more magical than Harry. And I see you like Cable Larry. I'm every get pop cherry. This is the new day. Mind your business and wear what needs to wear. Watch your back and don't have your vision blurry. This is the new berry. This is the new berry. Mind your business and wear what needs to wear. Watch your back and don't have your vision blurry.
Chase so fast, chase so fast, chase so fast. We chase so fast, chase 'em, 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 chase 'em. We chase so fast, chase so fast, chase so fast, chase so fast, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em. You know I chase so bad, but I be at the money, but I be wanting cash. Yeah, it's like honey, cause it's dripping on me, but I ain't got no sauce. I'm like ragu, but I get you lost. Up in noodles, yeah, you be like doodle, yeah, you be tied up, yeah, on the news, or maybe in morgues. like bad boys, but niggas call me chase a bag because I'm really out the money when I get it broad day, nigga. Yeah, it's gonna be sunny when I chase a bag. You take it from me, bad. You get gun B, gun down, broad day, broad night, all way to the hallway, like it's all day. Chase a bag, chase a bag, chase a bag. We chase a bag, chase 'em, 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 chase 'em. We chase a bag, chase a bag, chase a bag, chase a bag, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em, chase 'em.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. The market's still selling off here. We're back at that critical support at 435 on the SPY here. Stocks are finally pulling back here after a long-awaited stall. Amazon's down 100, almost 100 anyway. Tesla's down at that deep end range of their 40 on their spread there. It break more than 40 there. It's going to get ugly over there. But 40 is their wide spread there. They get out of that. Something going on there. The investors are trying. The market's even trying to tell you there. So keep that in mind. But stocks are coming down here right now. Powell said the concern is there's upward inflation pressure. The Nasdaq's down 1.74% now. The Dow is down about 40%. S&P 500 is down 67%. So the energy sector is a little mixed up here today, ladies and gentlemen. That's just the way things are right now. The market is just definitely just going down here, slowly, steady here right now. Nobody's picking any dip up here. Suddenly, they're just letting it free fall all of a sudden here. So it could be good, man. It might be needed here. You just never know the cause why they're doing what they're doing right now. It's not flushing out yet, though. We still are at right now. This would be, I would say, your MM support here, right here. Do they want to continue to let this go right here, or they want to stall it out right here at these levels on the SPY here, because they know that this is support here, but people may just be tired of it here for today. Bears and bulls, they might want to just halt it here. That's what it might look like it come down to. But that was the first 11 minutes of Power Hour, ladies and gentlemen, so they got right to it. It was exciting there. Right now, the volatility is shooting up here. Almost $31, you guys. They get back to $32. Oh, man. Oh, man, we might see another pullback right there like we just got there for that 10 minutes. But ladies and gentlemen, the market is down right now. We were all looking good, man, up until today. Looks like 441 was that top. They didn't even want to really even touch it. No more ever. The SPY, it is, when the market opened, didn't even try to retouch it. But that's just how the market works, ladies and gentlemen. Resistance and support. Charts and numbers. That's just what it is, man. That's just what it is. No live briefings that I know of. So, let me see. Yeah, that's later on. Biden is doing something later on. He's signing into law HR 4445. So whatever that is, he's signing that into law, and that's at 5 p.m. That's after hours. I don't know if anybody will be watching that. Might catch something about it tomorrow. Might be something important in the mix there tomorrow that they can tell us about. But ladies and gentlemen, we're just going to take a quick break here, man, and continue to watch this free fall sell-off here. Like I said, sometimes these things are needed here so people can make more money again. You just never know. Bulls and Bears, they fight, but they also work together, too. They ain't going to just keep fighting all the time. So keep that in mind. But what I'm saying is, ladies and gentlemen, the market is down, but it's not out here. So keep your confidence up. Get back to the drawing board. Think about your next play, man. Like I said, the market is down but not out. So don't get it twisted here, ladies and gentlemen. There's always an opportunity. There's one right now, even though that it's selling off. You just got to figure it out, you guys. But we're going to be right back after the break, ladies and gentlemen.
Hey, Newberry.
Run it up, run it, 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 run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up, run it up. Run up the bands on the regular. The cheese I got ain't no extra. I got what you need, that pressure. So shot with me ain't no flexion. I used to jig and finesse you, but now I'm running up extra. I'm chasing them commas from chase, bruh. I'm chasing them commas from chase, bruh. Run up the bands on the regular. The cheese I got ain't no extra. I got what you need, the pressure. So shot with me ain't no flexion. I used to jig and finesse you, but now I'm running up extra. I'm chasing them commas from chase, bruh. I'm chasing them commas from chase, bruh. Check. I just got a check, put the rollie on my wrist, and your bitch, she gave me neck. Respect, I just got a text. You niggas out of line, I'ma aim it at your neck. Call me chase a bag, I fuck with Project X. Bitches popping mollies, throwing pussy cats. No money raining, sipping on the raining. On top of cloud nine, chromed out phones. The stool, that's my home. Yeah, we get it on. Every day is 25/8 and we on. Hey, running up them bands. Hey, I'm running up them bands. Run up the bands on the regular. The cheese I got ain't no extras. I got what you need, the pressure. Come shot with me and no flexing. I used to jiggle finesse you, but now I'm running up extra. I'm chasing no commas from chase, I'm chasing no commas from chase, Run up the bands on the regular. The cheese I got ain't no extras. I got what you need, the pressure. Come shot with me and no flexing. I used to jiggle finesse you, but now I'm running no extra. I'm chasing no commas from chase, I'm chasing no commas from chase, Run up the bands on the regular. The cheese I got ain't no extra. I got what you need, the pressure. Come shot with me and no flexing. You used to jiggle finesse you, but now I'm running no extra. I'm chasing no commas from chase, I'm chasing no commas from chase, I'm chasing commas, I'm chasing checks. Rule to the game, never chase a bitch. I'm just running up my money, fuck a Mitch. Cause you seen how his partners did him in the end. And I'm never gonna fold, I'm never gonna switch. These bitches straight dropping snitches. Style drop and roll, ayy. My money, the only thing that fold, ayy. Bankroll. Chasing them commas. The cheese, I got ain't no extra. I got what you need, the pressure. Come shot with me and no flexing. I used to jiggle and that shit, but now I'm running up extra. I'm chasing them commas from chase, I'm chasing them commas from chase, Run up the bands of the regular. That cheese, I got ain't no extras. I got what you need, the pressure. Come shot with me and no flexing. I used to jiggle finesse shit, but now I'm running no extra. I'm chasing them commas from chase,
I can fuck your bitch. 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 Wait, hold up, I did. She was liking every post I picked, so I slid in her DMs. Then we did it. Yeah, we did it to the PM. Then I had to go, but she made me breakfast in the AM. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch.
I did.
I can fuck your bitch.
I did.
Wait, hold up, I did.
I just fucked your bitch. Matter of fact, I took that bitch to my nigga house and we did what we do with them tricks. We flipped over like, flip that bitch, nigga. What you gon' talk about? Not shit. Cause we took your bitch, make click. That pussy fat, it looks sick. I don't care, cause we put the condoms on the raper. Nah, nigga, we out here just paper chasing cuz. My little cuz, he come through that gas. Yeah, so fast, need that cash. Then we go to the bitch, like your bitch. What's up with that mouth? I need all that lip.
I can fuck your bitch. Yeah. Wait, hold up, I did. She was liking every post I picked, so I slid in her DMs. Then we did it. Yeah, we did it to the PM, then I had to go, but she made me breakfast in the AM. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I said it again, just to make the visual clearer. My diamond's crystal, I'm talking clear. The only thing I fear is God, the Lord, and Jesus. She finna text me and ask if I got the reefer. Then she text again and say, can I leap on your lap? No, yeah. She texting and asking the place, the time, and West near. I said, little bitch, calm down, you're gonna get it when you get here. And when you do no talking, straight to it. She text emoji, kissy face, and said, I love what you're doing. Now I'm laughing, cause laugh now, laugh later. I tatted that on my right arm just cause I thought it made sense. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. She was liking every post I picked, so I slid in her DMs. Then we did it. Yeah, we did it to the PM. Then I had to go, but she made me breakfast in the AM. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. I can fuck your bitch. Wait, hold up, I did. She was liking every post I picked, so I slid in her DMs. Then we did it. Yeah, we did it to the PM. Then I had to go, but she made me breakfast in the AM. Yeah. She made me breakfast in the AM. I told her, cook, clean, bitch. Yeah, cause we all real here. Yeah. I ain't never deal with fake people, never know I didn't. I don't even give a fuck, I dream driving in the Bentley. Top drop down, bitches showing ass titties. Yeah, yeah. I said, feeling like Gilly, shout out to Philly. I'm on my brain, not my mind, really. Can't not fuck with me. No. I just feel the Holy Ghost. I be talking about the emotions. Niggas hating, they on their own shit. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be worth it. And that other bo's so worthless. Baby girl, who the fuck birthed you? That ass looking mighty perfect. It's no such thing as perfect, but I second guess while stroking. I second guess while stroking. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be worth it. And that other bo's so worthless. Baby girl, who the fuck birthed you? That ass looking mighty perfect. It's no such thing as perfect, but I second guess while stroking. I second guess while stroking. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be worth it. And the other folks are worthless. Baby girl, who the fuck birthed you? That ass looking mighty perfect. It's no such thing as perfect, but I second guess while stroking. Yeah, I second guess while stroking. I thought you was perfect. I thought you was floating. I thought you was a goddess. I thought you might have been the modest. You was so sweet, and I had it too. I was aching for you. Girl, why would you put me through? Why would you put me in the bag? Why would you wrap me up in plastic? I'm trash. That's what you saying. That's the point you prove. But you understand. This shit fucked up. I can't stand it. I'm so hurt. I'm in my feelings. I'm not trying to be perfect. I'm just trying to be worth it. And that other bozo worthless. Baby girl, who the fuck birthed you? That ass looking mighty perfect. It's no such thing as perfect, but I second guess why I'm stroking. You know I'm trying to keep it perky. You know I'm trying to keep it dirty. You know I'm trying to lean in my cup. You know I'm trying to keep it jerky. Yeah, beefed up. Yeah, cheaped up. Keep that pack. I'm rolling keeps up. Rolling up. Shout out to Chief Keef. Yeah, wear fake shoes. Phones up on my feet. It's a lot of fake dudes. Can't trust nobody, not even myself. I don't know nobody. Stacking up my wealth, stacking up for my health. Gotta live long.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break here. We got about 35 minutes left, man, to the closing bell, man. This week went by fast. It's already dang on about to be Friday. Hey, it really is, man. It's almost about to be Friday. It's about to be that time. So this is the Stock Market Live, ladies and gentlemen. We are live right now. We caught all the market action here today. Now the market is just selling out slowly but surely. I think now the SPY to confirm a bear trend again though. The SPY's gonna have to break below 433 now. They're gonna have to back test 430. If 430 don't hold support and it gets below that, you guys know 426, 425 was that leg holding it before 420 and holding it really before 410 after that because it skipped the whole $10 after that. But yeah, man, it's gonna just like it filled here quickly to the upside. It's gonna feel steady to the downside. It's just how the market works sometimes, you guys. My bro hitting me now. Oh no, flipper. You know I'm a flipper. Just how you gotta do it when you're neutral, though. You know what I'm saying? Flipper. Yeah, Tesla's crushed though, man. Yeah, they're down 40, so they got to the wide end of their spread. Excuse me, guys. I'm talking to how in my this one. All right, so yeah, 327, man. The VIX is up here, almost at 31, you guys. Almost at 31. So, ladies and gentlemen, say look out 4 hours. Ooh, yeah, I see it on the 4 hourly. I see it, man. It looks ugly. It's way ugly. So it definitely was a fake breakout, false breakout. Now they're playing into a field where I don't know. If they get it below 835 here on Tesla, I think they actually might get the chance to see that 820, 830 level. But right now it's showing strong support here with the MMs around 838, 840. So we don't really know yet right here, but the market is at that support level on the SPY, 436, bounced off 435. You can see Triple Q's doing the same thing. We are about to close in about 30 minutes. We got earnings coming up after the bell here. A couple names, Costco Wholesales and Broadcom really would be the only two you will probably want to keep your eye on for actual changing in the numbers there. Hopefully they can stay in one direction as well. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, that's just where we at right now. I hope so. You feel me? I hope so. You feel me? That's how it works, bro. I know. I get it. It's the nature of the business. But, man, it'll be big, man. It'll be very nice. They could flush here. They could just flush it. And at least they can bring it back to last Thursday low when the SPY did see 410. And I don't even think the SPY even got to go that low. At least try to bring the stocks back halfway. I feel like it would be more fair and real. It would be a more fair reset. Right now it's a reset, but it can still go either way. It can bounce from here like it did yesterday, or you know it can flush. They finally might give it up, you guys. I don't know. We'll see. DLH plans to invest $15 million on fleet of Boston Dynamics robots. So that is DLH plans to invest $15 million on fleet of Boston Dynamics robots. That's a lot of money there on some robots. They trying to get their whole company robotic, if that's the case. No more employees with them. I would look into them. Boston Dynamics there. Rise of the robots. That's what's up though, nah, for real. I mean that's good for the human race anyway. I feel like the humans don't have to work as hard anymore if that's the case. I mean, that should be a good thing, I think. The Dow is down about 13% though now. The Nasdaq's down 1.60. The S&P 500 is down 47%, ladies and gentlemen. So stocks sold off and they're just chilling here at their low end of their spreads, really. So that's why I'm saying stay cautious, you guys. Bulls don't die out easy here. These fuckers will buy a dip. I've seen it happen over and over. Be cautious, man. I don't know. They are not really breaking their spreads, so it could be signaling something. They could just be waiting for tomorrow. Tomorrow is expiration there on the options for the weeklies there at 3 p.m. Just really never know how to think treating this here. We still have a bunch of war news still rolling through. That's still going on. Still no ceasefire yet. Whatever they proclaimed to do, haven't done it yet. So a lot can still happen. But stocks are pulling back here. They are pulling back. They're trying to get out of their spread ranges and just take it a little longer here. Possibly here. That might be the case towards the end of the day here. We don't know yet. It's starting to happen slightly, but we don't know yet. It's not confirming new numbers on the board. We're seeing the same ticks here. So it means people still are buying here. But keep in mind that the market is down, though, ladies and gentlemen. The VIX is up here. The market is in the red. So we're going to take a quick break here. It's 3:32 p.m. We'll be back in a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen.
Maserati go crazy.
Living my life, you gotta think twice. So the situation didn't turn out nice. I was flying out kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice.
I be in the streets daily, you try me, shit get crazy. I'm whipping up cake, chasing bags like the 80s. Born in the 90s, I gotta come out grimy. Niggas in the streets ain't playing, don't remind me, I just wanna be the best. Gotta stack it up, this money be the test. Gotta rack it up, chasing everything. I'm chasing every dream. 25-8, that's my fucking team. Out the gate, we all about the cream. We be fucking bitches, we be drinking lean. I be fucked up, steady smoking G's. Got the 2 for 3, or them 23s. Yeah, them choppers, nigga, still a OG. And I'm living life with my fucking team. With my fucking team. All about that fucking cream.
Living my life, gotta think twice. Cause the situation didn't turn out nice. I was wild out, kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, niggas snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. Damn, niggas snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Living my life, ain't got twice. Don't do the crime if you can't pay the price. Probably Lyndon Barker, damn the price is right. You're acting too sadly, better think twice. Pussy nigga, put the guns down, let's fight. Pussy nigga scared, we can shoot all night. The situation highlighted, got me feeling bright. I put rings on my cage, they shine sunlight. Hoes looking for a chick, nigga you ain't know this bitch fuck with me, set me up like the movie Blow. I was hustling to you when you messed up the flow. I can't be mad cause it's the mistake that I chose. But everything that glitter ain't gold. I tried to give you cheese but you fumbled the low. I tried to give you the cheese but you fumbled the low. That shit hurt my soul. Living my life, gotta think twice. Situation didn't turn out nice. I was wide out, kitchen plays Jerry Rice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. Damn, they was snitching, they was ratting Jerry right. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice. I'm a cool cat, I'm a Tom and they mice.
I see why they mad, bro. I got a man, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30, yo. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. I see why they mad, bro. I got a man, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30, yo. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. It's the reason why you mad, cause I'm chasing bags. Nigga, don't be mad, just go chase a bag. It ain't hard to get, it ain't hard to spit. These facts are written, make your heart skip. In the gas I smoke, make your lungs choke. With just one toke, you know it's pressure, ho. And I keep it tucked, I'm all about some bucks. I'm going long, I don't need no luck. I'm like a raven, nigga, that's chase a bag. If you don't get it, then spin it back. This ain't no Pondy River. I love a Riri track. I love them foreign hips. I love sexy ass. If I ever get her, then she chase a bag. She chase a bag with a lot of cash. No more 2 for 30s. I had to bring it back. Steady reminiscing, living in the past. I see why they mad, bro. I got a man, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. I see why they mad, bro. I got a man, bro. I see why they mad, bro. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo.
See why they they mad cause they ain't smoking no pressure. They ain't smoking no pack and we smoking no selections. My bag real heavy and I'm riding with that metal. They mad cause we ballin' and we still winning medals. I'm busy while you callin', I can fit you on my schedule. Mr. Lennon, no cake, no rescue. I'm all about my cash, yes, like a register. If you don't get money, then it's not registered. Yeah, what you want? Come on, 2 for 24. Come on, boy, I'm the plug. Stop talking, just shots. Hey, shot till you drop. Hey, pop out if they talking on the block. Hey, people sneak dissing, but be on my cop. Real ones know that don't slide, that don't rock.
So why they mad, bro? I got a mad, bro. I see why they mad, for. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. I see why they mad, bro. I got a mad, bro. I see why they mad, for. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, though. While I'm back to reality, I see you still mad about some other petty shit. You be acting like your daddy. You should have been a junior, like my wife and kids. I wish I never knew you. I'm going all in, like when the street lights come on, better run. Cause at the end of the night, nigga, it's all fun. But in my neighborhood, you gotta keep a gun. It's sad, but it's all facts. Word to my kids, yeah, it's real rap. And we kill raps, no splinters, ho. I got on them airs with them bands on. Look into my eyes, yeah, I been gone. Smoking on some real strong, and my bread real long. And you listen to the words of this fucking song. It's gonna hit your heart, and then you gone. And then you gone. And then you gone. I see why they mad, bro. I got them mad, bro. I see why they mad, for. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. I see why they mad, for. I got them mad, bro. I see why they mad, for. I got that bag, yo. I got that 2 for 30 on me. You know that's grams, though. I run it up, nigga. This for my fans, yo. For my fans, yo. This one for my fans, yo. Fuck with me. Chasing bag. Chasing dreams.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. You got about 19 minutes left, man. Best Buy did very good here today. They rose on Q4 earnings. The market is in the red, though, you guys. Some names have finally broke these support resistance levels. So we don't know where it can go from here, you guys. We don't know where the Bears. Let's put it this way: Bears are in full control. We don't know where they want to take it for tomorrow. We got one more trading day, one more investing day for this week. We don't know what the Bears want to do. We don't know if they're comfortable right here. They can take it lower. Obviously, they can be done. It's just one of those three things. They're either comfortable right here, they're done, it's going to shoot back up, or they're going to take it lower here, ladies and gentlemen. Bears are in control. They can do whatever here at this moment. Keep that in mind, ladies and gentlemen. The Dow is down 34%. The Nasdaq's down 1.80%. The S&P 500 is down 65%. So, yeah, man, be cautious out there. Times have changed. Just because the statistics say war is bullish doesn't mean that this one has to be. Obviously, times have changed. We're in a different generation, different era here. So things are different, man. Like I said, pray for the people on both sides. That's really the only thing you can do right now. Stay safe, stay out the way, stay calm here. Stocks are selling off though now, out of their spread ranges, ladies and gentlemen. So we are having a debit spread action here. The market's not credit spreading for once here, but we don't know how long that'll last here. But they are out of their ranges right now. A lot of volatility is in the market here. The VIX is spiking up again, back to 31 here. Amazon is down $99, you guys. Amazon is down 99. Tesla's down 45 here now. These are your leaders to the downside here. Ethereum is even pulling back here right now. You guys, Google is down about 25 now. Market's coming down, man. no briefings at all. Nothing really even causing this sell-off, but only possible thing that could be is the war right now. You know what I'm saying? Just more people just thinking and talking it out probably. A lot of panic in the market, a lot of fears. And then it's also about to be the weekend too, so you know people got things they want to do. Taxes are rolling through. People are having fun with their families. All type of situations and things happening right now. So just keep that in mind. Be positive, be mindful, and respectful. That's all I can ask you guys of. But the market is bouncing here at the bottom, trying to find if it wants to be the bottom or not, or keep it, or do it want to keep going here. We got about 15 minutes, 16 minutes left in the market, ladies and gentlemen. There is no more briefings here today. That's a wrap for the briefings. There is one later on with Biden, but we'll talk about that tomorrow. They'll probably be talking about that all night tonight and tomorrow anyway, so we'll see what he's going to say in that. But, ladies and gentlemen, Putin says Ukraine invasion going according to plan. So that's not good. That's breaking news. Putin just said operation in Ukraine is going as planned. So that means he's going to continue to attack innocent lives if he needs to. He's not done here. There will be no ceasefires anytime soon if he just said that. If things are going according as planned here, his plan was to attack here and destroy his people, homes and stuff like that. So that's kind of what you're getting out of him. And he just said that. So be mindful and respectful. But that might be part of the sell-off there. That people seen that, heard that. They're like, oh, what the fuck? He still? Oh, hell no. So you see what I'm saying? We're starting to see that right now. Market is coming down. You got spots at 434.14. Stock still pulling back here. Amazon is selling off here more. They look halted, actually. They're not even moving at the low end, though. Nvidia's down here at 235. I feel like they can give it up a little bit more there. So you got to be patient there. It's going to boil down to tomorrow. It's going to boil down to option expiration as it does every week. You're going to have somebody expiring the money. You're going to have somebody expire worthless. It's just going to be that simple, ladies and gentlemen. That's what it has came down to at this point. This week, the market was bullish at the beginning. We consolidated throughout the middle. Now here towards the end, we're coming back down. We're in the air halfway down, so it can go down more, or it'll stop here and go back up. That's just what we're facing here right now. We don't know what will happen tomorrow, obviously, but the market is selling this current moment, so you better be cautious, ladies and gentlemen. Be cautious right now. This is the time to be, anyway. This is the time to be cautious and be looking, searching for opportunities as well. So yeah, everything's selling off, man. We're finally getting that pullback, that relief sell-off here that's just been stalling and holding all week here. Starting to happen here now. Man. Timing was a little bit off. Some people thought this was coming yesterday. It happens like that, you guys. I mean, but you got to do what you got to do in the nature of it's happening of the business here. So, I mean, it is what it is, man. But don't get discouraged. There's always still going to be opportunity. You just got to know how to go find and search that opportunity, ladies and gentlemen. That's really it. That's really all. That is the message I'm trying to get across here to you guys. But everything is selling off. Tesla still pulling back. They still got a lot to go here. That's what I'm saying. So it's about halfway there with that selling part. But I think the tops are in far as what the market is trying to state here anyway, as far as the charts are indicating. So, but you don't know where they want to stop it. That's the key here. It's just free falling right now, though. This lasts, about 15, 20 minutes here, 10 minutes. It's just coming down, ladies and gentlemen. So, with that being said, ding, 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 my homie was right. 32 on Tesla, he called it. Let me get Yes, sir. 832 is on the board. I just saw it there, so they might retest it. They might not. Tesla is cruising down now, finally. All of that upside momentum they had, people they took profits, man. They took profits, and you know, it's no supply really issue here. It's a supply issue, out here in the world right now. Tesla don't want to be giving it up a lot. Amazon's down 100. There it go. Amazon's down $100, you guys. So $100 swing to the downside on Amazon. Ouch. Ouch. They're below 3,000. Ouch. The market is down, you guys. Netflix is down 15 here, you guys. I really feel like it's more room to go. So I wouldn't get discouraged out there. I wouldn't be FOMOing this right here, right now. There's a lot more room to go. You're just going to have to be patient, you guys. The only thing you can really do right now, I would say, is nothing, really. Nothing you can do right now, but just wait your opportunity. Let the market let you know what you need to do. Put it that way. So do nothing, and that's when you'll figure out what you need to do if you do nothing. If you do something, then think afterwards there's nothing you can do. Keep that in mind. Elon Musk invites UAW to hold union vote at CA factory. So that's a factory out in California there. That doesn't sound too good. That might be causing this pullback in Tesla. Elon Musk invites UAW to hold union vote at the California factory. So a lot of people might not even be liking that, Elon. Why would you invite them to do that? It doesn't sound good. It doesn't sound like that's going to be good. Well, who knows? We don't know what's really causing it. It just sounds like that might be the case there. That is the headline. Oil prices back off highs after U.S. crude touches 115 a barrel. Ouch. So oil prices back off highs. The Nasdaq's down 2% now, you guys. It's accelerating down here. The Dow is down about 50% here. The S&P 500 is down 85%, ladies and gentlemen. The market is still selling off. We got about 10 minutes left. We got about 10 minutes left. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, market kind of pulled back up here, got back into that spread range really quick there. Just yanked it right back in here. Looks like the SPY's wanting to close at 435, support/resistance here to make it a little difficult for tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen. But man, what a day here! What a day here! What a day! What a day! That sell-off right there was man. It was happening for a while. They finally just proceeded that stop. They stopped it here. Listen, we don't know how they're gonna end the close. They can really retest it before close, or they can probably keep it right here. Maybe get up a little bit more to the close. But man. That thing was selling, boy. That thing was coming down. They took back real quick though. So that's just what it is though. But yeah, it's more market data come out tomorrow. You guys be aware of that. But that's it, man. It's been a very, very chill day, man. Very chill day. Oh, this week went by quick. Tomorrow's Friday. So, ladies and gentlemen, just watching the final close here, man. Read some comments here the last few minutes. Bro, I warned them. Wow, VIX rejected hard mid 31. Surprisingly so, red site today. Clean that up. Seriously, it's a wrap. Group, I mean, yeah, this gym, fat is my boy Jules Dipset Bird Gang. So the Dow turned negative, man. Looks like we're going to close in the red. Oh, man. So they ain't even, they're not talking about that in the chat. So that's why I started reading them fools. They crazy. People are wild in the chat. Man, what a day, though, you guys. What a day. What a turnaround Thursday it was. So tomorrow is Friday, you guys. I think we probably will. Pressure's gonna be on full effect tomorrow. Definitely. We don't know. We don't know what's gonna happen, but we do know the pressure's gonna be on full effect, man. Full effect. It'll either be a sell-off Friday or flat Friday or turnaround Friday. We don't know yet. Bears do got momentum, though. They can take it whichever way they want. When you got the trend and momentum, yeah, you control the market. We are going to leave here early today. We're going to leave right at close, actually. We're going to wrap it up right at close today. We're not going to stick around for the earnings. I don't think they'll be as important. Not saying that they're not, but, I mean, they're going to definitely move. It's just nothing that nobody that I work with is wanting to actually play to try it. So we're just going to stick around, and we'll catch you tomorrow. It's Broadcom and let's see. It's Broadcom. I don't know why I'm having. Oh, Costco wholesales. That's who it is. Broadcom and Costco wholesales, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, they're gonna move, but we'll check in on them tomorrow. It is 3:59. We have 1 minute. So wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen. Get your final plays in. What do you think the market is gonna do tomorrow to end the week? The Bears gain momentum again today. The Bears win today. The Bulls won yesterday, but slipped up here, gave it back to the Bears. So we got a bull bear situation here. How will it end tomorrow? Ding, 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 ding. That is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. The market is officially closed. That is a wrap, ladies and gentlemen. The Nasdaq falls and the S&P 500 is flat, ladies and gentlemen, but it fell too. The Dow closed at 28%. The Nasdaq closed at 1.55%, and the S&P 500 closed at 52%, ladies and gentlemen. Man, what a day. What a day, man. Bulls, you had them there, man. You had them going there. But you lost that momentum, and now the Bears are back up. Bears, congratulations. But that doesn't mean that the Bears are going to continue to win forever. We know how this market works, over here at LCAOD. So we're going to tune in tomorrow live. Tomorrow is Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Y'all enjoy y'all evening. Y'all enjoy y'all night. We'll see y'all tomorrow, man. Peace out. This was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace.